Nick Roth. I have known Nick since junior high school. We went on many surfing adventures in high school. Nick is one of those guys that whatever he touches turns to gold. He was good at whatever sport he played in. Yet at surfing, it seemed he was destined to be a surfer. If Nick was young today, he would be, in my eyes, one of the best surfers in the world. He would have tons of money. Nick doesn't surf for fame, fortune, or glory. He surfs because it's a part of his life. He is an artist when it comes to surfing. He has nothing to prove. He just smiles like a wise man. One funny story is about Nick and his dad. He would call me Electric Man. He said my voice would sound like an electric computer. Years later, I stopped and pondered what he said. It seems like his subconscious was onto something. He was picking something up about me and couldn't quite pinpoint it. To this day, he was one of the only people who picked up that I was different. Nick moved from Orange County to Depot Bay about 10 years ago. He still surfs at 64 years old. I saw him for the first time in years, and we connected. That time is endless. It just seems like yesterday we saw each other. In fact, it was over 30 years ago. Nick is definitely a web in my life. We have had many great journeys together.
And this was in an afternoon, low tide, and, pre-harbor, of course. And we were walking along the tide pools, and I quickly lost interest in the tide pools because I was watching these guys surf. And it was glassy, backlit, about 4 feet. And these guys were gliding along these electric green walls, and it was nice and quiet, serene, and I just thought, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. And so I was attracted to surfing right from the get-go. And so when we moved to Newport, I spent a couple of years. I think I started about the same time as you. I started in 7th grade, and the first 2 years I spent a lot of time going to the beach with Dale Christensen and Blair Stone. They lived right down the alley from me.
Oh yeah, I remember. Yep.
And they had older brothers, both of them that were 4 years older. So they are already surfing, and they were into, what we did all summer, as you probably did, was just body surf all summer.
Yeah.
Got used to the ocean, got used to reading waves. I still didn't have that much experience, but enough, and developed good swimming. And then my neighbor, you remember Tom Berg?
Oh yeah, Tom. Yeah. Good old Tom. Yeah.
Yeah, quite a character.
Yeah.
Anyway, he had he wanted to buy a new board, and he didn't have enough money. And this was when Joe Quigg was still working in Newport, and he needed $35 so he could get his new Herbie Torrens model. And so he talked my dad into buying his old Quigg, and the thing weighed 35 pounds. I could barely carry it into my arm. And so I started surfing, and I remember the first time I went down, it was Easter week, and I remember all the like the pier urchins, the Sides brothers, and
oh yeah, the back junior back, right?
Junior, all that cast of characters that were just, if you were a kook, they let you know it. And of course I was a kook. I couldn't surf. And they made fun of me carrying my board down to the beach, And but I went out there and tried, and I finally got this, caught a wave, and I cut across the face, you know, for the first time. And it was like the greatest experience of my life. And it was like, from that moment, I was hooked.
Uh-huh.
And so I couldn't stop after that. I always wanted to duplicate that feeling, you know,
Uh-huh.
which I still think is the best in surfing, is just that simple glide, you know.
Yeah, and what's so kind of phenomenal, you really caught on really fast. You know, I
What?
remember my time, you caught on surfing really fast in terms of getting good at it. Because I remember even by that time, you know, we had a sophomore year an English teacher. You know, I remember the guy, wearing had the gun in his holster, and you told me about this place that you discovered, Viewpoint. You remember good old Viewpoint, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And so you were the one that introduced me to Viewpoint, and by then, to be honest, that's when I think that was the beginning of the shortboard revolution, and by then, well, in my eyes and my brothers, you were surfing so far beyond what, you know, the average surfer was, you know, at that time. I think some surfers are born with natural abilities. You were obviously, in my eyes, one of those. You know, for me, whatever I did, I had to do a lot of practice. You know, that's, you know, I would say I was a good surfer, but never a great surfer. You know, I totally respected the ocean,
Yeah.
and it doesn't matter your ability level. You know, when it comes to surfing, as you know, it's the pure joy of surfing.
Yeah,
So
I would have been happy at any level.
yeah,
I mean,
exactly,
and because
exactly.
that wasn't the point for
Yeah.
me, you know.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I knew that. You know, John and I knew that. You know, like I always have the analogy. You know, the sun in the sky, it just shines. It doesn't have to prove, hey, you know,
Yeah, yeah,
look at me. I'm the sun. You know, without me, you're gonna die. But the sun just shines, and your surfing kind of express that, you know, that just the pure harmony. You know, I would call that harmony. You knew how to be in harmony with the wave, and you, in my eyes, you know, that the wave was in harmony with you. So it's kind of like almost like a symbiotic relationship. You needed the ocean, and yet at the same time, you know, the ocean loves, you know, when people love it back. You know, there's a love
no
affair
question.
with nature. You
Yeah,
know, and
I agree with that. I agree 100. And it, you know, I appreciate, you know, your kind words, but, and I do agree that uh, you do get rewarded if you really love something, um, uh, because the ocean is alive and it has energy in it, and I think um, it knows when there's somebody just there to take, or somebody to also share. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly.
But I would have, like I said, I would have been happy at any level that I got to.
Mhm.
I mean, there was something, I always had sort of a natural affinity towards motion and smooth motion. Like
Mhm.
I would at the playground, you know, years when I was very young, I would take the swing sets. There'd be 3 swings in a row, and I would take the 2 on the side, and I would loop them around the pole so they'd be out of the way. And I would manipulate the chains in such a way where I'd go in a big oblong circle instead of swinging back and forth.
Oh wow, okay. Oh
And I
wow.
really liked that motion, that fluid motion, that real smooth motion. And
Mhm.
if I ever went to amusement parks, I didn't like the rides that were jerky, you know. I like things that were really smooth and not necessarily straight line stuff, but turning, but smooth turns, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I always had that sort of built in, and I think that was really helpful in surfing, because that's how I like to surf, and it helped me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow. So from there, you know, from seventh grade, let's go back to our first days at the ranch.
Oh,
You know, you know, for me, every single time I see Joyce Caldwell, you know, I cannot give her enough praise, you know, because she was the one, you know, who, as you remember, maybe
yep.
that was responsible for that. So I even I have a chapter in my book, Family and Friends, you know, on Joyce Caldwell, and I talk about how incredible. We were only, what, 16 years old, and her dad had enough confidence enough that we would not screw up by going to the ranch. We would not give him a bad name. You know, he basically, John and I, he made us almost a member of his family in
Wow.
terms of, I trust you. You know, and so and from that, you know, I got to invite, you know, my friends, you know, to the ranch, and you got invited by Doug Snyder at the same time.
Yeah.
So someday, what I want to do is a Zoom session with all the people that I know, you know, who were affected by going to the ranch through Joyce, and talk to her, because she loves, you know, when we talk about the ranch. You know, every time I in Facebook put something about the ranch and there's a picture, you know, she comes back, you know, and says, wow, you know, my dad knew how much you guys loved the ocean.
Wow.
So even back then, it's kind of amazing that you know, my parents not my friends' parents even could see someone that loved the ocean and had the passion for it. So.
Well, I'm certainly appreciative. I didn't know Joyce, but all I heard was good things about her over the years. I never heard anybody say anything negative about her, but I'm also really appreciative, because it wasn't lost on me that those were just like rare opportunities that were they would never be duplicated. I mean, I look back on those trips, and they're the best surfing experiences in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I got jaded early, because they were so good. It's, how do you top this, you know?
Exactly. Yeah, like I'll never forget surfing at rights and lefts. You know, oh my gosh, you know, oh jeez.
Alone.
Yeah, alone. Yeah, you know, and then going in springtime and seeing, you know, all the poppies, you know, the flowers everywhere, you know, and then camping at night, you know, and there's like thousands of stars. It's just like I felt like a human being that you know, the universe was giving us a unique gift and saying, you know, cherish this, because it's not always going to be this way. You know, back then there wasn't any politics, you know, and as you said, you know, the Santa Barbara Surf Club, you know, had to leave early, you know.
Yeah. They gave us stink eye on the way out, boy. We were just going to surf it till dark. It was so great. But yeah, I knew, you know, I did a lot of dumb stuff when I was a kid and when I was young, and was pretty naive and foolish in a lot of ways. But in this respect, I knew at the time that this was very rare and unique, and we were extremely fortunate.
Yeah, definitely. So then, and let's talk about in the 70s. You went to the Hawaiian Islands, you know, to Oahu for, I'm not sure, about a year, and it seems to me you said you became good friends with Michael Peterson at that time.
Yeah, well, as good a friend as you could be. I mean, I was very sympathetic to him
Uh-huh.
because I got to know him on a personal level, and I saw how he interacted with people, and so many people wanting a piece of him.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was regarded as like maybe the best surfer in the world at that time, or one of them, one of the two or three.
Mm-hmm.
And he suffered from paranoid schizophrenia, and it was in its earlier phase, but I could tell that he was a sort of a tortured soul.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so I'm more of a sensitive type person, so I understood what he was going through to a degree.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know it was that serious with him. I just thought he was very, very shy and reluctant to open up and let his guard down because everybody wanted something from him,
Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And so we hit it off, and we surfed a lot together, and he liked my surfing, appreciated it, and I think I could tell he was like, I could just blend into the woodwork out of the water. Nobody was rushing for me for autographs,
Yeah. 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 Uh-huh.
So I just faded into the background, and he couldn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I could tell he was like, he kind of made a deal with the devil, for him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He wanted fame. He wanted to make money out of surfing, but he really wasn't equipped to handle it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Seems to me like his life. Well, actually, you kind of made a lot more gentler by being kind. You're not, trying to take advantage of someone's fame, or being in that group of famous people. You were there, just as a human being, and I think people, who have those mental conditions can pick that up. They're really extremely sensitive to a point.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
No question. You're right.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think that's why he allowed me into his world a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, every time you tell me that story, I can see how sensitive he is, and it would be extremely hard, especially in the surfing world. Professionals who just got started, competition, that whole thing of going away from the Hawaiians. True meaning of surfing was
Right.
to be in harmony with the ocean.
Exactly.
Chill out. They would see all these, Westerners, from the States, Halleys come over and try to dominate the waves and to take over the morning sessions where the Hawaiians would say, hey, surfer's always there, chill out, where
Right.
this our lifestyle is in harmony, with nature, with the waves. We don't have anything to prove, but unfortunately, a competition, comes in the scene, and it's come a long way. You just think of back when we were in the 60s. Corky Carroll won a contest, and they gave him a TV set, and that was pretty. Wow, he got a color TV set.
Yeah, that was a big deal. Well, and he got more than most back then because he was a good contest surfer. He knew the formula to win contests. Plus, he was a good surfer.
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah.
But he still wasn't. He still wasn't making much money to speak of. And yeah, I think it was inevitable. That commercialization was going to find its way into surfing, but I never understood surfers that champion that endeavor, that effort, because it's like, well, we've got something great going here. let's kind of keep it on the down low.
Exactly. Exactly. I know. You know, to be honest, I think that's why I got involved with meditation, because
Yeah,
nobody could rip off that wave inside. You know,
right.
I think I got kind of somewhat depressed with surfing in California in the 70s when I just saw, you know, what was pristine. You think only 6 years early, we could go to river jetties and have it all to ourselves,
Yes.
you know?
Yeah.
I remember one Christmas morning, I think it was a junior or senior year, you and I went surfing at 22nd Street. And it was a solid swell, you know, solid 6 foot Newport, which is, you know, a good size. And we had it all to ourselves. You know, you can never have that today.
No. No, of course.
And I think that's probably one reason why you moved to Oregon. You know, is that you're in terms of Oregon is still I would imagine still pristine country
Oh, it is.
for surfing, isn't it?
Well, you know, it's funny because you remember speaking about Dale earlier. Him and his wife were just here for a few days. You know, we went for walks along the beach and stuff, and the thing about this coast is man can't tame it.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Nature will take it all back.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, if you try to get too cute with what you develop here on this coast, it'll take it all back.
Mm-hmm.
And so people leave it alone because they have to, not because they want to. They have to.
Yeah. Right.
And that's the nice thing about it. You know, you can still show up at a given beach and there'll be a sandbar that wasn't there yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
And it can be good. And if you happen to look at it, well, then you're the only one that knows about it.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's how California used to be when the sand could travel up and down the coast.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't all you know, bottled up by jetties and harbors,
Mm-hmm.
and the river mouths weren't filled with concrete. You know, the rivers weren't filled with concrete, so there's no silt coming out of them. You know, so but Southern California, you can do that because nature's not that harsh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But you can't do that here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a waste.
Because I remember, you know, I never saw the Balboa Peninsula surfed, and then I remember you told me you spent some considerable amount of time surfing incredible waves there. But when I was a kid, you know, that didn't exist. So those waves came and gone, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they were always there because I know, like, you remember John Schmitz?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know John. Yeah. Uh-huh. He went to the ranch with us a couple of times. So.
Well, yeah, he lived down towards the wedge, and he was tuned. He knew that there was waves that broke on that side of the Newport Pier. But I was surprised. See, I just went down there in the summertime to like to 15th Street, where there's just walls with those south swells.
Yeah.
I didn't realize in the winter with the west and the northwest that there were good waves that broke down there, but nobody surfed there. It was like so many other spots back then. You didn't need to.
Mm-hmm.
There are better waves at River Jetty.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? It's not like now where every single nook and cranny is surfed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
You just go where the best waves are River Jetty, you know, so let's go there. The best waves are Blacks. Ooh, I don't need 15th Street, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, the attitude. You remember when we would go up and down the coast or surf Huntington Cliffs or something like that, and we would drive and you'd see a couple guys out at River Jetty and you wouldn't see anybody else surfing all the way to Huntington Pier.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then you'd see a couple guys out at the cliffs, and then you'd head north of that, and I would never see guys out. Maybe a few guys at Golden West Street. You know, I mean, it was you didn't have to surf those like secondary spots.
Yeah. Yeah.
The best spots were wide open.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, that's really, as their surfing population grew, then the number of spots grew, and they weren't the best spots, but people still surfed them because there was so many people.
Mm-hmm. Also, I got a question. What, you know, when they had that transition from going from longboards to shortboards, it's kind of like a different, you know, dance style. So
Yeah.
you know, looking back now, I know both of them are different and unique, but do you have a, a, a certain flow, you know, of dancing that you like, or do you like all the styles of the dancing? You know, with longboard, you know, it's all flowing, isn't it? You know, that there's no jerky movements. You know, with short boards, you know, people be kind of, some are fantastic, you know, dancers. You know, like David Nuia was one who was incredible both ways. But I kind of want to get your feelings, because it was a major transformation in surfing.
Well, it was exciting. It was nice to be young at that time,
Yeah.
because, and still in a formative stage, because it was easy for me to adapt. I wasn't that accomplished on a longboard. I had only been surfing one for a couple of years
Mm-hmm.
before the shortboard revolution hit. So I was okay. I wasn't anything like Junior. I mean, Junior was pro level.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You know, in 7th grade, I remember Mr. Noren, they had that Horace Simpson surf contest, and Mr. Noren asked Junior. He goes, "You going to surf in the contest, Roman?" And he goes, "Yeah." And he goes, "Are you going to win it?" And Junior goes, "Yep." And he did,
Yeah.
easily.
Oh, yeah.
As a 7th grade, he was probably a better longboarder than anybody even in Harbor at that
Yeah,
time.
probably, you know.
So, but I wasn't very good. I mean, I was okay. I mean, I was decent. I probably would have got pretty okay on a longboard.
Yeah.
But in 2 years, the shortboard revolution came along, and Chuck Moyer was a board builder. I don't know if you remember that name in Newport.
Oh yeah, I remember it. Yep. Uh-huh.
He took over for when Quigg went to Hawaii. He was building boards out of that shop, or that where Quigg was building, and he made a couple of my first short boards, and he was really astute in what you needed as far as equipment. I wasn't really conscious of that yet. I didn't understand what I was riding very well at the time. So he was the kind of guy, he'd ask you how good you could surf, and then he'd walk down to the beach and watch to see if you were as good as you thought you were. And he made me a couple of custom boards that were perfect for me for that transit.
Wow.
And I credit him for giving me a huge head start over most people.
Mm-hmm.
So I was really fortunate in that regard.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah,
then
I never heard of shapers doing that before. Wow.
he would do it, you know, because he was really conscientious about making a board that was right for you.
Wow.
And I think a lot of it had to do was because he didn't want to hear any complaints.
Yeah. Right.
Who needs complaints, right?
Yeah.
None of us like complaints.
Exactly.
So he would build you a board. He knew how you surfed and what could allow you to progress. And That's what he made for me. And so it was fantastic. And then he moved somewhere, and then I hooked up with as boards. Then all of a sudden the Wayne Lynch stuff started showing up, you know, and everybody in Newport started making those egg boards. You remember, like Marty Gilchrist,
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
Marty, and oh gosh, who else? Dave Johnson, who
Dave, okay, yeah.
who ended up shaping his own label, Progressive, up in Santa Barbara. And then
was Jeff Temponi doing that?
Timponi was not. No,
Oh,
Timponi.
okay.
This is way before Timponi. This is still in high school.
Oh, it's still okay. Oh, okay.
Still in high school. I think I was late in my junior year, and I got Jeff Kennard to shape me boards. Remember Jeff Kennard?
Yeah, I remember that name. Yeah.
And he was a year behind us, but he was a good surfer. He surfed a lot with Billy Bear.
Oh yeah. Okay. Oh.
He was friends with Bill Bear.
Okay.
And they were friends with Scott Price.
And Scott Price. Yeah. Okay.
He was making his own eggs, but Scott Price was a tremendous influence on me. I thought he was fantastic. But Jeff Kennard that's when I started designing my own boards and making my own fins. I started becoming aware of what was working for me, and I'd watch the shaper shape, and I'd tell him exactly what I wanted, and then I would make my own fins and place them.
Wow. I never knew about this.
I sort of had a natural knack for design and what would work for me. And it was all about, it has to look aesthetically pleasing. And if it does, that's usually a good board.
Yeah.
But anyway, but I remember I made a fin sheet, and I cut out a fin on my old man's bandsaw, and I ruined his blade, and those blades cost probably about $100 back in 1970.
Oh my God.
And he hit the ceiling, you know. He was so pissed. It cost me $100 to rough out one fin.
Oh,
but it cost him $100 for me to do it.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
So.
Remember, your dad called me Electric Man. Remember that?
Oh yeah. Well, he was tuned. I mean, he was aware that you had a little extra in your electrical field. You know, you emitted a little more juice. You know, than the average Joe. You know.
Yeah, it was kind of phenomenal because he said my voice sounded like an electric computer. But just think, most of my life I was involved being a software engineer. I was involved with computers. So your dad, you know, in a sense, by saying that, he tapped into something that, you know, maybe his conscious didn't know, but his subconscious did know.
Yeah.
You know,
no doubt.
And I always remember that to the day, you know, after, you know, each year I've been a software engineer. I think about your dear old dad and what he had to say, you know. It's kind of like a way to bring, you know, that connection and laughter, you know, together. You know, we say things out of the ordinary, and we don't know a lot of times how much wisdom is backing us up. And your dad was a prime example of that.
Yeah, well, he picked up on your energy, you know. I mean, and right away, you know, it's and your brother still has that energy, but you emit a little. He's a little bit more laid back than you are, in my opinion. This is how I've always seen you guys. You have a little bit more of that energy coming off you at all times, and he's a little bit more subdued.
Yeah. Well, especially, you know, in terms of when I was 18, my brother went to, say, Orange Coast College, and that's when I started my surfing meditation journey around the world. You know, it took a lot of, in one way, courage, you know, for me to go outside Newports, because I was, to be honest, as a kid, I was scared shitless of the dark, because once upon a time, I had a newspaper route. And this was at night. I was collecting money, and I was at Kevin Charles' house, and I went, collected money, and I went out, and some adult was in the bushes, and he was shouting, "Hey kid, come here." I ran as fast as I could, and it took all the way through senior year of high school to overcome that fear. Every time, even when I had to take out garbage, from our kitchen to the garbage cans, I was petrified. And yet I knew that I wanted to surf, and I wanted to learn how to meditate and travel around the world. And I thought, well, how can I do this if I can't overcome my fear of the dark?
Right.
So, and now, that fear has been, ever since I took that one step on my journey, that fear is gone. And it's the fear of the unknown. We don't like change,
Yeah, I think it's the dark becomes kind of a more of a metaphor for the unknown.
Yeah.
Because it's not the dark per se.
Mm-hmm.
It's like when I used to go over to Dale's house down the alley. I'd walk to under the street light, and then I would sprint home, thinking that nobody can catch me if I run as fast as I can. And it wasn't because it was so dark. It was because, I didn't know what was down that alley. You know?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even know why it was fearful. Nothing ever happened. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
I still had that sense of trepidation every time I ran down that alley.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's what I had overcome, because I imagine I hitchhiked from France to India with my surfboard. Imagine going to places like Turkey and Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and then India. I look back now, wow, what a journey, that was.
Well, there's something about your personality, Rick, that is unique, and I think this is it's disarming, and I think that was the key for you to just be able to be accepted.
Mm-hmm.
You have a certain disarming quality about you, where you don't come across as being a threatening person, and I think that's probably done well for you over the years, as far as just traveling to the unknown and meeting people that you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because you don't come across as like wanting to get something from them.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll tell you, there's a lot. Here's a funny story. Is that I was in Africa with Collie Rodriguez. We were in the middle of nowhere. There's two guys were giving us a ride on a dirt road. All of a sudden, they get out of the car. They have two shotguns, and they shoot a cow. And then they tell us that was an elephant. Well, for me, I knew not to say a thing, not to say no, it wasn't. I said, yes, that was an elephant, and I learned, over time, is in a time of adversity, it's best to remain silent.
Yeah.
And also at the same time, I knew when a lot of times hitchhiking, I would be picked up by unruly, individuals. But when they found out I was interested in their culture, I wanted to know, about their belief systems. I was interested in their cuisine and their food. You could just see, that angry, anger or against an American just melt. And here it was, was a human being wants to know about our society, our ways, and I think that kind of melts, anyone's hearts,
I agree.
if
Yeah.
you're interested in them, not wanting anything from them, but to share with them. And I think that's what personally saved me on the trips around the world, as you were saying.
No,
That,
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. You know, it's you project a different aura when you're, say, smuggling cocaine.
yeah, yeah,
You know,
exactly. Yeah, exactly.
and
Right.
so you're liable to get a lot of that energy back. You know,
Hmm.
and
Yeah.
it's I think it's just that simple. You know.
Well, I have a feeling, personally, you have that same kind of aura. The, the way I look at it, when I was in India, they said, tell me the company of the people that you connect with, and I'll tell you who you are. So
Right.
just think, at a young age, we were involved with surfing. We had that common denominator, the love for the ocean, and knowing how precious, the ocean is. And that goes into our subconscious. I feel like both of us are kind of representatives of the ocean, that with that, and the ocean knows that, and the ocean has respect when someone has that love affair with the ocean. We're not into polluting, the ocean. We don't want to see it. Unfortunately, plastic bags, huge, 100,000 miles or acres, of trash. That kind of just hurts us. So
Yeah. No, I agree. I completely agree. Like I said, I think it's a living thing that has it's hard to say. It's not living in the sense like a dolphin is living, but it still has a sense of what's in it,
yeah,
I think,
yeah.
because
And it's kind of like,
I've been rewarded in ways that people wouldn't they probably wouldn't believe. They think I was kind of like off in la la land, with some of the things that I've experienced in the water, as far as having things just come to me, and I don't think it's an accident. I don't think it was just because I was lucky, although I am lucky, but that's not why.
yeah. Well, the ocean gives, and my theory is the more you pay attention to something, the more it pays attention to you, right?
Yeah.
If you go to the ocean and you're totally oblivious,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
versus someone, it's almost like my prayer, I'm sure your prayer is the ocean. When you're in the ocean, and it's a prayer without words.
Right.
No words need to be spoken. Silence.
Yeah.
I kind of look like we're now turning almost to the old man in the sea. And yet it's really incredible. That I never could imagine, 50 some odd years ago that here we are now. And my theory is that the older you get, the faster time goes.
Oh, no question.
Yeah.
No question.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't true, but I know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But what I like, is through meditation, I know that this is an infinite journey. That granted, this human body, it's going to go back to the source. Nobody gets a free ride. And nobody can get a second body while you're alive. So
No.
that's why I got involved with preventative medicine when I was 18 years old. Somehow I had the wisdom inside of me to say, I'm going to take care of this body. I don't believe in Western medicine, you know, because Western medicine mostly is push-pull energy, right? You take
Yeah.
a pill and it has a side effect.
Right.
Even you watch these commercials on TV, and it can cause death.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
They're,
I
they're
say to
almost,
myself,
they actually, they play like a comedy.
yeah, exactly, exactly. Yeah.
Just like the side effects, there's so many side effects and that are so deadly. And it's like, you get done with a commercial and you think, why the hell would anybody take this?
But my view of the world is common sense is uncommon. You know, what we are talking about should be common sense.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, this is my personal fear. The more a society goes away from nature,
Yeah.
the more neurotic, you know, a society will be, the more division a society will be, the more blaming, you know, the more, you know, I'm going to wear a mask, I'm not going to wear a mask, you know, where all the common sense, you know, gets thrown out the door.
Right. No, I
Because
agree.
go ahead.
Well, I think you're right. And I think that's, I think that the people that control the system, they want it that way because they profit from it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And so it's up to every individual just try to not go down the path of that our human overlords want us to follow, which is you know, what would I say? It's become sort of demonic in a sense. I mean, it's really, it's a degraded way of living. And I think the more you live within the natural world, the better off you are.
Yeah.
You know, this entertainment, constant entertainment, is constantly on your media. I don't think that's good for people.
No, yeah. Oh, I totally agree with that. Yeah. And for me, it's kind of like, you know, breathing is like surfing. Just think, every breath you take is a wave, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And most human beings aren't aware of it. You know, and just think, if we as a civilization, imagine if every single moment we connected to that wave, to the essence of breath. Because without our breath, you know, try to hold your breath for 10, 15 minutes, you know, without breath, a person is deader than a doornail. So then, and for me, it's a wave, isn't it? There's a, I call it, it's almost like a cosmic wave is keeping us alive. And that's why we feel maybe so much in harmony with the ocean, because the ocean is you know, the ocean of life for us. If there's no ocean, there's no life on Earth, right? Without water.
Yeah, well, and I think that, yeah, the culture, the popular culture, it tries to detour you from that. You know, I like what you said about your breathing being a wave, and just if people just connected on that simple level,
Mm-hmm.
it just would serve humanity a lot better.
Yeah.
Now, with your meditation, how long do you meditate every day?
Usually about an hour and a half a day. I've been doing that. You know, and in the beginning, I would meditate for 5, 6 hours. You know,
Wow.
for me, I have a love of it. I mean, talking about and touching the source, it kind of, I don't think I can meditate for 1,000,000,000,000 years and it'll still be one step, on that journey. That I can't even begin to tell you how it's as real as surfing. Let's put it that way. Imagine, closing your eyes, and there's a universe of light, inside of us. Quantum, that the mystics and the quantum scientists are both talking about the same thing. Before, I thought meditation was the kingdom of heaven, but now I realize, no, it's the quantum field. That's what I'm seeing. That's what I'm being connected to, is the quantum field. The quantum field exists in all dimensions, past, present, and future. It's infinite. And it took me, good 45 years, to realize that the mystics and the scientists were both talking about the same thing.
I think that's, people describe it in different ways. And I know when my dad died, I had an experience where I kind of went into a dimension of, and it was right when he died. I went into the sort of a dimension where this is exactly how it felt. There was no past, there was no present, there was no future. And I feel like I got a little glimpse into the infinite. And it was eye-opening. I mean, it was a revelation,
Mm-hmm.
And I suspect that's where you try to go with your meditation, is that state.
Yeah. And it's like, 45 years ago or 48 years ago, when I first started to learn how to meditate, it would take me an hour to get into that state that you're talking with. And now I close my eyes and I'm automatically there.
Wow.
And it's just like, remember what I was saying, the more you pay attention to something, the more attention it pays to you. Well, it's the same thing with the quantum field, and the universe is your best friend, but we don't know it, it's keeping us alive, there's no, as people say, oh, the universe can't exist inside. Well, tell me, if quantum energy exists everywhere, how is it gonna exclude you? Hey, Nick Roth, hey, I'm not, I'm gonna exclude you from the picture. It's not infinite, is it?
I agree with that. I agree, because I find that any exclusionary belief is not valid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I mean, you know what I mean, is where you have to say, pray to certain people or deities or whatever. Anything that's exclusionary, I think, is wrong.
Yep. Oh, I totally agree with that.
Because
and I also feel like we are all chemists, every single one of us.
Mm-hmm.
Our chemistry is inside of us. Just think, when a person gets angry, which turn on the news.
Yeah, right.
And just think, the moment a person gets angry, automatically 1,500 harmful chemicals, gets released in the human body. Scientists have now proven this. So in Western society, they can't even turn off the faucet of adrenaline. And this was, I've been learning this, studying this for the past. My passion also is science. I love to learn, the latest scientific discoveries, especially when it pertains to our human body.
Mm-hmm.
And scientists know that we can overcome that system. 95% of our actions come from our subconscious, while only 5% comes from our conscious. So being aware in meditation, we can actually then reprogram. And that's why I like being a programmer, you know, for 35 years. I took that concept and now I program myself. I'm rewiring my own circuits. So everyone gets angry, that's our bodies are wired for that. But what we do with that anger is a different thing. So instead of holding on to it and let it fester, we're a person. You and I, we let's say when we were kids, whenever we felt, angry or just, pissed off towards the world, what would we do? We would go into the ocean, right? We would surf. After surfing, we would come out of the water. We would have a care in the world.
Yeah.
So and that's the way, that meditation is the same way for me. Everyone has their own different expressions. Yours is from what I've seen, is the wave of life. That feeling of being in the ocean doesn't escape you while you're on land.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. See, and I think that's a precious gift that surfing gave you. So we're all hardwired differently. What works for one person is poison for another person. There's no one set all solution, is there?
No, I think it's just like I just try to flow through any situation and not.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's all you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and talking about flowing, recently that I read this book, The Tao Te Ching, which is by Lao Tzu. It is about 2,500 years old. And imagine this, I've had this on my bookshelf for a good 40 years. I pick up chapter 1, I read it, I liked it, and I couldn't go any further. So during the shutdown, I decided, okay, well, I'm going to master this book. I'm going to learn, what this book, has to offer. So I went through the 81 chapters, a chapter a day. Basically, it's one page a day. And then I did a commentary on it. And basically, Lao Tzu was kind of even talking about surfing back then, where he said, just like the sun, has nothing to prove, it shines. That water is the softest element on earth, but it's the most powerful element on earth. You don't want to mess, with water. It has both sides of the coin,
Right.
But its nature is calming. Its nature is in harmony, and he was even warning, the Chinese back then, saying that, basically the same situation they had in China back then is the same situation we have in the United States today.
Wow. Interesting.
And even the terms of ruling, he says you want a ruler not to rule with an iron fist. You want a ruler to have the heart of a child who's interested, and governing not by rules, but with wisdom, with love, patience, tolerance. And you never want to rule over anybody. You want everyone to be at the same level, because in essence, we are all at the same level. So this is the kind of stuff, that I learned, and it goes
it's great. It's great.
Politics.
I think there's a lot of people in charge of things that should read that book.
Yeah, you go.
because they're not doing it.
Yeah, and they have no intentions to either.
No, they don't. No. But those things they'll correct. I mean, they have to. It's inevitable.
So yeah, this is definitely an incredible journey. That's why, my brother is looking forward, to listening to this, because he says, what, because John was always, interested in your life, and somewhat I don't know if you're, well, it's not guarded, but you're kind of protective in terms of, well, there's no ego there, no showmanship, this is what what you get, with Nick, it's deep, but most people, I don't think they understand deepness,
Well, I'm not trying to be deep.
Well, I know I say,
I'm trying to reflect
yeah,
honestly.
but what I'm saying is the deeper a person is in my eyes, the more I want to be around that person,
I enjoy deep conversation. I really, I because the older I get, the more I don't know. It's it's endless, and that's one thing I don't mind about getting older is that I love to learn, and I was resistant to it because of the way this most of our teachers weren't really interested in being there any more than I was.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
If I find something that interests me, I go all in, and with the internet, there's no limit to how much you can learn.
Mhm.
And so that's the one nice thing about being older. The best thing for me is it's has stoked my curiosity to learn.
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's the driving force in my life. Just think, for 4 years ago, I've written over 25 books in 4 years. I had done like 81, CD collections, and what it is, there will never be enough, in terms of growing and learning, as you say, it's boundless, it's endless, isn't it? That's
Yeah, that's one reason I wish we didn't die when we do, because I don't think that's interest is ever going to wane.
yeah, no,
Yeah.
but I think personally, as a society, we can live a lot longer that we're programmed to.
I
And
would agree totally.
people think
Yeah.
that 80 years old or 90 is the limit. And so imagine you have the subconscious, 90 is the limit, 90 is the limit, 90 is the limit.
Yeah.
And I have friends who live their life like that. I have one guy who's 60 years old, and he tells me he's going to retire in 1 year because he knows by the time he's 80 that he'll probably die. And I tell him, hey Bruce, what your thoughts are powerful. What you program in your mind, and you tell it to go down to the subconscious. I'm going to die when I'm 80 years old. Well, that's a death sentence, And
I think there's a lot to that, actually. I really do. I think that if those thoughts creep into your head, you should exercise them, because it's not good. Because
yeah,
once in a while I'll start to have thoughts, I'm this age, and I feel like this, and it's negativity you don't need. It's just better to think optimistically about your future, always.
yeah. Have you ever done any research on Bruce Lipton? He's Bruce Lipton. He was at Stanford University in the 60s. This is kind of like an interesting story. Imagine he was a young intern, and one day in the 60s, he was probably in his early 20s, and he looked in a high-powered microscope on cells, and he noticed, at a certain magnification, that cells had antennas on them. And so he kind of scratched his head. At that time, he was totally, an atheist. And he was a scientist, of course, so he didn't believe in, anything except for science.
Right.
And then he thought, antennas, and this was, when we had rabbit antennas and all the TVs. So he thought, okay, well, a TV, it receives a signal, and then from that signal, it broadcasts and it produces a picture. And he goes, and then he, you know, at the same time, you know, he was into quantum theory, and he thought, well, maybe these cells all have antennas, and the quantum field is broadcasting to us, you know, and there's the power, the mechanism that keeps everything alive. These cells are conscious. These cells are aware.
Right.
There's trillions of cells in the human body. Each one is different and distinct, but if they're all coherent, they all work with one another. So imagine this, in a matter of 5 minutes, this whole belief system changed.
Think about it. What underlies everything to the smallest particle is there has to be knowledge there.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That has to be the basis of everything.
Yeah.
Well, all living things for sure, because it's and that thought, and means how does the whole system operate if there isn't a basis of knowledge underneath it all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a guy named George Bartholomew or something, Bertard. Anyway, this guy in 1920, he had a theory. It's called panentheism, and what that theory is that the entire universe is alive. Back then, you know, scientists would kind of chuckle, yeah. But then years later, you know, a lot of scientists are getting on that bandwagon, and they're, you know, in the quantum field, that they're saying that there must be intelligence everywhere. You know, there's a unified field, you know, that ties us all, that ties the entire universe together.
Yeah, well, things don't just operate on inertia. There has to be some energy driving it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Anything that just is propelled by inertia, the inertia runs out of steam.
Yeah.
You know, push a ball down a bowling ball eventually stops.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so there's got to be energy driving everything.
So that's what kind of propelled me early. You know, I kind of felt there was a cosmic engine of life.
Yeah.
You know, and that energy doesn't need any fuel, you know, by itself. It's self-generating. You know,
right.
There's no time for that engine. That engine has always been there. You know, that kind of boggles. I remember as a kid thinking about that. You know, how can something be infinite? You know, and I thought long and hard on that, mind you. And my basically my mind would fry because you can't. You know, and that's where, you know,
get your head around that concept. You really you can't really fully grasp it.
Exactly. Yeah, I saw this. I got to show you this incredible video that I discovered. There's a guy named David Bohm, who was a a quantum physicist. He was imagine he was 15 years old in high school, and he did a paper on quantum physics. And you know, so all the scientists, well, how can this young kid learn? To make a long story short, he goes to Berkeley. And remember, you know, Oppenheimer, you know, the father of the atomic bomb.
Yeah.
Well, this guy was supposed to be he was a student of Oppenheimer, and he was his favorite and most prestige student. And so the Oppenheimer got the job at Los Alamos to develop the atomic bomb. He wanted David Bohm to come along with him. Well, anyway, David Bohm, he thought outside the box. You know, his politics were outside the box. And this was during the McCarthy era. Remember that, Joe? You know, there's a coming underneath your bed.
Yeah.
But anyway, they wouldn't hire him. You know, he was blacklisted. He had to leave the country because no one would hire him. United States government, you know, once you're blacklisted, and especially you're a quantum physicist, you know, you can't get a job in the United States. So he goes to Israel, and then in Israel, he meets his future wife, and they get married. And a couple of years later, his wife reads this book on a guy named Krishnamurti. And Krishnamurti talked about the observer and what you observe. And then she said, you got interested in that. She says, hey, David, that's what you do. You're a quantum physicist. You do the same thing. You observe the observer, and the observer observes the observed. And he says, yeah, that's right. So anyway, they meet, and then they have a 20-year discussions on the merging of science and mystics. Both of them are talking about the same thing. I'll show you that. I'll keep you a link to it.
I've read, God, I can't remember the guy's name that I read. He's a physicist. And I read a couple of books of his, and they were.
Oh, Stephen Hawkins?
No, not Stephen Hawkins. This was, it's, I'll look through my books and I'll let you know who it is.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway, but he talks about how basically there's a merging of a lot of religious thought and quantum physics. It merges. It's not incompatible.
Yeah.
In other words, as far as the infinite nature of it. God, I wish I could remember his name. I haven't read his books in years.
Oh, okay.
But he was just, because most scientists are atheists.
Yeah.
And they don't believe in anything outside of what is hard science. And this guy said, no, there's room for both. They both can coexist. And I agree with that. I think there's things outside of science. I mean, they can try to explain it, but I think in nature, there's things that man can never know.
Yeah, I definitely.
I mean, until we pass away, and then maybe we'll find out.
But the way I look at it, the human body is hardwired for that experience. But we're never, imagine we have a car that's sitting in the garage and it's gathering dust, and that car is meant to be driven. And it's the same thing. Our whole nervous system is built to have that experience. But we were never taught that in school, did we? We were never taught. Just think as simple as concentrating on your breath is kind of like the most simplest thing. Breathing is kind of like the key to the universe. And yet, I remember, as a kid, I would tell people to meditate on their breath, and people would roll their eyes and say, Richard, what are you talking about? And years later, most of my, acquaintances, I would say, the key to the entire universe is behind your breath. They would roll their eyes, and yet the funny thing is that's our body was hardwired for that.
Right.
But
yeah, I guess that is the source, isn't it?
Yeah. But and I remember, or even good old dear Pat Hubble. I remember hearing a story once when he first started to meditate, and he gave up because the mind was so powerful. And I wrote a book about dragons, and so the dragons taught these Tibetan kids how to meditate. And about a week later, they came with the dragons and said, "What do I do? My mind, is so powerful. What do I do?" And I feel like I'm going crazy. And then all the dragons would laugh, because that's evolution. Nobody gets a free ride on that. You have. They say to conquer the mind is the most difficult thing to do in the universe. is conquering the mind. You know, even right now during this epidemic, so many of our friends are totally bored. You know, and when you're bored, you do things that aren't rational, that shouldn't be done. You know, that's why
Right.
this virus is getting worse and worse, because our boredom inside is driving us to do. We want things to be normal again, but not for a long, long time, right?
Oh, that's funny. I there's some guy I watch on YouTube, and he makes funny videos about how, especially when a lot of the celebrities that are so narcissistic, and they're just having meltdowns because they can't get their attention fix. You know, they're going crazy because they've weaned themselves, you know, on constant attention, and
Mhm.
they're not getting it, and it's driving them nuts. And it's funny. I think it's funny.
Oh. Well, it's like the difference between putting someone in solitary confinement in prison, they'll go nuts, but then you would put like a mystic or someone who loves to meditate into a room, and they will love every single moment of it.
Yeah.
And it's a difference. It's the matter of the mind, isn't it? You know.
Yeah. And that's a really difficult thing to. Well, I haven't mastered it,
Yeah. Well, I haven't either. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and I don't think it's possible. I mean, it's possible to get better at it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's possible to master it. I think you can. There's some people that can get close, but I'm not one of them.
Yeah.
I wish I was,
Uh-huh.
but my mind is it gets away from me sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
know,
for everyone.
I have anxieties and,
Mm-hmm.
you know, frustrations, and, you know, I don't. I'm better than I used to be, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm a long ways from
Mm-hmm.
being a master.
Yeah. Yeah, and for me, to be honest, over the years, like uh, when I first started meditating, my mind was chattering all the time, and it's
Right.
just like the noise level, you know, on the volume. Slowly over time, you know, it goes down. But I don't know, as you're saying, if it's ever possible to reach a level where there's no mind, you know, especially, you know, while you're alive in this human body. You know,
Right.
so you know, so a
Yeah,
person
because you're
can,
dealing with all the foibles of being human.
yeah, exactly. So a person can be in the center of the hurricane, you know, but even still in the center, there's the small winds of the mind, you know, will still be there. Versus, you know, like a majority of a society, that there were like leaves blowing in the wind. You know, we they never stop and
Totally.
wonder.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good metaphor. Yeah, I agree with that.
Mm-hmm. And I think surfing it has kind of taught you, you know, that's where, you know, the further away you are from nature, the more intense the mind will be. You from day one have learned that the ocean cures everything. It eases, you know, it's just a comforter,
No
you know,
question.
it brings you into a state of ease, you know, you kind of give up, you know, it's instead of struggling, you know, nature, you know, it's like a wipeout, right? Well, first things we learned when as a kid, when you wiped out, don't struggle.
Yeah,
The worse you struggle, the worse it's going to get, you know.
exactly.
Uh,
Yeah, no, that's really true. That's really true. It's always, every time I've gotten in the water, it's always been better afterwards. Always.
what was the worst wipeout you ever had? You know, where you really felt, you know, like, oh my gosh, you know, that how am I going to survive this? I'm sure you've had those maybe in Hawaii.
Yeah, well, there's one that that comes to mind all the time, and when I was over there, I was surfing backyards, and which is backyard sunset, and I got over towards Sunset Point, and on this particular swell, as the surf gets bigger as it moves towards proper Sunset Beach. So I was moving that way. I was paddling back out. Now I was sort of dragged over towards like Sunset Point, and I was trying to get through a set. And, there was no leashes back then. And as I kept drifting towards like Rocky Point, the waves kept getting bigger. They step ladder. And I didn't make it over one of the last waves of the set, and I tried to hang on to my board, and it threw me back over the falls with my board, and it kind of knocked the wind out of me, and my board just squirted away like a bar of soap. And so I found myself out of breath and getting dragged into the impact zone at sunset, and it was big.
Oh, wow.
And there's no lifeguards. Nobody saw me, because I came from backyards. I wasn't even in the lineup at sunset. And I just kept getting pounded by these sets, and I was too far out to get in and too far in to get out. And so I was just getting pounded, and I started to panic. And I said to myself, if you don't panic, you might die. If you continue to panic, you will die.
Wow. Yeah.
And so that I just said that to myself, and it was like the only thing that calmed me down, because I knew the only thing I could do is not panic.
Mm-hmm.
And I was able to get to the beach, and that was my closest call ever in surfing. I didn't know if I was going to make it. I didn't know.
Wow.
So yeah, that was a serious moment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my worst.
Uh-huh.
Now, didn't you guys surf Cloud Break?
Yeah, we did. That's scary.
You told me about that. I'll never forget that. You told me about Cloud Break, and I could tell by the way you were telling me that place is radical, gnarly.
Oh gosh. I like surfing for fun, but not for
Yeah.
fun
Yeah.
and death. Here it was, I was surfing, like the North Shore of Maui. I could surf Hokipa, as big as it gets. I would surf places like Pakakalo, and surf, 20-foot faces, I could do. But Cloud Break, the reef, Hawaiian's reef is kindergarten compared to the reef at Cloud Break. Cloud Break, the reef is university level in terms of sharpness.
Wow.
It's live. It can tear you to shreds.
Wow.
To be honest, I did not have a good time, surfing Cloud Break. Nor did I have a good time even surfing Tavarua. I got restaurants at an incredible day, but that reef's intimidating. Really, I thought Hawaii was intimidating, but this was on a whole different level.
Wow.
You had this incredible power, and only like restaurants only breaks in probably 3 feet of water. you know, and you got coral that it's just the slightest touch will cut you to shreds. So yeah, you know, I thought all my life, you know, I heard about Tavarua.
Right.
You know, well, I went there. Now Chicama was a story. Oh my gosh, first time I ever heard about Chicama was at your house, sophomore year in high school. You had the Surfer magazine, and they had these perfect lefts. I don't know if you remember it, but there was a I think it was a cover of the magazine, and they just had these lefts. At that time, it's probably one of the longest waves in the world. You could ride a wave for over a
Isn't
mile.
that Peru?
In Peru, yeah.
Yeah.
And it's offshore winds. So
Wow.
and it breaks best during Holy Week, you know, Easter week. So I went there during the perfect time, and I just had myself and a surfer from Argentina.
Wow.
So we surfed like 6-foot perfect waves. I mean, you know, every day I would think, you know, well, I sure wish my dear friend Nick was here. It was you know, when I saw that, first thing that came to my mind is there is a God.
That's awesome.
It was the most perfection surf break I ever saw, because the winds blows offshore all the time. I never saw onshore winds. It's on the desert, so the winds just come from the desert and out to sea.
So that's the best surf you've ever ridden.
That's the best surf, yeah, by far. Yeah.
Wow, that's
Yeah.
impressive.
Yeah.
That's
And back then it was real cheap. You know, we stayed at a guy named El Hombre, you know, that means the man, and he just had these simple huts and I would have, you know, like seafood, you know, fresh fish. You know, it's a fisherman's village, so they had all kinds of incredible fish. And then they had, you know, vegetables and rice and beans. You know, I think I was there for about 2 weeks. You know, just living there, you know, and just, you know, chilling out.
nice.
Uh-huh.
No McDonald's.
Pardon me?
No McDonald's.
Yeah, no McDonald's. Yeah.
Doesn't sound like McDonald's.
Yeah.
It sounds like you were eating a good diet at that place.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. Uh-huh.
There's nothing like that. And is Peruvian food? God, I had Peruvian food up here.
Ceviche.
Well, ceviche, and it was too hot.
Oh, was it? Okay. Oh.
Yeah. How was your Peruvian food that you had? Was it too hot for you?
No, not at all. Actually, I thought Peruvian food was kind of, especially what I had, what was super mild. You know, ceviche.
Wow.
You know, I imagine I was surfing this place called Senoritas in Caballeros. Imagine having a bay, and so there's incredible lefts, probably about 100, 200 yard lefts on this side. And then on the other side of the bay were rights, caballeros. And so there'd be like 100, 200 yard rights. So I just surfed it for about 6 hours straight, got out of the water, and this restaurant on the beach was closed. But when they heard, you know, I haven't eaten all day, they made fresh ceviche for me. And all it was fish, lime juice, onions, and masa, you know, and the masa was corn. The corn kernels were probably about that big, about, let's see here, about that big.
Ooh,
So
wow.
Yeah. So wow, that was, to be honest, that was one of the best meals, you know, that I've ever had, you know. And so it wasn't spicy. The only spice was cilantro, you know, fresh coriander. Yeah.
What do you recall the type of fish it was? Like probably rockfish?
I'm not sure. I mean, yeah, I don't remember. Yeah. All I know is it was delicious.
Yeah. Well, those simple meals that you get, they're usually the best. I had lobster taco or lobster burritos deep down in Baja. This was a house, and it just said, it had a sign that said, I think it said comida on it, and we just pulled in. I didn't know what to expect. And we had lobster burritos, and I still to this day, it's the best meal I've ever had.
Wow.
Just a funky little shack.
Mm-hmm.
but they, you know, those faraway places. I mean, some of the food you get is just outrageous. The way they prepare it is like nothing you've ever had, you know.
I remember you telling me about your mom making mole.
Oh yeah, yeah. She was a good cook.
Uh-huh.
She was a good cook. She was she was a good cook, and I remember I didn't like exotic foods for a period of my life. I can't remember what grade I was in, maybe sixth grade.
Mm-hmm.
And so she made me a hamburger every night for a year. And while they were eating gourmet meals,
What I remember about your house is for lunch you would have liver pate sandwiches.
We would have those, and remember she would also make us avocado, melted cheese, sprouts, tomatoes on wheatberry bread. Remember those?
Oh yeah. Oh gosh. Oh yeah. Uh-huh.
She treated us good as
Yeah, she
in the
did.
culinary department.
Uh-huh. Did I ever tell you that's my passion is ethnic food cooking?
I know it is.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. So we won't go into that area.
We could go deep. Well, you could. I could. I could tell you about burgers. I mean,
Well, I always tell my friends now about your mom with the art. You know, it's kind of, as you're saying, is what you pay attention to at the time. You're kind of ignorant of your house was full all that incredible artwork, which I liked it, but I had no idea, you know, and I didn't even ask, you know, I should have been, you know, inquisitive. Hey, my mom did this, you know,
we were young. Young, you know. I mean, our interests were elsewhere. But,
yeah.
But I found it interesting, you know, and I appreciate it much more now as an adult than I did when I was a kid. I mean, I just grew up with it, and a lot of her stuff was a little bit more on the abstract side, and my brain wasn't ready to process abstracts at that point. You know, I needed to be painted a pretty picture that I could understand. You know what I mean? I didn't really understand impressionism and seeing things that seeing different things in every piece, you know, as each person could see a little bit something different in some of her pieces, you know. But I wasn't sophisticated enough as a kid to really appreciate that.
Mm-hmm. And I think your mom's paintings. Have you heard you know who Carl Jung is with archetype symbols?
Yeah.
I think paintings like that touches, you know, a part of our subconscious that we're not even aware of.
Yeah.
So you know, you take a look at that painting, and there's a symbol represents, you know, something. So those paintings represent maybe a part of us that we don't even know, you know, that exists. It's kind of like someone's knocking at your door, right? And that's what the paintings kind of represent. Knock, knock, you know, someone is here, you know?
Yeah. Well, I get a lot of satisfaction from looking at especially the big watercolor. I love it. And it always gave me a nice feeling to look at it. It had a really nice flow about it. And, but I like it even more now as an adult. And, but you're right, it evokes a feeling, you know, and I think you hit on something, because that's what good art does. It stirs your emotion, you know.
Mm-hmm. And that kind of affects, you say, your subconscious and your genes. So somehow, you know, your mom's genes are they're part of yours, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
So those talents, you know, that your mom have, you know, maybe you don't have the same talents per se, but you have that same talent of being creative, inquisitive, you know.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I think, yeah, I like to think that. I mean, it's just expressed in a different way, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And my dad was talented too. He was actually wanted to be a writer, but you know, necessity, uh, you know, demanded that he be a machinist. You know, that's where he could make good money doing as a machinist. But he really wanted to be a writer,
hmm
and he had really an inquisitive mind. And I feel like I'm a lot more like my dad uh, in that regard as I've gotten older,
Yeah.
because he was, you know, the thing that he picked up on you was that um, he was into computers back then at their inception,
Wow. Whoa.
and he was at a pretty advanced age to be diving into that. But he was like fearless with anything that was mechanical or complicated.
hmm
So he was doing computing from the get-go, and he was intrigued, and he knew that was the future.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I didn't. I I
hmm
I didn't see anything in it like he did.
hmm
And I've been computer basically illiterate till till probably 12 years ago. I mean, I I'm still lame when it comes to tech,
hmm
but
And
he embraced it.
hmm and I think your dad also saw my brothers and I's past, because you know, as you remember, we were brought up in the house of the future.
Right.
So we had that same kind of inventions, you know, like your dad have, in order to create those parts for the aerospace industry. And you know, our father and grandfather had an aerospace company called Fletcher Aviation.
Oh, wow.
So
Interesting.
so it's kind of amazing, you know, that how your dad, yeah, he was pretty right on, you know, by tapping in, you know, it had some kind of a ability there, you know, especially, you know, because I look back years later. Yeah, Mr. Roth, yeah, that guy, he was pretty incredible for its time. You couldn't explain that to anybody, you know, back then, you know.
Well, he was really understated,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
really understated, and so he wasn't really a boisterous personality. He was a low key guy, but
hmm
he was real smart. He told me something one time. I never forgot it. I was so sure about myself about something. You know, I was pontificating about something. I was in my early 20s or something, and I can't even remember the subject. Uh, but I was so sure of myself. And at the end of my little soliloquy, he goes, "Don't be so sure." And after all these years, I've learned that everything I was saying was wrong, and he was right.
hmm
He was cautioning me, "Don't be
hmm
so sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're young. This is what you believe now.
hmm
You're you're going to learn different, you know." But
uh-huh.
he just wasn't bombastic about it. He
Yeah.
didn't argue with me,
Uh-huh.
and he didn't say I was wrong.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
said, "Don't be so sure."
Yeah. Uh-huh.
I'll never forget it.
Uh-huh.
It's like he knew a lot more than he let on sometimes.
Uh-huh. That's
So
like that song, remember Father and Son with Cat Stevens.
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
think
yeah.
that would be really, you know, your dad, you know,
Right.
talking to you, you know.
Yeah,
You know, take
exactly.
your time, you know, think a lot, you know.
Yeah, that's a great song.
Uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
haven't thought about that in a long time, for sure.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. we're definitely getting wiser, you know.
I hope so.
Yeah, I hope so. Yeah.
I hope I'm not getting dumber.
Yeah.
That would be a disaster.
Uh,
But anyway, I should probably get wrapping this up soon.
yeah, definitely. So, yeah, oh boy, this has been incredible. You know, I definitely over the years love our friendship, and it just kind of grows and morphs and changes and it gets better. So,
No, it doesn't change that much.
no, I mean, yeah,
I don't see you any differently, really much than I ever did. You know,
just only this, right? You know.
Yeah. Well, you've got the pandemic due, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been able to get out and get a haircut once. I got to, but yeah, I don't think we changed that much. You know, and I just saw Dale. He just left this morning, and it's like we're still basically the same people.
Yeah.
Which is good, because that just tells me I had a good judge of character even at a young age.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important. You know, friends that I've had when I was young, they're still my friends, and I think that's I don't know. I think I've chosen well in that department.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah, you're a friend from when Molokai. What's his name?
Ron Van Ornum.
Yeah, Van Ornum. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think he's either right on the verge, or he just had a hip replacement. And I was talking to you the other day about that.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have one in September. So that's my last surgery for some time. But unfortunately, I need it. My hip is really in bad shape.
Yeah, you told me. Yeah.
But you know, it's going to get me back out in the water. So that's really the purpose of it. I mean, I can limp around with some pain. I'm not completely debilitated, but I really want to get back out in the water. I miss it.
Well, best of luck on that. Yeah.
Thanks.
Send you whatever came my way to when you're in surgery, to have the surgeon do the perfect thing. Yeah. So you come out smiling, short recovery, and then surf.
Exactly. Well, thanks. I appreciate that, Rick.
All right. Well, I call this Talk Story with Nick Roth.
Right on. I enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun, Rick. Yeah.
Okay.
Give my best to your brother. I always like.
I will. Yeah. Give my best to your wife. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Bye, Rick.
Bye.
Let me introduce Zoran. Zoran is an entity who is known in other dimensions as logos. Logos on this planet comes from the Greek word which means word or power. The Bible talks about logos as the word. In the beginning was the word, and the word was with God, and the word was God. Zoran was the personification of that word. The first time I met him was in Phoenix, Arizona. A few of my friends saw him and said I might like to see him. They said he was real different and liked to teach with toes. Zoran is channeled by my car. When he comes into her body, he takes over much like Mafu. Anyway, we arrived late to the hall. I see the program has started. From a loudspeaker, I hear a voice which sounds like Mafu. I'm thrown for a loop and ask myself, why is Mafu's tape being broadcasted through the sound system? I sit down and see that this voice is actually Zoran. I love the way Zoran was. His whole teaching was through games and laughter. He had all these stuffed toys that he would hand out. At one part of the program, he started to pull out people from the audience. He pulled me out and gave me an orange ball. He then proceeded to ask each one of us what this toy meant to you. When it came to me, he asked me about the orange ball he gave me. I told him that orange represents collagen, the substance which ties the cells together. Without collagen, the cells would fall apart. This ball represents a life force which keeps the entire universe together, otherwise it would fall apart. He just laughed and blinked his eyes and said, "Good answer." That night I was very intrigued by Zoran. I knew that we were best of friends. I wanted to talk to him personally. The following day, a meeting was arranged. The first part of the meeting was spent in such laughter. People outside the rooms, it was like an auditory of people laughing. There was only 3 of us. At one point, Zoran said, "If I laugh anymore, we'll have to leave this physical body. It will cause damage to her body." At this time, the tone became more serious. I learned I was a student of his at a planet called Newfoundland. This school was learning about the ways to split open the atom using one's mind. The school was built on practical experience. It was truly a mystery school. Makar and I were both students in this school. Zoran told me many wonderful things. We became real good friends. At one of the seminars, he had always called me. I became a friend just like the good old days. I remember one day he asked me, "What do you think about women?" Well, I said, "I want to solve that mystery." He said that someone special was going to happen and that very soon I would meet the woman of my dreams. The next day, I had a dream where I met my future wife, Barbara. A voice came to her and said, "When you meet this person, you should get to know them." A month later, I was staying at a friend's house and Barbara walked into the house. I recognized her at once. I played it quite cool because I knew that destiny would be played out. The rest is history. Zoran taught me a lot of techniques of getting in touch with myself. His whole style was through laughter. He said that laughter and joy create such a frequency that it sinks in subconsciously. He had a great analogy that when you go to the bathroom, you don't inspect your stools. He said so many people struggle to reach happiness. Life is not a struggle. Life is not a battle. Life is fun and humorous. I never laughed as much as with Zoran. He taught me a new angle of life. We are all shaped by our family. I feel so fortunate to be blessed to be born into this family line. My parents and grandparents raised me to where my life is today. I really was nurtured in love and consideration of others. I learned how to respect life and respect all human beings. The sense of adventure and the sense of learning with joy was instilled in me. Life was incredible. At a young age, I was introduced to seeing the future and bringing ideas into the present. I was only 2 years old when my dad and grandfather built the house of the future. At my young age, my mom and dad introduced me to ethnic cuisine from around the world. To this day, I love trying out different and new cuisines. My mom gave me the sense of travel. She loved to travel, and that was instilled in me. I learned how to appreciate different customs, ways of seeing things, and being open to life. Life taught me to appreciate every country and value its essence. My grandmother Josie taught me the love of God. She'd always say that God loves you. Her mother was friends with Mary Baker Eddy, the founder of Christian Science. My brother-in-law and I loved being in her company. She was a joy to be around. She played the piano and sang many wonderful songs to us. During the winter, she would go to the Palm Desert and bring back pine nuts and fresh dates. She had a juicer that was handed down to my brother after many years of use. My grandfather's Cliff hobby was rock collecting. When they came to visit, he would do a slideshow of his current trip. My wife Barbara would have been great friends if he was still alive. As a family, we would love to visit my grandmother and grandfather in Santa Barbara. I remember going to horse shows and going to the Elvis Presley movies. My grandfather would make the world's best enchiladas. I have the recipe on my cooking site. This dish is over 60 years old. I have had many incredible times being with them. During the holidays, both sides of my grandparents would come to visit. I love the sense of family in the air. My brother and I will always remember the times my dad would drive us to go surfing. We would get to the ocean very early in the morning. My dad would drive to Big Corona, and we would surf until noon, and then we'd paddle through the harbor for an hour. My dad suffered a stroke and was in a coma for a month. When he came out of the coma, he was changed completely. For the first time, I saw that he knew it was a miracle to be alive. His entire outlook on life changed. He realized that life is precious. He lived another 10 years after that. He saw that he had a golden opportunity to experience life at its fullest. My mom has taught me to see the bright side of life. If you're down in the dumps, she taught me, and only you can pull yourself up. Attitude is everything. She taught me to enjoy the adventures of life. I gained so much from her and her way of thinking. She taught me not to hold on to the past and to forgive what others have done to you. She has a great sense of humor, which I love. What can I say about my twin brother John? We came into this world together and are such good friends. We had the same path of self-discovery. Both of us have been meditating for over 45 years. He has discovered a passion in writing music. In the past 4 years, he has created over 1,000 songs. He creates songs about life and the incredible journey of life. My daughter, Aaliyah, has really become an incredible person. She is kind, full of wisdom, and loves to help people. She is deeply spiritual without any pretense. She has a great heart. I'm tremendously proud of her. My daughter, Leilani, has really blossomed in the last 10 years. She got married to a wonderful man named Moai. He is from Egypt. They have 3 beautiful children. I love their family. They're an inspiration for me. Family truly is the backbone of life.
The lyrics of the song. My brother John and I collaborate together to make these music sayings. I'm not sure what to call them. Around 17 years ago, I went to a poetry convention where a member of the Doors gave a poetry reading. It wasn't an ordinary reading. It combined music and poetry together. I never heard anything quite like that. I was mesmerized. A few years later, a friend sends me a CD of poems by Rumi. Each poem had a different famous person reading the poetry and music behind it. To make a long story short, my brother starts to create music almost out of nowhere. Now, at that time, we were in the early 60s, yet both of us learned that we had something special. No, you may not think so. Beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder. Yet, we have been meditating combined for 92 years. We've been around the block a few times. We love to meditate. Many people don't. From the beginning, we loved it. Meditation was our hobby. Both of us try to go deep inside and the creativity come out. It's kind of like surfing. One sits in the ocean and all of a sudden a wave comes in. You catch the wave and have the ride of your life. In the same way, You sit still and listen. The wave of life comes in and you ride it. No, we aren't professionals, yet we are amateurs. An amateur loves what he is doing. We may break many rules when it comes to this, yet day by day we are learning. We love what we do. Our audience is small. We don't actually promote ourselves. We just feel to be compelled to do this. You see, we're beginning to see signposts of God everywhere. Our message is hope during these crazy times. We love humanity.
Johnny, the music maker. Johnny, or John, is my twin brother. Many moons ago, my brother and I learned how to meditate. We still are learning. My brother creates the background music for these poems. Each poem is crafted from within. I'm proud of the music my brother makes. It's like little Johnny is tapping into the source of life and putting a unique melody down. Years of practicing meditation allows him to dive deep for this precious jewel. The jewel is the music that can help inspire you. The melody helps calm down the body, mind, and soul. Can you imagine bringing a taste of heaven down to earth? This is where little Johnny's music comes from. You see, meditation opens the door inside to heaven. By opening the door for many moons, one begins to transform and change. The journey is from darkness to light. Somewhere along the way, we are all on this incredible journey. I've been listening to little Johnny's music for almost 9 months. I wake up and brush my teeth. I go into the office and put my headphones on. While listening to the music, I write these poems. The music melts my heart. The music and world and words meld together. I'm proud of what we do together. We are a great team. Most people don't understand it. A few do. Yet we do this for our love of God and the universe. Words can't describe touching the face of God. It's like going on a daily treasure hunt and bringing back treasures that you can use in your daily life. Kindness, love, patience, compassion, tolerance, wisdom. These are some of the treasures which are brought back. These poems and music can help you along on this precious journey. We are not trying to convince you. We're not trying to prove anything here. We're simply relaying our experience of the unknown. We're trying to put a human experience into the multi-dimensional energy of life. There is no time and space in God's world. This music and poems tries to capture the wonder and somehow put it into this world. The deeper we dive into this ocean of love, the deeper the wisdom can be. These poems help little Johnny and I on this journey of life. Day by day, we are learning how to change for the better. Ponder this over. You are a piece of the puzzle. Peace will be on this earth. Little Johnny, the music maker, keep on cranking them out. My twin brother, John. John is my best friend. He has always been there for me, in the thick and thin. We're on the same path in this journey of life. We've spent most of our life going within. We have our struggles in life. Life is not easy. I'm sure you will say the same thing. Yet with all this pounding we take, we come out to the other side. We know the God within. Not the complete picture, yet we have a beautiful experience. My brother taught me patience in so many different ways. His yearning for God is endless. He has a great love for humanity. Inside he knows humans have a great heart. The mirror is just full of dust.
Young Galileo, pointing his telescope towards the stars. What was in his young mind? He went against the concepts of his time. During this age, scientists in the church believed that the sun and the planets revolved around the earth. Galileo and some scientists before, such as Copernicus, believed the earth and the planets revolved around the sun. Galileo was the first scientist to use the telescope to prove his theory. Yet, why does man hold on so tightly to his ideas and beliefs? The Catholic Church and the Pope himself couldn't believe Galileo. They said he was a heretic. How dare you challenge this idea that the sun and the planets revolve around the earth? Who do you think you are? Imagine being tried by the Inquisition. They found him guilty and placed him under house arrest. Fortunately, they didn't kill him. Yet, he spent the rest of his life in house arrest. Today, Galileo is known as the father of the following: father of observatory astronomy, father of modern physics, father of the scientific method, father of science. All I can say is, wow. Imagine Galileo also studied and mastered the following: astronomy, physics, engineer, philosophy, mathematician. He was, in my eyes, a genius. He was way ahead of his time. Isn't it amazing we don't want man to challenge our way of thinking? Man at times loves living in the box. It's a comfort zone. You don't want to learn anything new or be challenged. If someone has something to say that is different, we get angry. How many innocent people got killed in the Inquisition? To be honest, I probably would have died back then from what I'm saying today. Just think, Christ died on the cross. Yet the Inquisition killed millions of people who believed in Christ in a different way. What do you think Christ would say? He would shake his head probably have tears of compassion flowing from his eyes. Look, this adventure of life is all about discovering the mysteries of life. We should be grateful when we meet someone who has a different idea or concept of life. I was fortunate to be brought up in a household that accepted all ideas in life. Till today, I still love to hear life stories from people all around the world. Imagine today we have telescopes scattered throughout the universe. We are looking for the mysteries of life.
SAC, glyphosate, and toxins. Over the last 25 years, we have seen the most profound explosion of chronic disease in human history. By 2011, our Centers of Disease Control, CDC, was reporting 54% of U.S. children with some form of chronic disorder or disease by the age 17. These conditions occur in nearly every facet of biology, the hormone and immune systems, the respiratory and neurology systems, and beyond. By 2016, the CDC reported 1 in every 14 kids in the U.S. with development disabilities and 1 in 28 boys with an autism spectrum disorder. Attention deficit found in 1 in 10 children. The epidemic is not all limited to children. In adults, a broad array of conditions have been on a steady rise, from depression and anxiety all the way to celiac disease and gluten sensitivity, multiple sclerosis, ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, Alzheimer's in women, and Parkinson's in men, all on near identical trajectories of increase since 1996. Research from around the globe now suggests that environmental factors are now contributing a combination of genetic, neurological, autoimmune, and metabolic injuries that underneath the collapse of health in our children and adults. As we continue to uncover the intricacies of this eloquent balance between soil, the microbiome, and ourselves, the timeline of our chronic diseases epidemic becomes very interesting and in fact provides a pathway to the recovery towards human health. It is now estimated that we spray more than 4.5 billion pounds of glyphosate, the active ingredient in Roundup, into the soils, plants, and water systems of our planet. And there are now dozens of genetically modified plant species around the world which have allowed chemical companies to develop a seemingly infinite market for their weed killers. And after Roundup-ready crops were introduced in the mid-late 1990s, this water-soluble toxin would subsequently work its way into the water within the grains, fruits, and vegetables, as well as infiltrating the groundwater, slowly making its way into rivers, oceans, our air, and ultimately our rainfall. Not surprisingly, the diseases in our domestic animals, from pets to livestock, have followed a similar trajectory. What I am saying is we need to stop trying to micromanage the gut. It's important for you to start backing up to let the carbon redox system, the communication system between the bacteria in the gut, reestablish a healthy balance in the gut. And we are getting sick since in 1990 something alarmingly began to happen in the United States. Diseases in what seemed like completely different organ systems were going epidemic almost simultaneously. Dementia in women increased. Parkinson's in men increased. Autoimmune diseases hit an all-time high. Today, 1 in every 2 people will be diagnosed with cancer before they die. And 1 in 36 children are now diagnosed with autism, compared to a mere 1 in 5,000 in the 1970s. Why are so many diseases in such unrelated parts of the body increasing at such a rapid rate? What's the relation? The connecting factor is chronic inflammation, and chronic inflammation is the root of all diseases. To boot, we spend more time indoors and in routines that completely disconnect us from Mother Nature. We have lost touch with our food, how it is grown, who grows it, what we are actually consuming, and how it is reshaping our biology. This disconnect has made us more prone to chronic illness than ever before. So where do we go from here? Our opportunity as consumers, farmers, businessmen, governments, and beyond is to build a new healthy reality for humanity, our planet, and all those creatures, great and small, that create the web of life that we have called home since our origin. The answer is regeneration agriculture. Through fundamental changes in our approach to soil and food system management, we can revitalize this planet by reconnecting the natural carbon cycles that have long maintained balance in our soil, water, and air in order for biology to thrive. It's our empowerment duty to educate ourselves regarding our food and health and shift our role in the consumption of this planet's natural resources. We can begin to co-create with the farmers and growers of the food we consume. Without healthy soil, our products not only will lack nutrients, but it will invite chemicals into our own biology and ecosystem. These chemicals will continue to break down the cornerstone of our health, our immune system, if we let them. There are many other ways to be proactive about your health. Small changes today can help you strengthen your microbiome. Take action to decrease your exposure to pesticides and increase your connection to Mother Nature. Zach Bush. Times have not changed. The same scenario that happened to Galileo is still going on today. Maybe today it is even more pronounced. My dad and grandpa had incredible deals, yet they couldn't get them off the ground. Politics is the name of the game. Without political connections, it's very difficult to obtain your goal. Zach Bush had the same problem. He found a solution to cure cancer with vitamin A. He went through all the necessary case studies and for validities. He discovered a major pharmaceutical company had a patent on his work. He called the company and told them he found a solution that works. They asked him 3 pertinent questions. Upon answering these questions, they promptly hung up the phone. He thought they hung up accidentally. He called back, and nobody answered the phone. He went to some of his colleagues, and they said this patent would never come to fruition. Major companies use the system of copyright laws to stop the progress. They only want to use their current power and have no interest in healing society. Zach quickly saw the handwriting on the wall. He left the academic field disillusioned. Nevertheless, he continued researching. He learned how to think outside the box. There are probably thousands of people like him. The male-dominated continues to hold on to their power and control. This has been going on for thousands of years. When will this insanity ever stop? Zach, roll in the dirt. Dave and Zach are what's really pulling our guts apart, and what's going on inside your gut, what the environmental factors are, and what you can do about it. Zach on plant health versus human health as a doctor. What got you going in this whole thing? One of the most exciting developments that happened in my career was finding that there were some vitamin A compounds that were enabling these cancer cells to shut themselves down and commit suicide. Zach's goosebumps moments. That was an incredible journey of starting to see cancer not as some disease that crops out of nowhere, not a genetic disease, I was told by the American Cancer Institute, and everything but actually just a breakdown in cell-cell communication. The most abundant receptor in the human cell is really this RXR receptors. What does it do? We twice removed from anything on our plate. That's largely why we're so in the dark age about our beliefs about nutrition, because in fact, you're never feeding yourself when you sit down to a plate of food. You're always feeding your bacteria, which are then modifying your behavior and the behavior of your mitochondria to produce ultimate fuel. How cancer is all about cell-cell communication. A cell with uninterrupted access to information will never disease or die. Zach on his work with chemotherapy. We are starting to see these correlations between microbiome genomics and human disease outcomes. Now it was originally received as crazy. A lot of juicing, a lot of fermentation, a lot of stuff, and seeing big changes. Zach on his practice. Zach on the biohacking community. My hat's off to all of you. You're an inspiration to the world because you guys are really taking responsibility for yourselves, number one. But then you immediately applying the truth that you're finding into a communication network of your own to create a way outside of you. At that moment, we started to research soil. That changed everything. For thousands of years, the pharmaceutical industry and the herbal community and Chinese medicine have been looking at the plants. There's been a paucity of research and investigation into the deeper story underneath the plant of where the plant's getting that magic. I think my purpose is here. This is why I was born. This is why I did ridiculous journey in academic was just for this moment. The blinders came off. The three-dimensional structure on the right side of the molecule looked like the chemotherapy that I had been making years previously. They're like snowflakes. They're actually what we call them in the lab, to carbonate snowflakes. Electron potential is literally health. Disease is all about positive charge absorption of electrons, loss of electron potential. Zach, on his discovery deep in a white paper on dirt. With the molecules we found is a carbon backbone molecule that got redox potential. How the human body is like a phone connection to a cell phone tower. That's exactly what's happening to the acceleration of the aging process that we see happening in this chronic disease epidemic. People are getting disconnected from their own message. Suddenly, this answered the whole thing. Oh my gosh. If you have a screwed up ecosystem in your gut and you start to get perpetuation in any particular direction, you get a loss of this ecosystem. You get an overgrowth of this part of the ecosystem. What's going to happen is you're going to suddenly lose a part of that wireless communication network. You're going to become vulnerable at multiple levels within the human body. The other thing I want to ask you about this, and this is something that's I've been writing a lot about this, is because we're doing things to destroy our soil because we basically say, oh, that only affects bacteria, therefore it doesn't affect us, which is just a false assumption. But spraying glyphosate on soil disrupts bacteria in the soil that now we know toxic, your gut biome. Glyphosate will start at the soil. Glyphosate, if you're not familiar with it, it is the active ingredient in the famous weed killer called Roundup. How is it killing the soil and your gut biome? Number one thing is that glyphosate, which is now the number one chemical on the planet. 4.5 billion pounds of glyphosate dumped annually around the globe. Unfortunately, it's a water-soluble toxin, which should never happen in nature. We have a water-soluble toxin, meaning it's going to go every level of the environment. It's in the air you breathe. It's in 75% of the air of the U.S., 75% of the rainfall. It's penetrated every level because of its water nature. That means it's doing the same thing in your body. It's in your bloodstream. It's in your urine. It's in your cerebral spinal fluid. It's going everywhere as this water-soluble chemical that's all over the place now. It's in every bite of food we eat. I believe it's in every drink of water. It's everywhere. Get out in nature. We have a lot of natural parks that are not being visited right now. We are not visiting these places. I invite you to go explore as many natural parks as you can in the next couple of years, because there is still some intact microbiome. I would tell you my top 3 favorites, except you would all show up there. But go find your own favorite few, because I guarantee you, you're going to find microbiome you have never experienced in your life. We think of fermented foods and probiotics. All that is just spitting in the wind compared to the potential of just breathing good quality, rich air with microbiome. I and my patients go out to Virginia Beach and breathe air, and then down in Southern Virginia, down by the swamps, then up into the Appalachian Trail. Be by the waterfalls, breathe ancient ecosystems, along the East Coast. A huge hotspot is down in Tennessee, the Great Smokies, one of the most diverse ecosystems on the planet. I traveled as extensively as you do, and I try to make sure that at least part of the travel has taken me to some far-flung places. Just came back from the Great Barrier Reef and start breathing air down there that I know I've never been exposed to. Some of the islands along the Barrier Reef I know have some profound ancient microbiome. You start going to these environments that you've never been, and you're adding years to your life. I really have a profound, strong conviction that the more you breathe in new environments, the longer you're going to live. Zach, I'm traveling just to breathe the air. We have separated ourselves from just fundamental, easy, cheap, frankly free mechanisms of microbiome exchange, which is touch Mother Earth. Our knowledge is going exponential. Our ability to communicate that knowledge to internet and everything else that's coming behind that super exciting. I think we're going to see an acceleration, obviously, of what this community knows, what the biohackers are doing. You guys are going to start having these conferences more frequently, I think, because the amount of information, the stars that are going to emerge every 3 months on this planet over the next 5 to 10 years is going to be mind-boggling. You have 70 trillion human cells, which is an impressive number, but you have 1.4 quadrillion bacteria, fungi, etc., and you have 14 quadrillion mitochondria living within you. You are, if anything, a vehicle for the microbiome to travel the world and communicate more broadly a purpose of life itself. I think if we stop thinking of ourselves as human and start to think of ourselves as a connected biology and to the entirety of Mother Nature, we were going to win the game on a bigger level.
Well, congratulations. We've taken the whole journey through the gut, but it's time for us to take a side journey here into the brain. The gut-brain axis dominated the last 10 years of science as far as a completely new paradigm, new field of research, everything else. Between 2000 and 2010, we learned more about the brain than we had ever in history combined. It was an extraordinary explosion of understanding the structure of neurons, the anatomy of the brain, and ultimately the biophysical and metabolic function of the brain when it's going through different processes in the day, from eating to breathing to waking and sleeping. We learned so much about this extraordinary central processing unit of the human brain. But as I've pointed out in the small intestine section, the brain is not what initiates thought. The brain is that central processing unit that would be in your Intel processor in your laptop. But as we've mentioned, the Intel processor has never written a term paper. All the brain is doing is taking in information, organizing it into patterns, and then putting it back out. Ultimately, the information that would come to that brain to begin that organization process is one that begins at this biologic environment of the gut. And I find it just truly fascinating that here we emerge as mammals and ultimately humans some 200,000 years ago, when biology has been producing the information that has allowed for the emergence of the genetic and biodiverse flora, fauna, and beyond in this planet for 4 billion years. So we just barely showed up on the scene. And we showed up at the moment that there was enough biodiversity, specifically within the bowels and the colon ultimately of the human, to allow us to take in more information than any biologic creature on the planet ever had. I find it truly fascinating. Go jump back to the colon section if you want to blow your mind again. It is truly fascinating that the density of biodiversity within the colon is logarithmically higher than anywhere else found in nature. And as we start to understand this gut-brain axis, we do get a glimpse of the possibility that our intelligence as a species, our capacity to co-create our environment with our nature, comes down to the sheer amount of information that we can glean from these incredible microbes within us. Over the last 10 years, our laboratory has been diving deep into this new science of understanding how all of this information that's available in the microbiome is transmitted. And what we've discovered is that much of this is done through a wireless communication network of small carbon molecules that are made by each species of bacteria, fungi, protozoa, and the like. These small carbon molecules line up within water systems to create a liquid circuit board in which electrical information can transit very rapidly, in millionth of a second, over great distances at the biologic level. In this way, these carbon networks of information carriage that the bacteria and fungi of your gut are producing mimic the behavior of mycelium in big soil systems. The mycelium function as fiber optic cables, but they also move resources and transit those resources across great distances on farms. If you find one area of a 2,000 acre farm that's extremely depleted in nutrients, and you give that nutrient back in some other part of the farm, the mycelium will take that opportunity to use that extra resource and move it over to the depleted spot. And so the mycelium have this brilliant ability to understand its environment, react to the environment, and distribute information and resources across that space and time. In your gut, this becomes very critical, this information transfer across spaces, because there's different areas of your small intestine and ultimately your colon that are very specific to the absorption of these micronutrients as they appear in your food, as they pass through the digestive process. And it may be critical for some elements within that nutrition to absorb a centimeter away from where it currently is. And I believe that what we see happening in this carbon matrix that is made by the bacteria and fungi is not only the transfer of information of here's low area of nutrient delivery in the gut, here's a high area. There's also ability for these carbon networks to actually move the elements of the compost of your food from place to place around the intestines to maximize absorption. And so as you start to lose microbiome diversity, you start to lose some of this communication network. You lose the biodiversity of these carbon snowflakes, each species making its own contributions in shape, size, and function within this wireless communication network. And so a drop in microbiome leads to a drop in information transfer, a drop in resource management and movement, and therefore a loss of that bioavailability of your food. And so as we start to consider a chemical industry of food systems that are imbued with antibiotic residues from herbicides, pesticides, and the actual antibiotics in the meat and things like that, we run into this issue of a collapse of the ecosystem within us. And we immediately compound the problem that we had in the food in the first place, is that those chemically grown foods that are devoid of many of the micronutrients necessary for the medicine within the food, the fragrance of the food, the taste of the food, the pleasure of the food that was going to ignite your life, with all of that missing, you compound that when the microbial communication network goes down. And so what we have found is that as we start to supplement back these wireless communication networks into human gut or animals, we immediately see an improvement of the vitality within that animal. In a growing animal or young human, we can actually see better growth patterns. We can see better utilization of a day's food into lean muscle and skeletal mass and the like. And so this improved bioavailability of food by giving back the communication network is demonstrating the power of this wireless network and this kind of liquid circuit board type environment across the gut lining produced by your bacteria and fungi. But it goes far beyond the gut lining. We've now done studies where we grow the intestines on one level of the petri dish and the blood-brain barrier above that. And we've been able to demonstrate that the loss of this communication network at the gut leads to the same vulnerabilities at the blood-brain barrier as we see at the gut. And these vulnerabilities tend to be a breakdown in the tight junctions, the Velcro that holds these huge barrier systems that contain billions of cells body-wide to produce these protective barriers. With the loss of that communication network at both the gut and the blood-brain barrier, we become vulnerable to high permeability or a leak across these systems. The classic leaky gut is actually symptomatic not at the gut level as much as at the brain level. If you look up the symptoms of leaky gut, the top 5 have 4 that are related to the brain function rather than to your gut. One of them is bloating, which we will give to the gut there, but the other ones, brain fog, poor sleep quality, poor concentration, headaches, all of those symptomatic of this gut-brain connection in their vulnerabilities to the environment. The primary compounds within our food that drive leaky gut and subsequently then leaky brain are going to be glyphosate, a common herbicide in there. In addition, things like alcohol. The reason why alcohol gives you a hangover and all of that is because it's dehydrating the brain as you lose the integrity of the gut lining and then the blood-brain barrier, and water no longer transits correctly across there. So one of the big reasons for that is that tight junction damage that is inherent to alcohol. Other things to look out in this kind of natural health world that I see now becoming rampant in children and teens is overconsumption of kombucha, which can have low levels of alcohol in there combined with high sugar content. Alcohol with sugar content gives both an antimicrobial effect and an injury to the tight junction, but also leaves behind this shift in the biome, this dysbiosis that will make those kids prone to inflammation. So a lot of the commercial kombuchas on the market leave high sugar residues and have enough alcohol in there to have a bit of a sterilizing effect on their gut. So if kombucha, do it infrequently. It is not like sauerkraut and these other compounds that do not have alcohol in them. And so I'd rather have you on a bacterial ferment like your sauerkraut than kind of that fungal element that you would find in something like a kombucha. And so we want to watch out for those alcohol exposures. As mentioned in the mouth section, the alcohol-containing mouthwashes are also a considerable problem with loss of microbiome up top, and if you end up swallowing that down through the body. So watch out for the antimicrobial compounds in the diet and push for those. Cinnamon, mint, and some of those potent antimicrobials up top, including the ones that are often used as kind of a medicinal protectant, as an antimicrobial that I see used in the kind of herbal and holistic health models that I think are concerning, are the overuse of oregano oil, as well as things like golden seal. So we need to get away from the mentality of killing bacteria and start to understand the importance of fostering diverse microbiome. So in that effort, nutritional changes that are going to be beneficial have been mentioned throughout this whole journey of the gut, but they really apply to the brain. High fiber diets are always going to be better than a high protein diet for that gut. Throughout the course, we've been talking about the importance of nutrition and getting back into kind of the relationship to the soil to maximize microbial stability and biodiversity within the body. And I really want to bring attention to the brain now in regards to that nutrition, because too often we walk around with complaints of brain fog, poor sleep quality, short-term memory loss, all of these issues, and we keep thinking we've got a brain issue. And I want you to know that if you have any neurologic symptom, it is going to find its foundation in the gut. So I want you to really short jump to the solution here. If you've got any issues of these, poor sleep, poor concentration, etc., your first thought, all right, what do I need to do to my diet to really get there? And by improving the diet, you'll have a huge impact on quality of sleep, almost immediate. And so the components, again, that you're going to want to look to, perhaps in the context with an Ayurvedic nutritionist, or at least an Ayurvedic survey fill out online, you're going to benefit from those high fiber, high complexity carbohydrate diets that are going to deliver the maximum amount of anti-inflammatories and other medicines within the food, as well as the micronutrients critical for neurologic function. The fiber-rich, high complex carbohydrate and high variety of those carbohydrates being a critical piece of the puzzle. This would include things like grains, legumes, greens, fruits, vegetables. Go across the whole effort there to really dive deep into as much color on the plate, as much scent and nuance of the flavors and scents that you're getting in that food to really support brain health optimally. The reason why that's so critical ultimately is because as you diversify the food and diversify the bacteria that then would consume that food, we get a better interplay with the neurologic system within that gut lining. It is remarkable to remember that the gut contains more neurons than the brain of a dog. It is an extraordinary neurologic center that focuses its expression and its listening, if you will, to that, half a hair width of membrane that we call the epithelial lining of your gut, covering 2 tennis courts in surface area. This brain distributes itself out to every millimeter of that surface to listen carefully to the environment, and interestingly, to also talk to the environment. And so we find that human neurologic stressors can actually change the gut microbiome. It does this through a couple of different pathways, but I'm most fascinated by what I think will emerge in this next 10 years as a big new science, is the ways in which our brain talks directly to those bacteria through the transit of neurotransmitters. But right now, where we're at in the science is understanding how the bacteria go the other direction to make our brain flush with its opportunity for communication. And it does this by interacting with the enteric endocrine cells in the gut lining. As much as 10% of the billions of cells that line your gut to create that protective and absorptive behavior of the small intestine, the colon, and beyond, 10% are these enteric endocrine cells that don't participate in nutrient absorption or anything else, but instead they are the factories for neurotransmitters. More than 90% of the serotonin in the body are established here in these enteric endocrine cells of your gut. And as mentioned before, you need the right bacteria to be present on top of those enteric endocrine cells in order for them to do their work. And so there's this beautiful interplay of the gardener, which are the bacteria. I feel like bacteria are gardening the soil of your gut, delivering nutrients directly to that specific enteric endocrine cells so that it can build something as complex as the molecule of serotonin. Serotonin takes many metabolic steps of biochemical inputs to finish neurotransmitter. And it takes this participation of that active gardener, that bacteria floating around in the gut lining, to do the work to nurture the soils and then walk over, harvest some nutrient, and deliver it there into the bucket of the enteric endocrine cell. Deeper than that, then, is this extraordinary phenomenon that was just demonstrated at UCSF, is that there's a direct interface of the afferent nerves that are now sticking their prong-like structures of the neural sensory system out past the gut membrane to mix directly with the bacteria. And they've now been able to image the process of bacteria releasing to these nerves the neurotransmitter precursors that will then become serotonin or dopamine in the body. It's such an eloquent thing to see this happen because the bacteria actually use the same vacuole release of these precursors of neurotransmitters that the neuron will then use to release serotonin into the synapse in your brain to create the experience of sensory processing, or dopamine, creating the sensory experience of pleasure. And so it's beautiful that we have this biomimicry between the behavior of a bacteria at the gut lining and the neurons transmitting the information back and forth across the brain. And so I love this eloquent dance that we have in biology, where the gardeners of our gut, delivering these nutrients to our body, start to demonstrate to the biology of a mammal how communication is done. And so what I've covered so far is 2 massive methods that the microbiome produces to allow for information transfer throughout this thing that we call nature. The first is these tiny carbon molecules, each species contributing 10 or 15 variants, the whole microbiome at large creating this massive circuit board of these carbon matrices. That's the wireless communication network. It passes electrical information around. Then it contributes to this management of the production of neurotransmitters that allow electricity to pulse through a neuron and then transfer information via the neurotransmitters that we would see present in the brain and peripheral nervous systems. So the microbiome, fundamental in your peripheral and central nervous system function, central to your mood stability, central to your executive function and memory, central to your capacity for good sleep quality, good sex drive. All of these critical neurologic and neuroendocrine effects of the body are going to tie back to this beautiful relationship between the gut brain of the microbiome, the wall of the intestine, and this extraordinary system of peripheral nervous system into that central processing unit of the brain and flowing back down again. So what happens when we start to see a loss of this microbial workforce that's doing the carbon matrix in the wireless communication network, as well as this stimulation to our neurotransmitter base? The first symptoms tend to be that of a loss of sensory processing. This is a drop in serotonin and other neurotransmitters within the brain. But with that drop in neurotransmitter reservoir, due to a loss of that microbial diversity and abundance within the gut, we start to see the inability to take in all of the cacophony of information that's coming from our hearing, our sight, our taste, the whole matrix that we're going through in the day, and then making sense of it. And for this, we see the emergence, right as we created this advent of GMO and Roundup Ready crops, and we started introducing these herbicides at record levels into our food system, destroying the microbiome of the soils and ultimately our gut, and losing that whole workforce and therefore the communication network of our human body in the process, we see the emergence of attention deficit disorder, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder as another nuance of that, and then ultimately our autism spectrum disorder. Glyphosate was patented as an herbicide weed killer in 1974 and really went on the market seriously in 1976. By the late 1980s, we were starting to see a sudden emergence or acceleration of the appearance of autism spectrum disorders. But it would not do the hockey stick elevation until the late 1990s, just a couple years after the debut of the GMO Roundup Ready corn, soybean, etc., when we started spraying these crops, these commodity crops, including wheat, directly with this compound, we saw the hockey stick, that logarithmic vertical curve happen in the prevalence of autism. In 1974, before the advent of this chemical agriculture that was destroying this work system of the microbes within our soils and guts, we had 1 in 5,000 children in the United States with autism. By the late 1990s, we were seeing numbers that were more like 1 in 200. By the late 2000s, we were seeing 1 in 88, 2010, 2011. That then doubled in the next 4 years to 1 in 44. We haven't seen the most recent numbers, but we suspect that the numbers are currently down around 1 in 28, 1 in 30 children now with autism. Compare that to 1 in 5,000 just a generation back. And so we have seen this devastating effect on sensory processing in our children and in our adults over that short period of time. Sensory processing deficits that occur later in life, not on the developing brain that would present itself with attention deficit, hyperactivity, or autism spectrum, would be presenting as dementias, the inability for that executive function, that transfer of information between short-term memory to long-term memory. And so we get the dementia effect taking off at the same time as the autism hockey stick right in the late 1990s there with Alzheimer's in women and Parkinson's in men. And so they're neurodegenerative and executive loss of memory in those two conditions, which interestingly does seem to be hormone sensitive. And so with a high testosterone environment of the male biology, you tend to go towards Parkinson's, and with the high estrogen state of the female biology, you tend to go towards the Alzheimer's phenomenon. In the end, we see both autism, Alzheimer's, and Parkinson's taking off into this logarithmic chronic disease epidemic at the exact same time in history. And the underpinning of that lies here in the gut-brain axis. Loss of the soil biology, loss of the microbiologic diversity there led to nutrient deficiencies within our food. The chemical residues of that same antibiotic glyphosate within our food and the loss of the nutrients within our food led to a loss of biodiversity within our guts. And for that, loss of communication network of the wireless carbon network, as well as a decreased workforce to produce the serotonin and dopamine that our bodies would use, we find ourselves in today's condition. And unfortunately, those are really the tip of the iceberg. The autism spectrum to the Alzheimer's dementia still affect a relatively small part of the population. But what we're seeing dominant in almost 50% of the population are the more subtle neurosensory deficits. The leading of these is sleep disorder. And so nuanced changes in the hormonal environment and communication network of neurotransmitters on the effect of the brain and its relationship to sleep is profoundly rampant because of the complexity of sleep. To initiate sleep is one of the most complicated neurologic events that will happen in a human body. Imagine taking this busy brain and shutting down all the right parts such that you become subconscious in your behavior. You've shut down your conscious brain. You're now in the subconscious realm. You've frozen muscular response so that you don't act out your dreams. You've changed your biologic transfer of metabolism from muscle delivery to brain delivery during sleep. You've changed the entire electrical and energetic patterns of electricity as they run through the brain at night. It's an extraordinarily complicated phenomenon to create a good night's sleep. And so as we undermine this workforce of the microbiome, and we start to destroy that barrier system of the gut epithelium and ultimately the blood-brain barrier, causing inflammatory reactions at all of those levels, we are very likely to perturb that sleep quality. So in the end, I'm not sure any of us living in Western civilization countries actually know what a good night's sleep feels like. I think all of us have some degree of sleep dysfunction, even subclinical, where we think, oh yeah, I had a good night's sleep. But in the end, to really get into that deep rhythm of not just REM sleep and things like that that you'd pick up on your Oura ring, but how much are you actually getting of the energetic restoration? What's the effect of the accumulation of not just theta waves and things like that, but the energy that would run through your distal meridian system of the body, resetting the electrical grid, remembering your original math within that physics environment of the ethereal light system of the body. We are really on the brink of collapse here as a species. We now have 1 in 3 males infertile due to their sperm counts. We've got 1 in 3 females infertile due to loss of ovarian function, endocrine and metabolic collapse. So we're failing to reproduce as a species. Ultimately, this collapse of fertility is yet another downstream symptom of brain dysfunction. The pituitary gland sits at the base of the brain and is called the master gland, and it regulates the function of the thyroid, the adrenal glands, and the gonads, the ovary and the testes. And this master gland is regulating the amount of hormonal capacity for reproduction on a day-to-day basis. And so as we see a massive collapse in sexual function and reproductive capacities we're seeing currently, we can always map that back to this gut workforce and the microbiome and its diversity or the lack thereof. And so when we start talking about the gut-brain axis, it is not just fundamental to, do I remember where my keys put? It's literally talking about the survival of our species. So it's absolutely critical for all of us to start to embrace a lifestyle that understands the relationship of soil systems to food systems, to the soil of our gut, to health and integrity and communication across our gut lining, to ultimately the manifestation of clear thought and clear neurologic and endocrine function downstream of that. We have a huge opportunity to integrate back into nature. I touched on it briefly, but I do want to circle back to the reality that is starting to emerge is that our stress as a species creates dysbiosis. It also has been shown recently to create leaky gut. And so an increase in cortisol, which is a stress hormone that can be normal to our day, where it surges in the morning and then tapers throughout the day as a potent regulator of inflammation pathways, modulates the immune system, all these critical paths. But then acute stressors that are pathologic to us create, rather than this nice wave or curve that floats through the day, these spikes of cortisol. And these spikes of cortisol have now been shown to damage the tight junctions of the gut lining, leaving us with that leaky gut phenomenon, but also induce a change in the balance of the ecosystem within us. And so I find this fascinating. You might be doing everything right in your diet. You've done the Ayurvedic nutrition consult, you've changed your grocery shopping, you've eliminated all your processed sugars, eating a ton of fiber, and you find yourself with bloating and dysbiosis and all that. This is when I start to refer my patients to emotion code therapy or NEAT or NET. Any of these emotion detox pathways and techniques that have been developed become a big tool. Because ultimately, if we don't eliminate your cognitive and emotional stress, we may never reach balanced microbiome systems within your gut. Furthermore, we may never reach the complete reversal of that leaky gut syndrome. And so it's time for us to really buckle down and co-create a garden of balance within us that would then feed and nurture our brains into a thriving state over the course of our lives. So engage in nature, enjoy that food, get that medicinal and anti-anxiety, anti-depressant effect of the taste before you even swallow it, and then enjoy the co-creation of this diverse ecosystem within you and what that can nourish you back into as it tends to the lining of your gut and brain axis.
Science can be very biased. Science can be very biased. As far back as history goes, science does not like people who think outside of the box. Even dear old Galileo learned the hard way. Today, he's considered a genius, but during his time, he spent most of his life under house arrest. I grew up in the house of the future. This was in the early 1950s. Many of the inventions that we had in the house have never yet to reach the mainstream. There are probably thousands of inventions and discoveries that never reach fruition. Just ask a young Zach Bush, who found out the hard way. He discovered a cure for cancer. Today's drug companies want to hold on to their power and control. They are not interested in healing you. If some young, brash scientist discovers a way to cure cancer, they are not in their slightest interest. There are probably thousands of research papers proving that our Western junk food diet is literally killing us, yet these studies never reach the mainstream. We continue to saw off the branch we are sitting on. We would prefer to saw off the branch to change our ways. So much pain and suffering could be averted, yet we hold on to our deadly lifestyles.
Age is timeless. What if I told you in about 100 years we would have this incredible device? Imagine putting on a ring before you get up from bed in the morning. As soon as you put the ring on, you merge with the quantum field. You are no longer a body. You are beyond time and space. You have entered a field of intelligence that is beyond time and space. The Buddhists may call this Buddha mind. Christians may call it the kingdom of heaven. Scientists may call it the quantum field. Imagine this device has the intelligence to scan your body and sense if any negative energy or darkness appears in your auric field. Scientists discovered way back in the 1990s that darkness first appears in your auric field, and then slowly through time, it appears in your physical body. During the early 2000s, Western medicine still used drugs which had tremendous side effects to try to heal most diseases. Mind you, these drugs had tremendous side effects. By the way, most drug manufacturers were interested in making huge profits, and your health was secondary. This device knew what custom chemicals and hormones which the human brain and heart knew how to produce. Imagine the universe drugstore exists inside of you, and this device was intelligent enough to know precisely what energy frequencies, chemicals, and hormones was needed to bring the mind, body, and soul into alignment. This experience only lasted for around a minute, yet it seemed timeless, which it was. Upon getting out of your bed, you were in perfect harmony throughout the day. In the past, your subconscious mind controlled 95% of your actions. It still does. Yet mankind learned how to reprogram the subconscious with the quantum field. All past negative experiences were transformed. The survival mechanism of fight and flight was once again totally stabilized. Remember, in the early 2000s, mankind's faucet of adrenaline was turned on, and mankind
didn't know how to turn it off. Consequently, diseases was rampant throughout the land. Most mental diseases and physical diseases were eradicated long time ago. You see, mankind discovered how to be in balance with the quantum field. War was a thing from the past. Politics changed so much we couldn't even recognize it today. Nobody could run for office without being in a state of love, kindness, and compassion. Because people lived in the quantum state, someone who tried to run for office, you could literally smell and sense the darkness. People could see integrity and see the harsh ego of those who only wanted to serve themselves. You see, mankind in such a short time learned how to evolve emotionally to such a high level. My timing may be off, yet this will come true. Mystics have talked about this for thousands of years. Today, modern-day scientists and mystics are merging their various technology. The ring has existed inside of you for thousands of years. Great teachers like Muhammad, Christ, and Buddha knew how to discover the jewel that exists inside every one of us. Today, we're inching towards a new revolution of love. Just think, 30 years ago, a brain scan device cost about $20,000. Today, a Muse 2 costs around $250. The cost over time will come down, even more over time. Each device will get smaller and more sophisticated. Dr. Joe Dispenza, in his week-long retreats, is photographing the auric field and the photos displayed in various colors the state of the energy centers or chakras. During the 7-day retreat, people learn how to transform themselves. Many incredible diseases have been cured by his students. The students learn the power to heal lies inside of themselves. Each human being can access their natural drugstore to heal almost any element. What's amazing is, after the retreat, they once again photograph the energy centers and the darkness and balance has disappeared. This has happened thousands of times. Dr. Joe Dispenza has a huge database which scientists and universities are using around the world. Another incredible institute is the Heart Math Institute. They have been the forefront of discovering heart coherence. This is from their website. Adding heart translates into increased care and genuine connection with others and harmonizes the resistance between our own mind and heart. Adding heart is especially about practicing kindness and compassion, along with forgiveness and latitude in our interactions. Adding heart increases the love flowing through our system, which can play a large part in solving the collective challenges of those transitional times. HMI has developed reliable, scientific validated tools since 1991, helping people reduce and avoid stress while experiencing increased peace, satisfaction, and enjoyment. Research at the Heart Math Institute shows that adding heart to our daily activities and connections produce measurable benefits to our own and other well-being. We are at the dawn of recognizing love as a new transformational intelligence. Dr. Bruce Lipton, aka the father of epigenetics, states that epigenetics doesn't change the genetic code, it changes how that's read. Perfectly normal genes can result in cancer or death. Vice versa, in the right environment, mutant genes won't be expressed. Genes are equivalent to blueprints. Epigenetics is the contractor. All these work in harmony with each other. They are the cutting edge of technology. Mind you, the ring doesn't exist today, but there are many technologies if merged will be the ring in the future. Fortunately for you, the human body is wired for this experience. You have the hardware and software already existing inside of you. It's up to you to use it appropriately. If you want the world to change, you must change yourself. You can learn how to reprogram your mind and body. You can learn how to live in the quantum field. After all, this is where you came from, and ultimately, this is where you're going to return to when you die. Jason Fung. Recently, there have been many media outlets that promote the idea of a plant-based diet, often with the unspoken assumption that such a diet is healthier to humans than a diet based on animals. To me, using the phrase plant-based diet indicates that the user does not truly understand human nutrition. Let me explain. Let's leave aside all ethical and potential environmental differences of eating meat. There are debatable and a completely separate issue from what I'm most concerned about, the effects on human health. A plant-based diet is not automatically a healthy diet. There are healthy plant-based diets, and there are horrible, unhealthy plant-based diets. So the objective plant-based to describe a diet is completely meaningless. It should be just as informative to base a diet on foods that have less than 4 syllables. For example, a complete vegan diet may be composed mainly of white bread, jam, sugar, candy, donuts, and potato chips, but is not healthy in any way. And I don't think anybody will disagree with me about that. So the words plant-based diet has no reference whatsoever with regards to whether a diet is healthy or not. It's like saying I'd heard a computer programmer because he's really tall. Who cares? If I was putting together a basketball team, that would be relevant, but not for computer programming. So if I tell somebody to eat a plant-based diet, does it mean that it's a healthy diet? No. Does it mean that it's unhealthy? No. It simply is irrelevant. And that's how you know that the person who is uttering these nonsensical statements simply does not understand nutrition. Sometimes the term whole foods plant-based diet was considered together. A whole foods diet, which is comprised of eating foods to as close to their natural form as possible, is quite healthy. Whatever they are based on, plants or animals, is just irrelevant. So a whole foods diet is healthy, but the addition of plant-based does not add to the healthiness. Let's look at the response in the American diet. Most of the top 10 foods are recognizing poor choices. Grain-based desserts, soda, and alcohol are simply not that slimming or healthy. Yet they are certainly 100% plant-based. Fully 6 of the top 7 choices of foods in America are plant-based. Dairy products fall somewhere in the gray zone. They are not plant-based, and neither are they meat-based. Most pizzas are made with flour, tomato sauce, and cheese. Yes, there is often some meat, but pizza is still mostly plant. So can we consider plant-based, although not vegetarian? So here's the thing that is really hard to understand. The standard American diet over the last 40 years has obviously been a very bad one. It has led to an epidemic of obesity and an epidemic of the closely associated type 2 diabetes and much more. Yet it is almost purely plant-based. So if this horrible diet is a plant-based diet, then why should health authorities be endorsing us to follow a plant-based diet? Does our boss yell, "Why did you hire that really short computer guy?" My mind boggles at the utter insanity of the situation. The situation is now pushed on mainstream media by many of the big food companies because of the incredible success of the fake meat companies. In hot pursuit of making a plant-based food easier to follow, we can now buy foods that are plant-based but taste very similar to real meat. How did they perform this bit of chemical wizardry? Let's look at the ingredients. Pea protein isolate, expeller pressed canola oil, yeast extract, modified food starch. Are these ingredients your grandmothers would have recognized? Are they whole foods? What in the blank blank are they extracting from the yeast? And do I really want to know? Peas are whole foods. Pea protein isolates are not. So let's be clear that this is not part of a whole food plant-based diet. I have nothing against veganism or vegetarianism. It is certainly possible to be healthy on such diets. It's also possible to get really sick from such diets, even one follows it to a T. Recently, I've been caught eating meat. The fear from the community was vicious, but the reasons are always the same. She did it to save her own health. The reasons are fairly simple to understand. We are animals. Eating plants provides some of the essential nutrients, but not all. Therefore, it's necessary to eat a variety of plant types to get all the essential nutrients. Some vitamins, like B12, are kind of tough to get in plants. Eating the flesh of animals provides almost everything our body requires because we are animals. There's a simple scientific truth. The ethics and environmental costs of eating animals is not one that I want to debate, since there are no simple answers and tons of rancorous debates. From a healthy perspective, we measure proteins. This is the percentage of proteins that we eat which are incorporated into our bodies. A whole egg, for example, has a stellar value of 100, where wheat gluten is down at 64. By combining various plants, like beans and corn, we can get a value close to that. This is why rice and beans is also such a classic combination. Almost all human cultures have recognized that meat is more nutritious than vegetables, although usually harder and more expensive to obtain. This is why traditional special occasions call for a roasted animal such as a Hawaiian luau or killing the fatted calf rather than a kale salad. We eat a Christmas ham or Thanksgiving turkey rather than a Christmas bean salad. So it's time to retire the meaninglessly phrase plant-based diet. It's neither meaningful nor useful. It merely marks the person uttering this horrific phrase as somebody who has not thought deeply about nutrition.
This month's CrossFit Health Education webinar features Dr. Jason Fung, who will be discussing fasting as a therapeutic option for weight loss. In preparation for the webinar, we asked Gary Taubes to host an interview with Dr. Fung.
Jason, pleasure as ever to get a chance to talk. So let's begin at the beginning. You're a nephrologist. You've got a clinic in practice in Toronto, and boom, somehow you end up advising fasting, and the whole world is catching on. And before I let you answer that question, I should say, as I told you a couple years ago in Madison, that I tried intermittent fasting as an experiment, and I thought it would be a fad that would pass. And I've been doing it now for 3 years, and I owe you a debt of gratitude. So
thanks so much. Yeah, it's a very interesting journey, not one that I actually thought I'd actually be on. It's for, for a lot of reasons. But yeah, so what happened was that, so I did medicine very conventionally. I'm a kidney specialist and nephrologist, and I did my training sort of very conventionally. I went to the University of Toronto, then I went to UCLA, did, nephrology, and then just practiced much as any other nephrologist. And had no real interest in nutrition, had no real training in nutrition, didn't really care about it at all. And unfortunately, that's not atypical of most doctors. We don't get a lot of training. And that's just the way it is. We sort of have passed that off to dietitians and also to, Weight Watchers and Jenny Craig, that sort of thing. So doctors don't have any real interest in it, which is very strange, actually, because we all know that obesity and type 2 diabetes are actually huge parts of health. Almost every single disease or disease state is made worse by obesity. So it's strange that doctors don't have any real interest in weight loss. But nevertheless,
I'm going to interrupt here for a second, but that's because they believe obesity is caused by eating too much. So it's simple. So how much of a class can you give on it? So,
well, you're absolutely right there, actually, because we think that the solution is actually right in front of our face, right? We think it's all about calories and eating fewer calories and you'll lose weight. Unfortunately, we've all advised that, and nobody ever loses weight. I think, like something like 99% of people really just don't lose any weight. And that's why doctors have no interest in it, because we give the advice to count your calories, eat 500 less calories, and it doesn't work. So that's about the limits of what we do. So I really started to get interested in the whole question of weight loss. One, because the obesity epidemic has continued. And so since the 1970s, obesity has gone up and up and up. And closely behind that, type 2 diabetes, since the 1980s and early 1990s, started going up and up and up. And type 2 diabetes is actually by far and away, the leading cause of kidney disease. So as a kidney specialist, it became sort of a bigger and bigger and bigger part of my professional practice. And I started to get very unhappy with what I was seeing, because I could see that we weren't making really any difference in the whole disease of type 2 diabetes. And so I was really introduced to the whole question of weight loss, not through weight loss, but through type 2 diabetes, which was my thing. So about 2008, 2009, 2010, I started to be really interested in the problem because it was impacting more and more of my patients. And I started to think about it more and more because it struck me that the way that we were treating people was not successful. And why 2008 was sort of instrumental was that there are several large studies looking at the way we treat type 2 diabetes, which is our treatment paradigm was mostly about giving more insulin to lower blood sugars. And of course, giving more insulin, exogenous insulin, to treat type 2 diabetes caused people to gain weight. And that's a real issue, because the way I saw it, and the way honestly all my patients saw it, is that everybody knows that if you lose weight, your type 2 diabetes will get better. So here I was giving them a drug which made them gain weight. And they're like, whoa, what are you doing to me? And I really had no answer to that. And it really struck me as this sort of paradox, but I was the one prescribing the medication. So it really, I really was unhappy about what I was doing. But that was medical wisdom. It still mostly is medical wisdom sort of 10 years later. But it struck me as very, very strange, because here I was, a conventional sort of calories guy, because that's the way all doctors are, thinking about it as obesity as a sort of personal responsibility and not looking after yourself and you let yourself go. And I remember thinking, hey, this is very strange, because here I am, I'm giving this guy insulin and he's gaining weight. But you know, fundamentally, he's not changed. He's not doing more or less exercise. He's not got more or less willpower, because there's this whole thing about, obesity is just a lack of willpower, sort of blame the victim sort of idea. And it's like, he doesn't have more or less willpower than he did before. He doesn't exercise more or less. He hasn't let himself go more than usual. The major difference was I gave him a bunch of insulin and he gained weight. So it's like, how does that work? And so I remember thinking, this is weird, because it goes against everything that I sort of was taught about weight loss and weight gain. And it didn't make any sense. And it was really just in front of my face every single day, because I have patients every single day who are on insulin and they're all gaining weight. So that was when I really started to look back and say, okay, let's go back, because I'm not happy about this. And I know nothing about it. And I need to know about it, because that's my job. And I really have to think about weight loss, because that's a key part of people's health. And as a doctor, that's what my responsibility is. So that's when I went back and I started really thinking about the question of calories. And as I started to think about it more and more, the less and less sense the whole thing made. It was just
you kind of hammered on something here, which is that for whatever reason, most people don't go to the step you went to, which is to think about it more and more.
Yeah.
To ask the question whether or not it makes sense. They stop with, well, people who have obesity tend to eat more, they tend to be sedentary, therefore it makes sense.
Yeah. And that's really, I think you're absolutely right. And that's, I think, the point you were at too, where people just said, well, lots of smart people have thought about it, they must be right, sort of thing. But luckily it wasn't good enough for you. And, so actually I didn't read your book until several years afterwards, because as I was digging through, I didn't read mostly I didn't read sort of books. I was looking mostly at the medical literature, which I'm more apt to do. And then it was very interesting, because then I came across your book sort of several years later, which sort of was exactly what I was thinking. I was like, oh, I could have saved myself like years of reading.
Well, you would have had to go to make sure that I got it right. It's because you had gotten that far that you could read it, and then we could have our own little group think going.
Yeah, that's true. So it was a really sort of a huge sort of revelation in terms of thinking about it from a much deeper standpoint than calories, because now that I think about it, the way I look at the calories thinking is very, very shallow. Like it's really sort of the most basic, lowest level thinking you can get in terms of obesity. It's really and honestly, I'm still stunned these days that anybody even thinks about it that way. Because it's clearly, they get stuck on this sort of calories, fat equals calories in minus calories out, but they don't sort of go that next step and say, well, what's controlling the calories in and what's controlling the calories out? Because that is much more important than the actual calories. Just like, if you have a plane, I give this example sometimes, a plane crashes if the lifting force is not enough to overcome the gravity force. So therefore, if you were to look at that, you'd say, well, the solution is simple: bigger wings or less weight, right? And it's like, it doesn't help to have huge wings on an airplane, because the problem is usually pilot error or bad weather. So you need, or bad maintenance, right? So then you need to have better maintenance, you need to have better pilot training, or you need to have better weather systems, right? And that's the reason why the sort of gravity exceeds the lift. But if you just put it that way, that's the exact same thing, where you're saying the calories in, calories out is true, but it's the lowest level of thinking that you can get and the least useful, because you're not actually getting to the root cause, which is why are you eating more?
My favorite way to describe it is, it's the famous physicist named Wolfgang Pauli who would describe ideas, the disparage ideas he wasn't fond of, is not even wrong. So it's not so much that it's true, it's irrelevant.
Yeah.
It's exactly like the airplane crash. I was thinking it's a great metaphor that you've got, basically you could describe it as a lift imbalance issue or a gravity imbalance issue, but it doesn't tell you anything that you didn't know, which is that the plane was going down instead of going level or going up.
Exactly.
Then the question becomes, what caused the lift imbalance issue?
Yeah.
And now you're getting to pilot error or computer program errors or maintenance errors or things that are profound causes, not just what you're obviously observing.
Exactly. And that's the exact same thing with calories, because that's the sort of lowest level, and they never get to that. What is really controlling that sort of calories in, calories out? And it's like, well, if you look at calories in, what's the main control? Well, it's like hunger, obviously, which is a hormonal issue. And what's the control of calories out? It's not exercise. It's mostly basal metabolic rate, which again is hormonally mediated. So everything works on hormones. And the main one, of course, is insulin, which is the one that I had been prescribing. And I always think of it very strange, because it's like, if you were to say, have an experiment, and you say, okay, I think, X causes Y. Well, the experiment is simply give X, see if Y happens, right? So, it always struck me as very strange that you say, okay, so we have a hypothesis that insulin causes obesity. So give insulin. Do you get fat? And the answer is yes. I was like, didn't you just answer the question? And the second part of that experiment, if X causes Y, take away X. Does Y go down? So take away insulin. Does obesity go away? And the answer is yes, it does. Because I have these pictures of these untreated type 1 diabetics, and they're like sticks. Like, they really are so skinny. And, the people who take insulin, like type 1 diabetics, they know this, of course. They deliberately, there's a disease called, what do they call it? It's where they deliberately underdose their insulin to lose weight, because they don't want to get fat. And it's a very strange thing, because here you have a very simple experimental condition where you say, if I give insulin, do they get fat? Yes. If I take away insulin, do they get thin? And it's like, yes. Well, that's really all you need. Like, the intermediary steps, whether it's calories, whether it's basal metabolic rate, whatever you want to do. This is a root cause analysis, right?
I'm going to take this one step further, and then I'm going to backtrack you to your clinical experience. Insulin is the primary regulator of fat accumulation. So arguably, you don't even have to go to expenditure and intake, because what you're concerned about is fat accumulation. And been known, worked out in detail since the 1960s, that insulin regulates, basically is a hormone that determines, in your graph, you showed it perfectly with fuel partitioning between storage and expenditure. And if you increase storage, you're going to have to either decrease expenditure or increase intake to keep homeostasis. So all you have to do is think about what's happening at the fat tissue, and you've still got insulin driving up fat accumulation. And what's interesting is, even back to the 1920s, within 3 years of discovering insulin and the use of insulin therapeutically, Elliot Jocelyn was talking about it as type 1 patients getting obese and with belly fat. Yeah. And quickly, in like 4 months, going from emaciated to obese because they were now giving them insulin. But let's backtrack to your clinical. So you're thinking about all this, but now you have to put it into action. And did you have any personal did you try it first? Did you need to try it first? Were you getting heavy or what?
Yeah. Well, I've actually been more or less the same weight since college.
Well, that's because you perfectly balance your energy in and empty
Yeah,
out.
that's
Some
right.
people are just better at it than others.
I weigh it and I track my steps. And
Yeah, exactly. Got to stop exercising now or I'll get thin tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right. No, it's actually, and sometimes I say it was funny because a few years ago I wore these pants and I'd been in the back of my closet. And I didn't realize they were like from my college days. And my wife takes one look and I'm like, whoa, what the hell is that?
That doesn't
Those pants
happen
were
with most of us.
terrible. So I said, oh, shoot. Yeah, this was from when I was in university. These awful green pants, right? But I didn't care. It was whatever is clean and it just happened to be in the back of the drawer. But it wasn't. So I do actually have a tendency to gain weight, but I actually haven't been too bad. And I think mostly it's because I was more or less, you know, I even before all this, I tended to skip meals anyway. And it wasn't because I was trying to lose weight or whatever. It's mostly when I get really busy, I tend to work through lunch, and I haven't had breakfast in a long time because regularly, I mean, and that was since medical school, because honestly, you know, we started at sometimes 7, sometimes, you know, 5, and I wanted to sleep. So I wanted to roll out of bed like 5 minutes before I went in. So that meant I couldn't eat anything. So that was really why. So I never ate breakfast. And as I was reading all these papers, you know, I had a full-time job, you know, and there's not a lot of time to read all these extra papers on top of the nephrology literature. I'm trying to read all this stuff about obesity. So it's just very busy. So I'd skip meals a lot. So I was sort of inadvertently doing this intermittent fasting. So I wasn't terribly, you know, struggling with my weight, although my A1C did sort of tend to drift upwards a little bit. So I did try a low carbohydrate diet at first, and it was quite effective. I actually lost weight quite quickly. I mean, although I ranged between the same sort of 5 to 10 pounds. But it was very interesting that it was actually way more effective than I thought it should be or would be. And, you know, my weight really came down a lot, and is like, oh, this is really, really interesting, because this is actually what I've been looking for this whole time. And then the next step was to say, okay, now I need to implement it in a program that I can use for patients. And that's where I started to really blog about it. And I was looking back, it was like 2013, I started blogging about it and developing a program, which eventually became thefastingmethod.com, about low carbohydrate diets. And what was interesting was that I started with low carbohydrate diets, and my patient population is skewed because I'm a specialist. So mostly I had older patients, and in Toronto, mostly like ethnic population. So I could talk to them about low carb and this and that, but they didn't really understand what I was talking about. Like, you know, you'd say, oh, eat low carb, and then you see what they're eating, and it's all rice and noodles because they're Oriental, or, you know, they're Sri Lankan or something. So they didn't really have a good sense of what I was talking about. So that's why I started to think about, okay, well, you know, the point is that you don't have to necessarily go low carb, because there are other ways. What you need to do is lower insulin. And really, so that's when I was talking to somebody, and they're talking about doing cleanses and fasting. Is interesting because she had lost a lot of weight, and she said, you know, somebody had told her, one, eat lots of fat, and I thought, wow, that's really strange, but it worked really well. And two, she did all these cleanses, which I thought, well, that's really stupid. That's just like fasting, and fasting is obviously bad for you, right? That's my first thought, is like, that's terrible. That's just a terrible idea. But then I thought, okay, well, what's so terrible about this idea? Like, I just don't understand. Like, I thought it was terrible. That was my gut reaction, as was everybody else's when I started talking about it. And then I thought, okay, well, how does this work? Because what you're going to do is you're going to lower insulin. If you lower insulin, you know that you're going to you know, lower your blood sugars, which is good for type 2 diabetics. And after that, you're going to metabolize fat, because that's what body fat is. It's simply a store of your calories. And we know that insulin inhibits lipolysis, so that if insulin is high, you can't burn body fat. You don't want to. But if it falls, you are going to activate lipolysis. So that seems good as well. And so I'm like, everywhere I think about this, you know, it just seems good. Like the whole thing seems like exactly what you want to happen. You're
Can
not
you,
just,
Jason, can you sort of characterize what your knee-jerk initial reaction was based on? That it can't be good, because that's the knee-jerk reaction, right? Still, of the medical community in general, your
yeah,
doctor colleagues out there. So
I think it was just that we've all been taught that you should eat sort of multiple small meals a day. And you know, when you go back into what happened there is, you know, that's not based on any science. But the prevailing sort of wisdom was you should eat 6 or 7 or 8 small meals throughout the day, sort of graze throughout the day. And I don't know that, you know, that's what I was taught, that's what I heard. So you hear it over and over again. So you assume it's true. You assume that somebody knew something and that's why it was true. Like that my, you know, dietitians would say it, and you see it on, you know, CNN and so on. You'd see it on everywhere, every dietitian on TV and dietitians in the hospital, and everybody said that. So if therefore, if eating 8 times a day is good, then eating 1 time a day should be very bad, right? And that was my sort of knee-jerk sort of, whoa, that's really going to be bad for you. Like, it's obviously going to wreck your metabolism and all these other things that they go on. But of course, my advantage is that I have access to a lot of scientific literature through my hospital library and stuff. So I can look up whatever I want. Then on the internet, you can find whatever you want. So I started to think about that. So I think this actually makes no sense to me. But it's okay, because the rest of the whole calories thing didn't make sense to me either. So then I thought, okay, let's look into fasting, because that's another way you're going to lower insulin. And then, you know, so I started reading about the physiology, and George Cahill's, all, you know, he had all these famous studies on fasting, and really it sort of, like, to me, it made perfect sense that this was going to be a solution that would be more easily implemented in a clinic such as mine, because fasting is very simple. It's something that everybody sort of understands intuitively, as opposed to trying to say, eat this and eat this, but don't eat that. So that's hard when you're dealing with a 70-year-old Filipino woman who's eaten the same thing for the last 70 years, right? You simply say, don't eat anything until dinner time, and no snacks and no fruit and nothing. So it's a lot easier because it's a lot simpler. And so I started using it, and then it was like, some of the cases we saw were just incredible. Like, so we published a case series in BMJ, the British Medical Journal, case reports. And so we had 3 patients who had about 20 years each of type 2 diabetes, about 5 years on exogenous insulin. And we started them on a fasting regimen, which wasn't too extreme, like 24 hours of fasting 3 times a week. That is, eat once a day on 3 days of the week. And with between 5 and 18 days, all 3 of them had come off all their insulin. And it's like, whoa, they were on high doses of insulin. And within a month, we basically got them off all their insulin. Within 2 months, I think all were essentially non-diabetic. After 20 years of diabetes, they were essentially not diabetic.
No other changes to their diet. No other
No.
advice other than,
well, we advised them to stay away from sugar and some of the sort of, you know, some of that stuff, right? Eat whole foods and that kind of standard sort of stuff. But, you know, nevertheless, it was such an incredible response. And the thing about that was that diabetes is a huge risk factor for heart disease, stroke, and cancer. Those are the major killers of Americans. So by reducing, you know, by reversing that type 2 diabetes, you know, I know that their health has improved actually like a huge amount. And that was like, you know, that was just incredible. And that's when I really started thinking, okay, this is like, I have nothing against like ketogenic diets, low carbohydrate diets, but there's no reason why you couldn't implement them at the same time. And there's no reason why you couldn't work these together, because it's a much better solution than just changing the diet, because you're changing both the diet, the what it is you're eating, but also the when it is you're eating. So even if you eat low carb, if you're eating constantly, I think you're only getting half the benefit. of what it is. So that's sort of where I came from. And then that's where I started speaking about fasting, probably 2014, 2015. And boy, did people think I was crazy.
So what kind of response did you get from your professional colleagues in Toronto?
It
I
was,
mean,
well, on the one hand, they knew me, so they knew I wasn't crazy. But there was a lot of skepticism. The dietitians thought I was completely insane and wouldn't sign off on it like whatsoever. In fact, our clinic, we had to not involve the hospital at all. I tried to get a dietitian originally, so I worked with Megan Ramos, and she is a medical researcher, but not a dietitian. And people always confuse her thinking that she's a dietitian, but it's actually, I couldn't get any dietitian to work with me because they thought fasting was like just the devil, right? It was terrible. As opposed to Megan, who was a medical researcher, so she was much more sort of open-minded about stuff. And then again, did it herself and wound up, thinking, wow, this works really well. So it's very interesting because, so my colleagues sort of were skeptical. On the other hand, they sort of saw the sense of what I was doing and what I was talking about because I could talk to them. I gave presentations at the hospital and so on about what fasting does, the physiology, and why it should be so beneficial. And then slowly what happened was that because we share a lot of patients, some of these cases were like just unbelievable. Like, so they started seeing people losing tons of weight or people just coming off all their medications, all their insulin, and so when they saw it for themselves, they were like, whoa, what happened here? And the other thing that is that a lot of the doctors sort of understood the physiology and that understood that there was nothing wrong with what we were doing. And most of them would say, hey, I used to do that in residency. So, and I was like 30 pounds lighter back then. So a lot of them just saw the truth of it sort of instantly. So in my area anyway, it very quickly became, okay, sort of within a year or two, it was like, okay, well, this makes a lot of sense, right? But it's still not, because I'm not like a university person, then it's still not widespread, and there's still a lot of this sort of academic inertia to sort of overcome, just like this whole calorie story. It's like, it's not a new story, but boy, do they like to hang on to that story.
now, one of the responses that you will get is it takes a certain kind of, sure, any diet will work if you comply with it. You've come up with a new trick on dieting. You've got a few wonderful patients who have complied, or at least they complied up until the time you wrote your case reports. So give us the denominator and the numerator. How often do you convince your patients to do this? How often do they fail? What's the sort of clinical, if you're going to write a report on your clinical program that had it brutally honest top to bottom, what are you saying?
Yeah, so there's a bunch that won't do it right off the bat. So it's pretty high actually. So there's probably, if you take 100 people, like half of them don't even want to do it. Like, I'm too busy and I'm too this, I'm too that. And the point is, you can't really push those people. And then of those people, so 50% will sort of not even do it or not give it really a fair chance. And then of those, sort of 50 don't wind up doing it long term. They don't stick with it. And part of the problem is, I think, that there really isn't this sort of, they get conflicting messages. So what we hear a lot is that, oh, I was doing it, and then my endocrinologist screamed at me, so then I stopped doing it. And so that happened quite a lot. So another half would drop out for whatever reason. Sometimes it just was lack of ability, like they didn't want to do it, they didn't like it, they didn't have a supportive family or group or doctor. And so you're instantly down to like a quarter of the people that you started with. And then of those quarter, I'd say that sort of like, if they fast, probably like 80% get better. And then the trick is to keep them fasting, right? And this is the point that I sometimes stress to them, is that fasting is really just a part of a natural cycle. It's like feeding and fasting. It's not feeding all the time, it's not fasting all the time. And that's why you have the term breakfast, right? It's the meal that breaks your fast, which means that fasting is done every day, which is the way that it was supposed to be. Like, you eat dinner at 6 and breakfast at 8, that's a 14-hour fast that you have every single day that you break. If you eat all the time and you never fast, you can't break that fast. And in French, you have déjeuner, which is jeûner is the verb to fast. So it's like, it's the same thing, right? It's embedded in our very language that fasting is a part of your everyday life. The problem is you get out nowadays and they fast on the day they fast and people tell them, oh, you're crazy. And then they go and eat sort of whatever they want and they don't fast on that regular basis. So the consistency is a little hard, but the people who do it consistently, probably like 80% do much better. And but the key is that it sort of wanes over time, which is where we created the fastingmethod.com is a support group, you know, to do it in a community. Because the thing about fasting, and, you know, it's very strange because I get these, you know, people who say, oh, well, fasting, you know, you're causing eating disorders. And I'm like, okay, well, first of all, you know, anorexia nervosa is a problem for sure, but it's a psychological disorder of, you know, body image. Just because you don't eat doesn't mean you have anorexia. Just like if you wash your hands, you don't have obsessive compulsive disorder, right? So one is the action, one is a psychological disease. So doing one doesn't give you the other. And it's like, I don't think I'd use fasting for a 16-year-old girl who weighs 90 pounds, but that's very different than a 60-year-old man who weighs 300 pounds, right? And it's like, I don't think his risk of anorexia nervosa is very high. So it's like, why would you even talk about that, right? It's like, you know, it's such a strange thing. So then, and I've never had this problem where people fast too much because it's not that much fun. Like I'd rather eat pizza and French fries myself, but this is what's good for you. And that's the message that I try to get out. And that's, you have to treat it like something that, you know, is good for you. So it's like taking medicine. It's like, it's not something that you want to do, but it's something that you really need to think about consistently. You know, so that's the sort of standard. So it's not like it's so easy to get people to do it. If you can get them to do it, they almost always see the benefit of doing it, but getting them to do it is the real problem. And that's where a lot of the behavioral stuff comes in, having support groups, having communities, having acceptance, because it's the mixed messaging that is a problem. When you have a message that it's low fat, low fat, low fat, it's fine. People will cut the fat off their meat and not eat eggs and stuff, right? They'll do all kinds of things as long as they think that there's a scientific consensus that supports you. But fasting doesn't have that, low carb doesn't have that, and that's the real problem.
So well, I'm going to break this up into two questions. First question is, what's the difference between, or is there any difference between time-restricted feeding and intermittent fasting?
No, it's really just different terms. So the reason I sometimes use time-restricted feeding is because the word fasting just freaks people out for some reason. They just freak. Because what happened in the 60s is that when they talked about fasting, they were serious. Like those studies of fasting, you've got these people going 30 and 60 days. It's an insane, like, and these people are not fat. In fact, they look like little sticks. So these thin people, that way they put on a 60-day fast. And I remember one experiment, which was crazy, but great at the same time, was they took these, I think 9 people or 3 people at Harvard. They fasted them for 60 days. Then they give them a big slug of IV insulin just for the hell of it, just to see what would happen. I'm like, wow, where's the research ethics board?
So, yeah, those were the days before the institutional review board. So
the blood glucose went down to like 0.9 millimolar, which is, I don't know, something like 27 in US units, which is insane. It's like a level that you see a lot of seizures at. And every one of them tolerated fine. I actually didn't even notice it, because they were so well adapted. So it was an interesting, but anyway, that's where they got into trouble. People were fasting 60 days and then getting all this stuff done to them, and then some died. And that was where fasting got like a real bad name. But nobody does that anymore. Like, we're not talking 60 days. We're not even talking 60 hours for the most part. So we're talking 24 hours, 16 hours. So because people freak the hell out when you talk about fasting, the term time-restricted eating became a lot easier and more palatable. to use. So essentially it's the same thing. So a 16-8 schedule, which is a 16-hour fast, is the same as an 8-hour eating window. So then you simply accentuate the eating window and call it time restricted feeding. And then it's all of a sudden, oh, hey, here's this new thing, but it's actually fasting, which has been, being done since sort of time immemorial. So there's no difference. It's really just a matter of time. So if you do shorter, like less than a day, then you can call it time restricted feeding. If you start going longer than a day, then people generally call it intermittent fasting. And then more than a couple of days, usually it's called extended fasting.
Okay. So now what do you tend to prescribe when you present this to your patients? What do you suggest they do first? And in your CrossFit lecture, you use the term ripping off the Band-Aid, which I like, but is that how you present it, or walk us through a typical patient dialogue?
So I typically, so it depends on the patient. So the older they are, the more comorbidities they have, the more gently I'm going to go into this. And this is especially true if they're on medications, which I tend to focus on. So then you have to be very careful. So you have to monitor them very closely. So then you're going to want to start slow. So then I often start at sort of like 12 hours, 14 hours, 16 hours, and sort of gradually build up that fasting period. And then at the same time, lowering the medications, especially the diabetic medications, in anticipation of that. If you're younger and just want to jump into it, there's always this sort of period of adaptation. And this happens in medicine a lot because your body has these predictable changes from when you go from sort of eating to not eating. And you go through, first of all, insulin starts to fall, and then you break down the glycogen in your liver, and then there's a stage of gluconeogenesis, which is where you've got a bit of protein that's being converted into glucose before you get into full fat metabolism. So there's this sort of predictable change. But in any individual patient, you can have, different lengths of for example, glycogen. If you're on a ketogenic diet, then you really don't have any glycogen storage. You're going to go into fat metabolism much faster. So if you're younger and have relatively few comorbidities, you can sort of force your body to get adapted faster by sort of just jumping right in and doing sort of a longer fast. And there's nothing wrong with that, but you may feel it a little bit more, because there are, again, some side effects when people haven't been fasting and go to fasting. There's headaches, some people get diarrhea, some people get constipated. There's certain things, some people get muscle cramps. So there are things that can happen. So which one you do doesn't really matter. So I've done both. Some young people are really gung-ho. Sometimes I just jump in and tell them to do a longer fast. So it's really just like, if you're going in the pool, it's sort of like, do you go in, step by step, or do you cannonball off the deep end, right? It's the same thing in the end. You're just getting your body used to the fact that you have to live off your stored forms of energy, which is glycogen and body fat. So, both work. But for my patients in the office mostly, I will go very, very gently. For people who are sort of maybe in the younger, healthier, lower carbohydrate, there's nothing wrong with sort of jumping in and doing a couple things. I'll mention something about the gluconeogenesis, because this is the thing that gets misunderstood a lot. So in the transition from sort of the fed state to the fasted state, you go from, say, and this is from Cahill's data, up to about 24 hours. If you have a relatively high carbohydrate diet, you're going to have enough glycogen to take. So glycogen is chains of glucose that is in your liver. So your liver just takes the glycogen, chops off the glucose, and sends it out into the blood. And so you're still metabolizing glucose. Fat is a triglyceride, and it's totally different. So it's 3 fatty acid chains with a glycerol. So the glycerol gets converted into glucose, but your body mostly metabolizes the fatty acid chains, not glucose. It's a totally different source of energy. It's sort of like, electricity versus gas. They're both forms of energy, but they're totally different. And it's the same with fat and glucose. In between when fat metabolism ramps up, there's this period from about, say, 24 to 30 hours where you're actually breaking down some protein in order to provide glucose, because your fat metabolism hasn't ramped up sufficiently yet. And that's where people kept saying, well, look, you're burning muscle, you're burning muscle. It's like, no, you're burning protein, which is not the same as muscle. And this is very important because your body has excess, so an obese person has excess, not just fat, but excess protein as well, because you got the skin and you got the connective tissue and all that structural stuff, which is not fat. And this is one of the reasons, and this is a clinical observation, so I don't have any data to back it up. But we've treated, thousands of people, and some have lost hundreds of pounds, and we've not referred anybody for skin removal surgery because we tend to use a lot of fasting. And during fasting, you actually want that period of burning this excess protein, which is connective tissue and skin, because your body, remember, replenishes skin every few days. Skin cells get replaced. But if you're not eating, your body doesn't want to replace those skin cells. So it's going to metabolize them. So this is the same thing you see in prisoners of war from Japan. There's no excess skin flapping off of them, right? Even if they lost 50, 80 pounds, because they've metabolized that protein for energy. And everybody thinks it's a bad thing, but it's not necessarily a bad thing because,
Well, this is, I've always thought about that myself, because when you read the history of the research, we've always known that about 25, 30, 35% of the excess weight is lean tissue to accommodate, carry muscle, to carry the fat tissue. So something has to decide whether the excess calories are going to go to fat tissue or lean tissue, which tells you right there that the accumulation of both has got to be hormonally regulated, right? Because it's not
Absolutely.
just, if you're assuming that the fat tissue got fat because you just dumped excess calories into it, then what prompted the lean tissue to be built up along with it? And then this issue, as you said, this obsession, and when discussing diets, of whether you stay in nitrogen equilibrium, whether you've got muscle loss or not. You would expect to have muscle loss because you've got weight loss, or you'd expect to have, as you put it, the protein, the collagen from the skin. So I've never quite understood. It's one of the many things in the research literature that continues to confuse me.
Yeah, and,
So now,
and what's interesting is that the recent data from some of the intermittent fasting studies show that there's actually no increase. If you do fasting versus sort of calorie restricted diet, you don't get an increase in muscle loss. It tends to actually be preserved better. And again, one of the things that we know is that when you don't eat, there's a predictable sort of change in hormones. That is, not only do you see insulin fall, but you get this other hormones that go up. And those are the counter-regulatory hormones. And that's medical school stuff, right? We know this happens. So, and one of them is growth hormone. So growth hormone is going to bump up, which is going to help you preserve lean tissue, because in a state of growth hormone deficiency, for example, we know in men that you can replace it and you'll get more muscle growth and all this sort of stuff. So that increase in growth hormone may help preserve that sort of muscle loss while sort of still losing all the skin and connective tissue that you want to.
Now, taking compliance out of the question, are there fundamental differences you see in the effects of, say, a ketogenic diet versus fasting? Or are they accomplishing the same thing in two different ways?
I think they're accomplishing the same thing in two different ways. You can get a little bit more technical. So I think one study I had cited at one point, they looked at the difference in insulin between fasting and ketogenic diet. So you get about sort of like 80% of the way with ketogenic diet. So you can do extremely well. The only other thing that might or might not be important, and this is sort of a huge area of research, is this question of mTOR and autophagy, which, there's so many questions and no real data. And the reason this is important is in a ketogenic diet where you're eating a lot of fat, but you're still eating protein. Protein is going to stimulate mTOR, which is going to turn off autophagy. And autophagy is this intracellular recycling process that's been sort of a very hot topic recently, because when you don't eat, your body actually increases. So when mTOR specifically goes down, so it's more the protein, not the carbohydrates, which is the factor in insulin. When you don't eat protein, then your mTOR goes down and you turn on autophagy. And autophagy is where you sort of break down subcellular organelles and you basically recycle them. But that's good because what you're doing is you're breaking down old stuff and building new stuff. So it's an interesting process. Nobody really knows, how long do you have to go fasting to stimulate autophagy? How low a protein do you have to go? So it's a really interesting question of how that plays out. And nobody really knows the answer to that. Like, can you get there just with ketogenic diets or do you need fasting? Because the difference is going to be this mTOR and autophagy. And mTOR is really a topical for people in the longevity field because of this drug rapamycin. A lot of people think that if you can block the mTOR, you get an extension in life, which is really interesting. So I don't know the answer to that. So on the one hand, I think you'll get most of the way with ketogenic diets. Can you get all that way with just ketogenic diets? I don't actually know. But there are theoretical reasons why you wouldn't want to. Now, the good thing about ketogenic diets is that because it's very satiating, people tend to go longer between meals. And a lot of people say, oh, well, I just eat once a day and I'm full for the rest of the time. So it tends to get incorporated anyway with the ketogenic diets.
I think I've told you this 2 years ago when we were in Zurich for the Food for Thought conference hosted by the BMJ and Swiss Re. Swiss Re had a conference the day after with the low carb community to discuss low carb diets for type 2 diabetes. I remember Megan was there. I was sitting next to her. I don't remember if you were there.
No, I don't think so.
There were 50 people sitting around a big round table, and I took a poll of how many people were doing intermittent fasting along with very low carbohydrate diets, and it was 45 out of 50.
Wow.
Which was, at least in our world, I think one of the things we think is it's much easier to do.
Yeah. I
doing low carb because you're not hungry all the time. So skipping a meal, skipping 2 meals is relatively easy.
Yeah, I think so, because if you're eating a lot of protein and fat, again, and this is why I think the calories thing is so stupid, like honestly, is that you completely ignore the fact that when you eat protein and fat, there are, again, well-known hormones that get activated, which are satiety hormones like peptide YY and cholecystokinin and all these hormones which tell you to stop eating. And it's like, okay, so if you're eating foods, protein and fat, that are telling you that you're full and don't want to eat more, well, that's a good thing. If you're eating a bagel with, jam or something, which like
low carb, soy cream cheese.
But if you're eating like pure carbohydrate, like slice of toast and jam, you don't activate those satiety signals. That's why at 10:30, you're looking for a low-fat muffin because you haven't activated it, right? And that makes total sense to me. And the other thing I was going to touch on just briefly and is cancer, because cancer is this sort of other completely fascinating topic, which mTOR winds up starting to get into. And I've looked at it very, very heavily because I actually have a book coming out called The Cancer Code, which is talking about this. And it's not simply about nutrition, because cancer is a much more difficult topic. It's a much more complex and interesting topic, but insulin plays like a huge role, like you wouldn't believe, in cancer. So cancer is the second leading cause of mortality in the United States. And what was interesting to me is that I did my medical school in the 1990s. It wasn't until 2003, there's this seminal paper in the New England Journal of Medicine. 2003, they looked at sort of obesity as a risk factor for cancer. And lo and behold, it was a huge risk factor. In fact, it was the #2 risk factor, like right after smoking. It dwarfed everything, like all that other stuff that we talk about for cancer, like, carcinogens and chemicals and this and that. That's why it was like, whoa, it was way, way up there. So now if you look at the WHO, they classify 13 types of obesity, 13 types of cancer as obesity related, including breast and colorectal, which is sort of the number 2 cancer in number 2 and 3 cancers after lung cancer. And insulin, of course, plays a huge role in that, because obesity is really the state of hyperinsulinemia. And insulin, it turns out, is a massive growth factor, which is super interesting because nobody knew this before.
Well, they knew it in 1967. They just didn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah.
But people just thought, I read that article you did. That was interesting. That was like from 10 years ago or something. The one about the breast cancer and insulin. And it was like,
15, 16 years ago. But even when it's in Good Calories, Bad Calories, where I say the one thing I never thought I would talk about when I wrote this book is the possibility that there's a link between carbohydrate and sugar consumption and cancer, but I have to.
Yeah.
Because now that I've read the literature, you can see that insulin and insulin-like growth factor are both drivers of tumors, tumorigenesis, malignancy, and that this was, and when I quoted 1967, when a lot of the work was done at NIH, Derek Leroy, and he told me that he first published it because it was insulin. It was only published in diabetes journals. Insulin was something you talked about in the diabetes world. So when he realized that it was a cancer promoter and that cancer cells upregulated insulin receptors, it was about 15 years before he ever discussed that in a cancer research journal.
Yeah.
Because that's not what they published. That's not what they cared about. They cared about chemicals in the groundwater and genetics. And, it's just the way medicine works. And so it existed in this bubble. It's a sort of obvious finding that no one denied, but nobody knew what to do with it. And then as the obesity and diabetes epidemic hit, and we became aware of metabolic syndrome and insulin resistance, and then you start wondering what happens with high insulin. And that 2003 CDC paper you discussed made other people aware. But
it's so interesting. And then Lou Cantley does all this work on PI3K, which it's then, oh, hey, here's the direct link between insulin, PI3K, and cell growth. So it's like, okay, well, this makes total sense now, because you got high insulin, which is a growth factor through PI3K, and it's like, oh, well, if stuff is going to grow, well, cancer is going to grow even faster, right? So it's like, whoa, that is such an interesting, link that, again, I didn't think about much, but is becoming sort of more and more obvious as we get later and later into this sort of obesity epidemic, which again, to me, it's sort of like, it's not any more difficult than now we are facing diseases of too much insulin. So therefore, the treatment is lower that insulin. How are you going to do that? There are some drugs that do that now, but not many, but it's going to be a low carbohydrate diet. It's going to be intermittent fasting. And what's interesting to me is that now you have diabetic drugs, which do lower insulin. So you have this whole class of drugs called SGLT2s, which make you urinate out the glucose. And what's fascinating is that we're finding like huge benefits in terms of prevention of heart failure, heart disease, and kidney disease. Like honestly, because I'm a nephrologist, the last drug we had that actually protected against kidney disease was the ACE inhibitors in the sort of early 1980s, like close to 40 years ago, is the last new drug that we had, or drug class, that was actually shown to protect against kidney disease. It's like, whoa, that's a long time. So the SGLT2 class, which again makes you pee out the glucose and therefore insulin tends to go down as well as lose weight. It's like, wow, this is all like making a lot of sense now. You have a disease of hyperinsulinemia, you lower the insulin, and all kinds of good things happen. And it's like, well, that makes sense. And it turns out that not only is, obesity a disease of hyperinsulinemia, so is type 2 diabetes, and so is cancer. So it's like, wow, this has potential huge sort of implications for all kinds of people.
Which, of course, makes it all that much more troublesome that we have to convince the world that it's not just about eating less and exercising more. Let me ask you one. We've been going, I know Karen wanted a 40-minute interview, and we're pushing an hour, and we could probably talk for a few days. CrossFit, right? This is the community that works out a lot. Intermittent fasting and extremely strenuous physical activity. You discussed this briefly in 2018 in your lecture, so let's cover that, and then what, if anything, we've learned since then.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of working out, people are always looking for sort of, can you work out when you fast and so on. And I think that it's, for most people, yes. I think if you're, and we do deal with a few very high-end athletes. So if you're talking about performance, then I think that like in-season sort of peak performance, you don't necessarily want to be fasting because these guys have a very, very high caloric sort of need. So fasting is going to make it very difficult to get that in season. When you're off season, you're trying to maximize sort of regeneration and sort of maintenance, and that's when you're going to do it. So if you're talking about you know, applying it, and this is where having sort of a deep understanding of the fasting physiology is that you can do two things. If you're a recreational athlete, then one of the things that we try to do is something called training in the fasted state, where you take advantage of these changes in hormones that you get with fasting. So if you fast for say 24 hours and then you work out, then what happens is, of course, you're training your body to use fat as a fuel, which is good if you're trying to burn fat. But you've also got an increase in catecholamines, which is this, so this is this counter-regulatory hormone change. You have this predictable lowering of insulin, but increasing sympathetic tone, which is your fight or flight response. So you've got noradrenaline going up and catecholamines going up. So that's going to make you able to work out harder, actually. And this is something that Georges St-Pierre, the mixed martial artist, talked about a lot when he was doing a lot of fasting, and he's one of these top-end athletes. He was saying that when he fasted, what he noticed was two things. One is that he was zoned in a lot more, and he could actually, he felt a lot stronger, and his mental concentration was a lot better, which is important in mixed martial arts. And the thing about it is, I always say, well, think about the hungry wolf versus the lion that just ate, right? Which one would you rather face? Well, you don't want to face that hungry wolf because he's keyed up, he's zoned in, and that's what you want to do when you do the training in the fasted state. So the increase in catecholamines is what you get in it. The second part of the fasting that's really beneficial for recreational level athletes is this increase in growth hormone, because after you fast and then you work out and then you eat, what you're going to do is you're just going to have all this growth hormone. So you're going to be able to repair faster. So you're going to be able to train harder and recover faster, which is a huge advantage. But if you're looking for peak performance, then it's difficult to do that sometimes. So some people will sort of just use low carb diets, or they'll use whatever. And you see more professional athletes doing low carb. And that's where low carb diets may be much more advantageous, because you're getting sort of 80% of the way there with fasting without actually fasting, because you need those calories. And you see people like Kobe Bryant and, you know, LeBron James and Chris Froome and all these people using low carbohydrate diets, Zach Bittner, and, you know, all these, you know, very high-end level athletes. It's just sort of getting into that thing. And, you know, this is what Tim Noakes talked about. You had this whole change from the 80s where it was all about energy drinks, sugar, and carb loading, which, and I used to do triathlon in the, you know, my high school and early days. It's like, I remember eating huge plates of pasta the night before a race. And it was like, and then you had all this talk about bonking and stuff. It was like crazy. And then now you've got,
when you go back in the history of carb loading, so it comes out of the Scandinavian cross-country skiing world. And until the 70s or 80s, it was basically you trained all year long on low carb. Okay, and then you carb loaded just the day before the race, but then that whole idea of carb loading for marathon runners got popular, and suddenly it's like, well, doing it the night before the race is good, doing it every day is surely better. And then you end up with, you know, an obese environment. Okay, look, Jason, this has been terrific. Karen, thank you for having us on CrossFit.
David Sinclair. David Andrew Sinclair is an Australian biologist who is a professor of genetics and co-director of the Paul F. Glenn Center for Biology of Aging Research at Harvard Medical School. He is known for his research on aging with a focus on epigenetics. He is the officer of the Order of Australia's Wikipedia. This is an email I sent to David. We all fine-tuning the guitar of life. I've been watching your work for quite some time. I'm not a scientist yet. You could say I have an inquisitive mind. I have a phrase that goes like this. The more attention you pay to something, the more attention it pays to you. I'm sure you understand this in your line of work. Answers come in very subtle ways. The universe does not shout. The universe whispers silently into the heart of man. I hope you do not mind if I offer some small suggestions to you. I think this could take you to a higher level in your work. I don't want to sound egotistical. I'm trying to come from my heart. Pay attention to your breath in each and every moment. Most people just roll their eyes and mutter to themselves, what a stupid thing to do. Yet the same breath you take is the same breath the universe takes. It is all one and the same. The Kabbalist says to have your feet on the ground and the head in heaven. The modern-day scientist would say to have your feet in the physical and your head in the quantum field. We are hardwired directly for this experience. It is built into our DNA. We must understand to fuse the natural law with the laws of the quantum field. True health only comes. True health only comes when we are in harmony with both. We have the ability to see the death state and the sleep state is one and the same. Have a great day. I'm looking forward to hearing all the great work that you have ahead of you.
So that is aging right there.
It's this what we call DNA methylation pattern that changes over time, and I can read that and tell you how old you are exactly within about 5% error and predict when you're going to die, unless you.
This video is sponsored by Inside Tracker, and you'll hear more about them in just a minute.
I think you gotta have a dream.
The School of Greatness.
Really?
Yeah.
Please welcome Lewis Howes.
You are teaching people how to understand reverse aging, really, and how to live longer, how to live younger, and how to reverse aging is kind of one of the main things you're known for, correct?
That is correct, yes.
We were talking beforehand that is a massive fear. Death is a big fear for a lot of people. Some people you meet who are spiritually enlightened and they're just like, I know this is a part of life and it's okay and it's going to be fine. But you have experienced things on the other side where it hasn't always been as pretty to witness death. And I'm curious, I want to talk about why you got into this field in a second, but I want to give people a few hacks that you've learned recently to help people with the reversing aging process. What would you say are a couple daily things we can think about or do to start reversing that aging process?
Yeah. Well, we now know enough that you can definitely slow it down. And we've had some breakthroughs that seem to reverse it as well, though they're still experimental. But we're talking about one day being able to reverse the age of the body by 50, 75%. We do that in mice now. We can cure old age, blindness, and this kind of stuff. But importantly, what can we do now to stay alive till those technologies come online 5, 10 years from now? So if there's one thing that I could say to everybody, if there was only one thing, it would be to eat less often. Okay, I used to say eat this or that, but actually I believe that when you eat is just as important as what you eat, perhaps even more so. And so I've changed my life accordingly. So there's that. There's the exercise thing, but that's really true. And I'll tell you why it works, actually. That's important to know. And you're a fit guy, so you're doing all those things. By the way, you look really young.
Thank you.
Right. I would have thought maybe in your 20s, but you're actually in
late
say how old
30s.
you are?
Yeah, I'll be 39 in 2 months.
It's impressive. Yeah, I mean, you can't even see the stitches.
Exactly.
No, it's really great. You haven't aged since I first met you, and that's been a while.
Yeah.
And then the third thing would be to eat plants, more plants, but plants in particular that have been stressed out. So you can stress plants before you pick them. There's organic, of course, but you can pick the fruits and vegetables after they've faced adversity. A lot of light, not enough water, not enough nutrients. And there's a whole theory that we have behind that. But in general, how do you know a plant has these molecules that I'm talking about?
The stressed out molecules.
Yeah. So plants need to survive just like we do. And those molecules, they protect the animal and the plant. And when the plants get perceived adversity, let's take a grape vine, okay, that make red wine out of. And I'm the guy that said red wine is good for you and resveratrol, and that blew up 30% sales in red wine, 2006. But so let's take red wine. So that before you pick the grape, you typically dry out the vines, or you hope that there's not enough rain, and then the grapevine gets stressed out, not mentally stressed, but it's fearful that it could die. So it starts making these what are called polyphenols, and a phenol is just a ring of carbon with some hydrogens on it. And poly, obviously more. So this resveratrol is 2 carbon rings with some little 8 OHs, oxygen, hydrogen. They make a ton of it. And it's bottled in red wine. And that's why, one of the reasons why you'd probably have some health benefits when you drink red wine in moderation.
Right.
And when you take resveratrol as a supplement, it also has similar benefits. It's found in clinical trials.
Wow.
So what
in the supplemental form?
Yeah. So I've been taking resveratrol myself for over a decade now, probably 14 years.
Is that what covers up the stitches?
Yeah, right. Actually, people on the internet make fun of me. They say, you've had work done.
Right.
And I'm now 52, so it's getting up there.
52.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, times. It's hard to stop that one.
Right.
But anyway, these molecules, you know a plant has them when the plant is full of color. So try to have a variety of colors. Don't get the white insipid lettuce. Get the bright orange, whatever, organic. If they've been kept in a greenhouse at perfect temperatures, that's probably not the best kind of food to eat.
Really?
Yeah. And I've gone more plant-based. I know there's a lot of people that love meat. I love meat. I wish meat was super healthy. I'd eat it all day.
But based on the scientific trials and studies.
Yeah, and on social media, there's a lot of debate. So I don't mind going up.
There's so many people that talk about meat who swear by it, and a lot of them look young. A lot of them look really lean and shredded.
Yeah, they will.
I've lost all this body fat from eating meat and the meat-only diets and all these things. I've gotten rid of the eczema. I've gotten rid of the other, allergies or whatever might be, challenging them in those times. So you hear certain studies of this from people. But I guess having that diet for 40, 50 years, we haven't really seen that, right? It's like, okay, maybe it works for 5 years or 3 years, but how does that affect you with aging long term, right?
That's right. So I've had debates with Joe Rogan ad nauseum about this. So what the way to think of it is that you can mimic adversity or abundance. And the abundance is the steak, and what I do is the adversity, which is not as much protein.
Interesting.
And there are systems in the body that sense a slight deficiency of protein, or at least a lower level, and kick in the defenses that we think make us live a long time. But you can go to abundance and you'll feel great, can look great, you can build muscle a little bit more, not a lot more, but a little bit more. But that when people say that works for me, it's within a few years of time frame. I'm talking 50, 60, 70, 80 years, like you said. And that's what I'm betting on. Otherwise, you're burning the candle at both ends. Now, one way to do it perhaps is to spend a year on a carnivore diet, fix yourself, bulk up, and then switch, and then maybe go back and forth. There's a lot to be said about variety in biology. And in the case of resveratrol, when we gave resveratrol to the mice, not every day, but every other day, that was the best lifespan extension.
Not giving it to them in abundant formats, but in every other day or sporadically. Really?
Yeah.
So what happened to the mice when you gave it to them every day as opposed to every other day?
They didn't statistically live longer unless they had some other adversity, which in that case was a high-fat diet. And then resveratrol worked really well to protect them, and they lived longer.
Wow. So have high-fat diet and that supplement.
Then if you're like a mouse, if you are a mouse, then you will do pretty well.
That was benefiting them, got you. But for a human, how would that impact?
Well, we don't actually know. There's been a number of studies. If you take a high dose, so I take 1 gram a day in a tiny bit of yogurt every day, and that's important. If you mix it with water, it'll sink to the bottom.
It won't work.
It won't be absorbed into the body.
Really? So it needs to be, you can't just eat it, drink water, put it in a pill format and drink water. It's got to be
so that's a real tip, is you got to dissolve it in something, a yogurt or some olive oil, for it to get in.
It doesn't dissolve in water and it won't penetrate the system or what?
Yeah,
it'll
flow straight through. It's little crystal lumps. So a lot of these plant molecules, there's one called quercetin, physetin, resveratrol. A lot of the supplements you get, if you break open that capsule, and often they're yellow or white, and you put it in water and it doesn't dissolve, it'll sink to the bottom in these crunchy little crystals, it's not going to get absorbed.
So if it dissolves in water, that's good. That's okay.
Right.
Okay, that's fine then.
Some vitamins will, but most of this stuff from plants is going to be just straight through the body. A little bit will get absorbed, but if you take it with yogurt or some food, we actually know you get 5 times the levels.
So you can take it with food as well, and it'll dissolve better, it'll digest better?
Right.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. So these are a few things you mentioned. Eat less often. You didn't say eat less. You said eat less often. So you can still eat less often, but pack it in the meal?
Well, that's what I do. I have a big dinner, and I really enjoy it now because I'm not eating much during the day. And it comes from a study, and actually it's important that when I'm not talking about malnutrition, certainly not talking about starvation. So, if you're a teenage kid, this is not for you. It's kind of people in their late 20s, 30s at least. But you don't want to have a calorie deficit unless you regard yourself as being obese or your doctor recommends it. I have to maintain my weight, which I do pretty easily.
Calories. Yeah.
Yeah, so I eat a pretty big dinner, and it's great. Multiple courses. I don't eat dessert though. I gave up sugar when I was 40.
Really?
And do not regret that at all.
What have been the biggest benefits of 12 years no sugar?
Surprisingly more energy, actually. This combination of the plant-based 1 main meal a day and no sugar, I feel so much better. I power through the day, and I measure my blood glucose levels on occasion.
I'm supposed to be doing that soon. Do you recommend it?
Well, yeah, you'll learn a lot about your body.
Yeah, and how much junk you put in your body when you,
Yeah, and what you'll see, what kind of meals do you have during the day? 3?
Well, I go through, it depends on the season of life, but I try to skip breakfast most times, and then, I haven't eaten today, and it's 2:45. So I just had a coffee and some ghee, and then, I'll maybe have a protein bar in the afternoon, and then I'll have a dinner. But it all depends on the season of life. Sometimes I'll have breakfast and lunch and dinner, but sometimes I'm fasting, so.
Okay. But it sounds like you're on your way.
Yeah.
You're doing something, which is good. Well, you're obviously doing something.
Yeah.
You look like a kid, man. That's great. Whatever you're doing, keep doing that. But yeah, you want to have this period of about 18 hours at least to let your body produce its own blood sugar. And so your blood sugar actually comes from your liver. It's called a process, gluconeogenesis.
Okay.
Gluco, sugar, new genesis, obviously. And what I saw in my blood levels when I was measuring it, and I do this maybe every month, is contrasted to what somebody who eats 3 meals a day, it's super steady. I have this green line across here, and it's wiggling here, and then I have dinner, it goes up a little bit, but never out of this zone unless I eat a chocolate or something.
With the blood sugar levels is what you're saying, right?
Glucose levels,
Glucose levels, not blood sugar level.
Well, it's called blood sugar, but glucose is the
glucose
molecule. Yeah.
And so it goes up a little bit when you have dinner, but it's steady throughout the day.
For me.
For you.
Because I've trained my liver to do that.
To produce it at that level.
Well, it's really smart. It knows what I need, and I power through the day. So I feel so good. I never get the brain fog. I never feel hungry. Well, not very. And I certainly don't have that, oh, I'm caffeinated, got a jitters kind of thing. And that's because it's steady. And I've measured myself eating 3 meals a day. And this is what happens. This is a typical person. Breakfast, huge spike. It goes up 150, 200 units. And then you'll feel good for a while. And then 3 hours later, it's called postprandial, your body puts out a ton of insulin through pancreas, and it'll shoot down, pulling the glucose out of your bloodstream into your tissues, but it'll overshoot. The body just now goes down. So I'm here, an average person goes up here, down there, and now I can tell, now I'm hungry, I can't think, I need a snack, right? And it's down here. And then what do? I go and have lunch or a snack. It's back up here again. Mm-hmm. And then that's happening 3 times a day for most people. And that's the problem. If you just want to not worry about food and have a lot of energy and think really clearly, you want that.
People age at different speeds, and the date on your license may not represent your inner biological age at all. And if you're looking for ways to extend your health span and slow down the aging process, the keys to your health and longevity run in your blood. That's why Inside Tracker provides you with a personalized plan to boost your metabolism, reduce stress, improve sleep, and optimize your health for the long haul. It's created by leading scientists in aging, genetics, and biometrics. Inside Tracker analyzes your blood, your DNA, and fitness tracking data to identify where you're optimized and where you're not. You'll get a daily action plan with personalized guidance on the right exercise, nutrition, and supplementation for your body. Add Inner Age 2.0 to any plan for a definitive calculation of your true biological age to see how you're aging from the inside out. And when I got my results back from Inside Tracker, they told me, and I quote, "Lewis, you're beating the clock." And that feels good. And now that Inside Tracker has shown me my biological age, they are now providing an action plan of science-backed recommendations with the goal of improving the quality and quantity of the years ahead. For a limited time, get 20% off the entire Inside Tracker store. Just go to insidetracker.com/School of Greatness for more. So what are other ways of reaching that kind of even blood sugar level or glucose level? Is it doing the 1 meal a day? Can you eat smaller meals, throughout the day? How do you stay consistent? What are the different ways to do it?
Yeah, well, you can eat small meals in small bits during the day. That's the old way of doing it. Mm-hmm. That's what nutritionists
like eat 5 times a day, but small.
Yeah, I don't believe
then
that.
You're spiking it 5 different times, right?
A little bit, yeah. But really what you want is for your body to get the thought that it could run out of food. Uh-huh. This is the adversity mimetic. Okay, you always want your body to feel like you could die next week.
What are the benefits of tricking your body to think it's going to die in a week?
Well, it's not having food in your mouth for most of the day. Mm-hmm. It's running and lifting things. Right? We know these are good for us. Now I'm telling you why. And I can tell you about the genes involved too. Mm-hmm. And then you can also change the temperature of your body. That also puts a bit of a shock in your body. It's called the whole thing is called hormesis. What doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Yes.
And you know that.
Yes.
Yeah. You become resilient and long-lived. Okay. And otherwise, if you're always having the abundance, tons of amino acids and meat, your body says, "Hey, this is great. I don't need to do anything but build. You'll have, a pretty good body." By the way, you can still have a good body in this. It's just, you'll be a little bit leaner, maybe 5% less bulky. But here, it's like burning the candle at both ends. We are always in a state of, I got so much food, screw it. I don't need to worry about protecting my body. I'm going to have kids for the next 5 years, replace myself, and then I can be out of here. Whereas my mode of doing it, the adversity mimetic, is the thought that my body has is, oh crap, if I have kids right now, they might die. I need to stick around until food comes back. Or the mammoth goes away and doesn't chase me every day.
Right.
And so you stick around for longer. So you can get a couple of decades longer by doing what I do versus that. On average, everyone's different.
Sure.
But just doing the 5 main things that doctors tell you, and we all know are good, like don't smoke, don't overdrink, eat good food, so Mediterranean kind of diet, sleep well, and don't stress out and have friends. Those things are enough to give you an average of 14 years.
Oh my gosh.
That's just the easy stuff.
Because what's the average lifespan now for a man or a woman in the U.S.?
Went down, dipped a little bit with COVID, but it's around late 70s.
Late 70s, yeah. And so you're saying if you have those 5 things at a great level, then it could go an extra 5, 10, 14 years, is what you're saying.
Oh, easy.
Easily.
That's just the easy stuff. I haven't told you about the science and all of the stuff that I'm doing.
That's just the basics, the
Those are
foundation.
basic. It's simple.
How much, now you've mentioned minimal alcohol, but how much does alcohol, smoking, or marijuana, or psychedelics actually affect lifespan? Do we have enough research on this yet, or?
Well, we do on tobacco smoking. There's obviously, it's very clear that's a decade off your life. And what's interesting is that what we're learning about these various things that you can do to hurt yourself or to protect yourself is that what's happening is that your body is aging at a different rate. So smokers, you can measure it, are older biologically than people who've never smoked. And it's why they look older too.
Wow.
We can measure that now in my lab. If I took your blood, I could tell you how old you are biologically, not just your chronological.
I want to do that. I saw you post this on Instagram that you're like 46. Is that right? Or you're 42, or what is it?
I went down to, what was it, 44, I think,
okay,
or 42.
44.
It bounces around, but it's usually a decade younger than
That's
what I am.
cool. So what do you do? You take a blood sample, and then you what? Measure the blood?
There's 2 ways of doing it. There's one company that I advise called Inside Tracker, and that's what I use.
I've had that too, yeah.
You've done that? Yeah.
Yeah.
So they come to your home or you donate, and then you get this this readout of, I think it's 40 different parameters, and they use an algorithm and tell you how old you are. So I'm 42 or something like that. I'm in the top 2% of people from my age for youthfulness. So I'm happy with
just
that.
Just dusted out a little brag over that. I like it, yeah.
Yeah, well.
You better be if you're researching this and the top scientists in the world on this.
Yeah, I don't like to brag. That's not what Australians and scientists do. But what I do want to say is I use my body as an experiment.
Yeah.
And try to be a role model. And I've been optimizing my lifestyle for 20 years now, based on this feedback from Inside Tracker for the last 12, 13 years.
Wow.
And you can see the graphs of things going out of the optimal zone, and then I make a change based on science, and it comes back or even better.
So we know from smokers that their biological age is older when they smoke, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, well, that's one test. The Inside Tracker test is what I do routinely every few months. But there's a new type of test that my colleagues and in my lab we've developed. It's called the DNA methylation test. It's also known as the Horvath test, named after my friend Stephen Horvath at UCLA. The way to think of this is, if you've ever heard of the epigenome,
I've heard of that.
These are the control systems that control our DNA. It turns out that system you can measure. It's chemicals on your DNA that change over time predictably. And we've just developed a way to measure that 100 times cheaper than it was before. And I'm going to bring this test to the public so that people can test their biological age.
At home or something? Or?
It should be a cheek swab. That's what we're developing.
So you don't have to prick or take blood or anything. You do a cheek swab.
Exactly.
And then you ship it in or something? Or?
Yeah, you'll post it in. And then you get, hopefully just a week later or less, here's your credit score for your body.
That's cool.
And then even better, here's how you slow it down or reverse it based on everything we know about you.
Wow, that's
cool. We'll take you on that journey. So do this, eat this, swallow this.
That is cool. I got to take that test.
Yeah, well, you can get on the wait list if you want.
Okay. Where can
there's a website, because we are taking names right now. We may do some studies with early adopters too.
That's cool. Where's the wait list for that?
It's called Tally.
T-A-L-L-Y.
tallyhealth.com. And the reason I'm excited about it is it's very hard to focus on what works because we have no idea. You exercise, you hope that it's good.
Yeah.
Is it too much, too little? If I eat this, does it help me? We need a dashboard for our bodies, and that's what these give you.
That is really cool. Okay, so we know that smoking makes you age biologically. That's why it makes you look older, smoking. What about drinking alcohol? You know, we've talked about wine and the substance in wine that could be supportive, but alcohol in general, does that affect biological age and aging?
Well, it all depends on quantity.
Gotcha.
1 glass a day, most doctors would say, especially if it's red wine, it's fine. And the alcohol actually can help with the cardiovascular system, reduces bad cholesterol, and more importantly, raises the good cholesterol, HDL.
This is for red wine.
And the alcohol in white wine does a little bit of good too.
Okay.
But
beer?
So beer will raise the levels of uric acid, which is a breakdown product of a protein breakdown product that you can pee out. But if you have too much beer and other types of food that contain a lot of this type of protein, you will raise your uric acid level. So why does that matter? It's becoming very clear that if you have high uric acid levels, your body will age faster.
We just had Dr. David Perlmutter on, who has a book about uric acid, talking about like this is one of the root causes of poor health and aging faster and things like that. So alcohol, you talked to him a lot?
Yeah, I actually was one of the first people to read his book before it came out.
Yeah, it's really good.
It blew my mind. I now measure my uric acid levels. You can get little test strips. You can just buy them at the usual.
You just pee on it?
No,
you swab
you
it?
spit on it, and 10 seconds later you see
your
uric acid levels. Yeah.
And so the lower the level, the better.
Right.
The higher the level means there's risk for what?
Everything, according to David. It's really bad for cancers and heart disease mainly. But I think he's right, that it's a sign of accelerated aging.
The higher the uric level, the faster you're going to be aging.
Yeah.
And a larger amount of consumption of alcohol, specifically beer, I'm hearing raises that level.
Beer in particular has a lot of the chemicals in it that will raise uric acid, unfortunately. And that's from David Perlmutter. He gave me a list of foods, and I saw beer on there, like, oh, that sucks.
Now, is there any benefit to beer in biology, in science? Does it help you improve the quality of your health? Does your brain get better? Does your body, your system get better? Does it make you younger at all? Or are there no benefits to beer biologically and in your brain?
There are benefits because there's alcohol in there, and a little bit of alcohol is good for your cardiovascular system. But
there's other things that's good for your cardiovascular system too, right? That you don't need.
So beer on the list of alcohols is at the bottom for health, mostly, unless it's full of sugar. Like those very sweet wines, I think would be a problem. But beer does have a lot of vitamin B group vitamins, B3, tons of it.
But you can get that in other ways too.
You can. So what can you do? I mean, you got to live as well.
Right.
I don't prescribe a life that's prolonging and feels longer. You got to live a little.
Right. Enjoyment, the enjoyment of the richness of life. Yeah.
Right. Though I am trying not to drink alcohol these days.
I've never been drunk in my life.
Yeah, amazing.
Never been drunk. I don't find it amazing because I just never found I never had the desire to do it. I like tasted some when I was 16 and I was like, I don't understand why I would ever drink this. Plus it was also for me, maybe that's one of the reasons in your mind I look younger, I look like I haven't aged more, is because I found it as an advantage in sports. When everyone else was drinking, I was like, oh, it's weakening their immune system, it's making them slower mentally. This will give me an edge in athletics. They were hungover after games in practice, and I was like, I'm going to be sharp. And so I just kept on with it. I was like, this is just going to make me sharper. Now, I have my other vice. I use, sugar in other ways is my vice. So I'm not perfect. But does alcohol make you look older too?
In excess.
In excess, gotcha.
Yeah. So a little bit every day is okay, a little bit. But most doctors, like physicians, would say if you overdo it, you will age. And actually what you do as a researcher is you look at people who live a long time and compare them to either their twin, which has been done, or family members.
Interesting.
Yeah, and actually how you live your life has a massive impact on how long you live. There's a twin study. They took identical twins, genetically identical, in Denmark, and they said, okay, let's look at them through their life. And there were massive differences in how they looked and how long they lived. And when they went back to see what the causes were, they could figure out, first of all, that 80% of their lifespan was determined by how they lived, not their genetics.
You mean the way they felt about themselves, the people they hung out with, their environment, the activities they took on, or what do you mean?
Well, mostly their lifestyle, what they ate. Did they smoke? Did they drink? Did they exercise?
Did they sleep well? All that stuff.
Right. Okay. And those that did all the good things, the same genetics, twins, born the same day, one could live 10 years longer than the other.
Now, this is what I'm curious about. Were these twins hanging out all the time? Or were they, because usually when you're hanging out with someone all the time, you pick up the similar habits, right? You pick up a similar lifestyle habit as your parents, as your partner, and you kind of eat the same things. It's really hard to be like, I'm going to drink every day and I'm not going to drink every day if you're living together and in the same room, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
So I wonder how that is.
But
Yeah.
maybe they got separated at birth or something.
Interesting.
But it does tell you a lot. The fact that 80% of our future health is in our own hands is liberating.
That's really
Because
cool.
often we think, it's not going to make a big difference. It really makes a big difference how you live your life every day. Focus on that. And one thing that I do is I look at my future self and I ask myself, what's that guy saying to me today if he could speak to me?
What's he saying? Please don't eat that.
Exactly.
Please don't drink that anymore. You had enough. Like, you're going to hurt me in 10 years.
Yes, that's how you need to think about it.
It's coaching yourself 10, 20, 30 years out.
Right.
It's interesting. I asked David Perlmutter, I said, what are some things you wish you would have done sooner to improve the quality of your health? And he was like, flossing. I didn't go deeper into that, but I remember him saying that. And I was like, there's wisdom in whatever it is. Maybe he had some gum issues or something he had to deal with at one point that was really affecting him for a year or two. I don't know. I'm just making this up. But if he could go back, he'd be like, I wish you would have done this better, so I didn't have to suffer later, right?
Yeah.
What are the things you've done or you're doing now that your 10-year-old self will be so happy for? Like if he was in front of you right now, he'd just be hugging you and high-fiving you nonstop. The things you're doing that he will appreciate in 10 years. And then what are a few things that he's gonna say, man, I really wish you wouldn't do that right now?
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. So let's see. So I measure myself so I can speak scientifically, not just that it makes me feel good. It's the one main meal a day.
He would be grateful for.
I'm sure of it. And as a result, I'm leaner and more ripped. I hate to say that word.
You look lean.
I am lean.
You look really lean.
I've gone
shredded.
over the last 2 years from 150 pounds to 133.
Yeah, you look leaner even from the first time I had you on. Your face is leaner and chiseled.
Yeah, I don't think I can lose any. I want to lose any more.
Yeah,
I need to go back to the gym and do a little bit more.
So the one meal a day, but you weren't doing one meal a day, what, 5-10 years ago?
No, I only started during the pandemic. Yeah, this is new for me too. It's hard actually when you begin.
Very hard.
You feel hungry because you've got those crashes that make you really hungry, and you've got this hormone called ghrelin that makes you hungry. But once you get through that, it takes about 3 weeks. Mm-hmm. So anyone who tries it, make sure that you don't give up early. Just power through, and then your liver will wake up. One main meal a day. So that's one. The other thing I think that he will be happy is don't eat sugary foods. Oh man. Yeah. Don't eat that cake. So at a restaurant, when they say, do you want dessert? I always say no. But then I'm hoping that someone at the table orders what I want. Yeah, but that's all I need. Right. I need to taste it. I don't need to fill myself with a cake. Gotcha. Because you still want to enjoy your life and live a full life, but you don't want to, in 10 years, be like, why do they eat cake every day? It's not worth it. Yeah. Really. Your future self will thank you for it. Lifting weights, I know you do that, so I need to do more of that. I got a standing desk. So most of the day I'm standing, which is great. Again, you have to get used to it. You'll feel tired for the first few weeks. Yes. Your legs will. I'm now mostly focused on eating plants. When did you start that? That's recently. Eating mostly plants. Yeah, I've switched. I love meat. I wish that I could eat more. But you just got to look at the science. There's some really good studies of thousands of people who just look at how long people live and what they eat. And I mean, it's not even an argument. But there's so many people that bring in the argument, well, all these people have cured these diseases or whatever, gotten rid of these things from meat only. But people make the argument, right? Like you see it online, people making the argument for meat. So where are they finding these research studies of people living longer on an only meat diet? I don't know. But you're not seeing them. You're not seeing studies of anyone that lives over 100 that all they do is eat meat. Well, there might be one person or two, but when you look at 10,000 people, what they eat, it's the vegan and the pescatarian that win out. In the blue zones, right. Yeah, and the numbers are something like that. You drop it down to, you got 88% less chance, or actually it's 12% chance for most diseases. So most diseases are protected by these diets. Really? Wait a minute, 88% less chance of what? Of dying at any one point. In the age range of the study, which is by being a pescatarian. Yeah. So it's vegan, pescatarian, those are the best. Then above that would be, actually, pescatarian was better than vegetarian. A little bit of meat seemed to help, but it has to be fish.
Mm-hmm.
And
With
then,
the omega-3s in there, right?
yeah, and particularly oleic acid's good, which is found in avocados and olive oil. That activates one of the protective enzymes that we study in the lab.
Which acid?
Oleic, O-L-E-I-C.
What is some of that, but not a lot of
It's
that?
a monounsaturated fatty acid, or a MUFA. If you have a bit of olive oil, there's a supplement online that I get that has high levels of oleic acid in it that I take every day.
Okay, cool.
With the DHA and EPA,
Yeah, all that stuff, yeah.
all that good stuff.
Yes, okay.
So that's my fish intake, is a pill.
You don't eat fish, or you eat very little?
Well, I'm evolving my diet. So I've gone from a Mediterranean diet over the last 10 years to the last 2-3 months to all plant-based, no dairy, and no meat. And I'm just seeing what happens to my body. I'm measuring things. It's an experiment.
Yes.
It's not a philosophy. And if things don't work out
You'll go
biologically,
back.
I'll go back.
Mhm.
I mean, I'd love to go back to a steak. I'm Australian after all. But, I'm driven by science, and that's all
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. Okay, so you got these 4. Was there another thing that your future self would thank you for? 1 meal a day. Don't eat sugary foods. That's going to be one of the most challenging for me. Lifting weights. Eating mostly plants. Was there anything else?
Get control over psychological stress.
Oh, yeah. Why is this so important?
Well, the main problem is you have high levels of cortisol when you're stressed out psychologically. And it's clear that people who have really high levels of stress are chronically ill. And even it accelerates gray hair. That's actually a fact. It's not just a myth. You really are getting older if you have stress.
Really? So this scientifically proven that if you're stressed out all the time, or more frequently, you're going to get older, biologically.
Correct.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can you reverse gray hair without dyes?
Yes.
Really?
Well, not routinely, but there are examples of that. There are some drugs that have shown in the clinic that make hair go gray, from gray to brown. The best example I can tell you is that when people are stressed out, let's say they're in the banking world and they're losing their minds, you can find hairs that start to turn gray. Okay, so you look at them and they're a little bit gray at the bottom. Oh God, I'm turning gray. Okay, then they get given a vacation and they go away for a couple of weeks, and guess what happens to the hair shaft?
It gets brown.
It's brown again.
Come on.
You can find these gray brown segments of hair in
Interesting.
people. Yeah, and what they tracked it down to was that the cells that make the hair pigment start to shut down, but they can be reinvigorated. But I suspect once you've been gray for a number of years, it's really hard.
It's hard to
get back
reverse
again.
that. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
but I'm the first person to say aging is not unidirectional. In my lab, we're driving it forwards and backwards at will. It's not
That's crazy.
really difficult anymore once you figure it out. Any high school student could do it these days in a mouse, at least.
To drive the aging process faster and also reverse it at any time,
Right.
just by doing a few of these things.
Well, those things will certainly slow it down and maybe even reverse it by a couple of years. The Mediterranean diet, there was a study that came out, last year. And people on a Mediterranean diet, which
Which
think most
includes
people
what?
know,
What
so
are
let's do it. So it's a lot of plants. It's focusing on good fats, the avocado kind of, and olive oil. Think Greek kind of food. A little bit of meat, but mostly fish. That's Mediterranean, and a bit of red wine. So that's that. That, if you give that to people or tell them to eat it for a year, they will be younger at the end of that year than people who didn't switch.
Wow.
Yeah. But age reversal is a little different. I don't think just by avoiding sugar you're going to reverse your age. Otherwise, we'd have people living 1,000 years. But what we do know is that you can actually flip a switch and reset the body, at least a human cell or a mouse, to be about 50% younger, even more than that.
By not eating sugar.
No.
Or by all these other things.
By my lab at Harvard.
Gotcha, yes.
It's not mainstream yet, but we hope it will be. So we're developing medicines that can reverse the age.
Can reverse aging.
Reverse, yeah.
By 50%, you're saying.
At least 50%.
Wow.
We do it in the eye all the time. We just published this about a year ago, that we could reset the age of a mouse's eye so that it went from being blind to having a young eye again.
That's crazy.
And then it stays young. And then the mice get old and die with young eyes.
No way. So they can keep looking like sharp and clear and 20/20 vision,
Right.
but the body shuts down.
Yeah, so now what we've done
How is
is
that possible?
we've learned how to age mice. We can do that. We understand aging well enough to do that. So we drive their age forward. So we have a twin mice. If you come to my lab, and you've
I
got
gotta
to
see
come,
this in Boston.
you've got yep at Harvard Medical School. We have mice that are twins, and they're born with black hair, and when we age them, they get gray hair. And so you've got these twins in the same cage. They've grown up, eating the same stuff. One's gray and one's black, same age, but we've aged one 50%. That we've been doing for a decade. That's in my book. That we've been able to do. That's not hard.
You've been able to age them.
Aging things has been easy.
Yeah.
I know it sounds crazy,
Eat
but
poorly, don't sleep well, have a stressful environment. Yes.
well, we do it a little bit more differently.
Yes.
We use an enzyme to cut their chromosomes, and that accelerates the
Oh
changes.
wow, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. But here's the thing. Now we can take those mice. What we're doing in the lab now is not just reprogramming and resetting the age of the eyes of those old mice, but the whole body.
And you've already done that.
It's in progress. So we
That's
have
crazy.
we have a mouse called Lisa, who's our first test case, and she's having her age reversed right now.
Have you been seeing like she had white hair or gray hair?
Yeah.
And is it
And frailty and sickness. Well, we'll see. It's in progress.
the bones are like
We're hopeful. We've reprogrammed a middle-aged mouse and let it go for a year, and it seemed healthier. It didn't have any more cancer. If anything, it had less cancer. But here's the thing with science: you have to do what the reviewers, the judges of your paper, tell you to do if you want to publish it, which is our currency. And this paper we published a year ago, which was in the journal Nature, which is really hard to get into, the reviewers said, you have to prove to us that this treatment, which is a gene therapy, we turn on 3 genes in the body of the mouse and in the eye of the mouse, prove to us that it doesn't cause cancer.
right. That's one.
Yeah, but how do you prove that? Well, we had these mice that we're hoping to make live for another 3 years instead of 2 years. But they're all the mice we had, so we had to kill our precious mice that we were testing age reversal on to see if there was any cancer in them. Now there wasn't, there was slightly less, but we've had to go back and restart. But there are technical challenges to reversing aging right now. The gene therapy it's not easy to give the genes to the mouse or the human. I mean, theoretically, you'd come to my lab, we could inject ourselves and see what happens. We won't do that, but theoretically you could. But the problem with it is, A, we don't know human safety.
Right.
The other problem technically is that trying to give these genes to all the cells in the body is hard. If we inject a mouse with these gene therapies, so they're viruses that carry genes, we can get it into the eye, just put it in the eye in a needle. It's
And it
easy.
won't go through the rest of the body.
No, it stays in the eye. That's what's great about that as a therapy. It's not going to cause
Interesting, really?
cancer in the liver because it's stuck in the eye. It's also not going to ignite or turn on your immune system if it's just in the eye. It's called immune privileged.
The eyeball is.
Yeah.
Isn't it connected to the brain? Isn't it a part of the brain?
Yeah.
From Huberman saying it's
It
a
will.
piece
Yeah,
of the brain.
yeah, it does.
So
we
does
can
it
get
go
into the brain.
that way, or does it stop in the eye?
No, our gene therapy will travel all the way into the brain.
Right. That doesn't go into the immune system?
No, it stops there.
But does it cause tumors in the brain?
No.
Or can't?
Thank goodness. No, we haven't seen any evidence of tumors.
Interesting.
But what we need to do is to develop these viruses and eventually chemicals and a pill and a supplement that can do the same thing and spread this age reversal throughout the body evenly. And we don't have good technology to do that yet. Mostly it goes to the liver and to some other parts of the body like the spleen.
So it spreads right now.
Spreads, but imagine being able to take a pill. So what we're doing in my lab right now, so some people forget that I'm a professor because I profess too much. But I have a lab of 20 people, a lot of students and budding, what we call postdoc PhDs. And their goal, one of them is to understand how do you reset the body? Where is the backup copy of youth? We don't know where that is yet. We know how to flip the switch, but where it's stored, we don't know. We're looking for the hard drive. So there's that. But also, I think one of the coolest things is, can you reverse the age of the body with chemicals? And by chemicals, I mean maybe a plant molecule or something in food. And there's some evidence. There's a study that just came out of a chemical that we all make in our bodies, not a lot of it, called alpha ketoglutarate. There's probably 10 grams of it in our body is my guess. But if you give people, I think it was a gram a day, but don't quote me on that, but it's a high dose, and measure their biological age with this test that I was telling you about, looking at the chemicals on the DNA, they claim, all right, it's a big claim that within 7 months, They went back 8 years.
Come on.
In age. I know, it's crazy, isn't it?
So there was this study that already came out. It was a recent study.
A few months ago.
Are you guys, now what happens in the scientific world? Do you guys, I mean, scientists go and try to discredit this or disprove it?
Oh yeah, that's our job. Our job is to be skeptical.
So you go in and say, okay, I'm going to use the exact same protocol you used and see if I can discredit this. But that if you do it and then it works and you take the blood draw and the biological age is the same, then you say, okay, I reviewed this paper and it's either worked or didn't work. So what happens, what needs to happen in order for a paper to actually be credible in the science world?
Lewis, that's a really important question because science works this way and a lot of people don't understand how hard it is to get something proven in science. If you show it once, no one's going to believe you. It has to be shown not just once, but probably 10 times.
Really?
And it has to be done reproduced independently by someone who's not your best friend, who gives no crap about your career. And if they cannot disprove you, after a few years, you might actually be right. But it takes this vetting. So these new studies that come out in the press about, eat this, you'll be fitter.
But if it's one study, it doesn't mean anything.
No, usually it's pull the other one. Like
interesting.
This one. Fortunately, I haven't had that happen to me where we put out something that was disproven, but it happens all the time.
Right.
But I think scientists shouldn't be fearful of making mistakes. Mm-hmm. It's the same in business. You got to take a risk and go for it, and that's progress. But it's pretty brutal when scientists make a mistake. Sometimes it's inadvertent, sometimes it's just too complicated or they make wrong conclusions. But you can have careers destroyed by being really wrong about something.
So what's this paper giving you hope about then? Even though it's not fully vetted yet in the science world, but what is it telling you?
Well, let's imagine that even only 10% of it is true. And you can go back
a year or two. Yeah.
That's still a freaking big deal.
And that's by just taking a supplement?
It's a supplement, alpha ketoglutarate. I have nothing to do with the company. I'm not.
Have you taken this before or no?
It. I am taking it actually.
Now you are.
I'm taking it after that study.
Really?
To see what happens. I'm measuring my biological age fairly frequently to see what happens. I'm the guinea pig.
You're the guinea pig. Alpha, what is it?
Keto. Glutarate. It's just a little chemical that the body uses in what's called the citric acid cycle or TCA cycle. It makes energy in the body. But it also has this other role. It's used as fuel to control the clock.
How so?
I can draw it if you want.
Yes.
I know we have a whiteboard somewhere.
We got a whiteboard.
All right, let's do that. I'm left-handed. I'll see if I can do this for everybody.
Okay.
So here's what I'm going to draw
for
Lewis and the rest of you. All right, DNA is a long string of a chemical in the cell, which is 6 foot long in every cell.
A DNA is a 6 foot long chemical in a cell.
Yes.
Okay.
But it has to be wrapped up.
In the cell.
It's wrapped up in the cells because it has to fit into a microscopic little bag of membranous bag.
Okay.
And there's 6 of those, 6 feet of those.
Okay.
When you add that up over your whole body, you can go to the moon and back 8 times.
That's crazy.
That's how long this chemical is and how. But it has to fit in your body and into a cell. It has to be wrapped up. And that's partly what's controlling which genes are on and which genes are off. So let me draw DNA as a line here. All right, so I've drawn little circles on a board, and these are called histones. These are the DNA packing proteins. These allow that string to be put into a microscopic size.
Okay.
And the way they do it is that the DNA, and this is this little line I'm drawing, it goes around about 2 times.
It's so fascinating, the human body.
You know, when you see how complicated the body is, it's hard to imagine how it actually happened. But 4 billion years is a long time for something to happen.
Right.
All right. So now we've got this DNA molecule wrapped around proteins. My point is that these packing proteins are not evenly distributed. Some parts of the DNA are totally packed. So this is your DNA. This is your double helix. And there's a code on here. A. Some of these are T's. Some of these are C's. And some of these are G's. Okay, and that's the code. But it could be A, C, T.
Okay, it can be any order though.
Yeah.
A, T, C, G.
Yeah, and there's billions of them in this strand that make up this chemical. And, we have 23 different chromosomes. So they're split into 23 chunks. Okay, 6 feet divided by 23. And this letter code is what tells the cell how to make new proteins how to behave, and it also encodes the genes for every type of cell in the body. So this code here might be the gene for a nerve cell, but there's a problem. This DNA is also going to be in a liver cell. So what the heck would a liver cell want to do with a nerve cell, with a nerve gene?
It doesn't need it.
Doesn't need it.
Okay.
But it's still in the cell. So the cell has a problem. The gene is there but doesn't need it. In fact, not only does it not need it, it's a bad thing if it turns it on. Because
It turns into cancer or tumors or what?
yeah, or it'll start to function like a nerve cell and it's supposed to be a liver cell and vice versa. So when we're developing in the embryo and we start to get, because we're multicellular, we have 1 trillion cells, each cell starts to package things differently. So this packaging here in a nerve cell is going to be different than a liver cell.
Okay.
So this is what's called silencing. Okay, so this gene is off.
Because it's in the liver, but you don't
Right.
need it, so it's turned off.
Yep, and this gene here, in this little segment here, we're going to say that's on because that's needed for the nerve cell.
Okay.
So now you got
Interesting. So
off,
it's one,
on, off,
yeah.
on.
So it's a strand of genes throughout the body, and some are turned off in certain areas of the body that don't need to be turned on.
Yeah.
Got it.
And that's what gives our cells specificity. That's how they know how to behave when we're young. That's why we work optimally when we're young, because this structure, this pattern of on, off, is perfect. But
We mess it up as adults.
it changes over time. And we can measure that because there's a chemical that binds to this C letter called a methyl. I'm calling it Me for short, right? So that Me is a DNA methyl. A methyl is pretty simple. It's just a carbon with 3 hydrogens on it. But it's a chemical tag that says, in this cell, can you please keep this gene off forever? But this doesn't have methyls, so that's on. So that's the way the cell says off, on.
Is with the methyls.
The methyls, in part.
Yeah.
It's a major thing. But what we can do, now we go into the lab and I take your DNA and I can see, oh wow, in some of your cells, that methyl got taken away. Holy crap.
So it's on when it's supposed to be off,
Right.
which is not good.
And now your brain cell is partially behaving like a liver cell, which is bad news. You do not want that.
Wow.
And that, I believe, sir, is what is aging.
Ooh. So what happens when this methyl, what it's called?
Yep.
When does this start to not function?
Well, it'll be removed over time through all sorts of issues. One is a broken chromosome will cause these problems, accelerate aging. Crushing a nerve will accelerate it. Really bad damage to a cell takes these away. So
Okay.
you want these to stick around.
They'll stick around. How do you strengthen those then? And how do you get them to stick around? All these things you're talking
The
about?
things that we do in our daily lives, we know preserve that pattern. So nerve cells remember that they need to be nerve cells. But here's the thing, now we have the technology to put them back on where they belong.
We do.
Yeah, the reprogramming stuff I just told you
Wow.
about. And somehow there's a backup copy of this pattern in cells that we can turn on, and it takes a few weeks. But that's how we reinstate youthfulness in the body.
That's pretty cool.
It's really cool, and I don't even know how it works. Somehow the cell remembers that if that's missing, it needs to go back on
And
there.
it puts it back in.
We don't know how. Maybe there's some other chemical on here that we don't know that is a flag that says this is where it should go if you want to be young again. And we're looking for that right now.
That's fascinating. So that is aging right there.
I think
when
so.
those things are turned off when they're not, when they were removed when they're not supposed to be removed.
Yeah. And sometimes you get one over here that shouldn't be here as well. But it's this what we call DNA methylation pattern that changes over time, and I can read that and tell you how old you are exactly within about 5% error and predict when you're going to die unless you change your life.
Do you know?
We can draw a graph, right?
Yes, tell me.
When you're young, you age pretty quickly, surprisingly, even before birth, and then it's linear. You get a straight line. Okay, and this is, what is this? Let's call this 80 years at the bottom here. So I can take someone's blood. Let's take Lewis's blood.
Yes.
Lewis, I'm going to say, is pretty young. He's been doing the right things, doesn't drink a lot. And what, you're 39?
Yep.
All right, let's put you halfway through life.
Okay.
You're going to come out here compared to people who have smoked, drank, didn't exercise, didn't get a standing desk. They'll come out here. And that means they're much closer to death
Really?
than you are.
Wow.
But here's the good news. You can slow this down. You can change the trajectory. If you're here and you know you're going to die in the year 2070, you can slow that down so that you can extend your life that way.
That's so
by
fascinating.
doing the right things.
That's so fascinating.
And eventually we'll be able to take that person and bring them back down.
Come on.
To there. We do that we did that already in the eye.
That's so crazy. So you can do it in the eye, but not in the whole body yet.
Give us a few years.
Yeah, give it a few years.
Well, we're not just working on it. There's been billions of dollars now invested in this.
I'm sure. Yeah.
Jeff Bezos and the like have put money into it.
Yeah, I'm sure. They're trying to live longer too. They want to extend this.
Well, yeah. Imagine a world where you could do that for people. And it's not about living forever. This is really important, Lewis, is that the reason I do this is because I think medicine can be done better. We're treating aging at the end of life when diseases caused by aging have taken hold. Trying to treat Alzheimer's without taking into account aging is crazy. That's like putting a Band-Aid on the thing that's actually cutting you.
Right.
So we far too often ignore the thing that's causing the problem. And 90% of the diseases in old age are caused by aging itself, probably by that process that I was drawing before. And so by reversing the age of a part of the body, we can actually make diseases go away, which is better than just trying to slow them down. And we know, well, I should say we don't know. In biology, we never know anything. It's not like physics. So in biology, we think what's going on is that if you can reverse the age of an Alzheimer's brain, that mouse will not have Alzheimer's. And we're doing this in the lab right now.
That's crazy. Can you, when someone has, if someone already has Alzheimer's, are you able to reverse that? Or is that very challenging to do?
Well, right now it's impossible.
There's no solution for it right now.
Right.
Once you have it, it's like just trying to do what? Keep the brain active enough to like maintain the memory and that activity as long as you can?
Yes. But that's because the cause of the disease, which is aging, is not being addressed. The age of the brain is old. You don't get Alzheimer's when you're 20 and 30. There's a reason, because the brain is young and youthful and can repair itself.
And so you got to think of what are the activities that will keep my brain young longer.
Right, long enough until we can de-age your brain. And then, so we
and these are the things you're talking about right here. That'll help with the
it.
brain.
Do those things.
Do these 5 things.
Yeah.
And you'll hopefully prevent Alzheimer's, or you'll wait longer until you have it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's not even debatable. We know that people who do those things, the kind of things that I do in my life, delay those diseases by a lot, independent of genetics. Now, there are some bad genes. There's one called ApoE4 allele, it's called, that predisposes to Alzheimer's. And we've put that and gene variants like that into mice, and we're giving them the equivalent of Alzheimer's. And we also age their brains so that the mouse doesn't have a 2-year-old brain. It's like 30, 40-year-old mouse brain. So remember, we can drive aging forwards. But we can also take away aging. And we've de-aged those mouse brains that have gotten dementia, Alzheimer's. And guess what happens?
What?
They can learn again.
No way.
Really? Yeah, that's in the lab right now. We haven't published it, so I don't want to scoop myself.
It's not peer-reviewed yet, yes.
It's not peer-reviewed, but I can tell you what's happening.
That's pretty cool.
And we can also do this in the dish. We grow little brains from human cells. I could make a mini Lewis Howes brain in the lab.
You can make a little brain?
I could make brains.
From what?
I'd take some skin back to the lab.
Really?
What I would do is de-differentiate, which means put them back to a stem cell state. So make them age 0 instead of age 85% less, go to 100% less. Now that cell will make millions of copies of itself. We'll have dishes of your cells. And then by applying the right genes and chemicals, I can make anything from those.
What?
Well, not a car.
You can make a brain.
Biologically,
you can make a brain.
We do this every month in my lab.
So you can see you can take my cells of my skin, put it in a test tube, and then
it's a little plate like that.
A little dish.
It's a petri dish, yeah.
Petri dish.
Yeah.
And how big can this brain actually get to?
Pretty big. It's like
brain.
a big pea. But they think they've got brain waves. We can measure the electrical activity.
They think?
Yeah, I think they might even dream at night. I'm not sure about that. But they definitely have brain waves.
Wow.
So
it won't grow bigger though, huh?
Well, the longer you leave it, the bigger they grow. But eventually, they don't have a bloodstream, so it's hard for the oxygen to get in. But they have parts of the brain with different cell types.
That is fascinating.
Even immune cells in there.
Well, I hear they're growing organs and ears and all these other things, right? I mean, this has been happening for a long time
exactly.
now.
This is the cutting edge of biology right now. But here's one of the cool things is you can see these things, and I've got whole plates of shaking little brains. If you go to my Instagram, I've got some photos of this.
I want to see
check
this.
it out. They're really cute.
Little brains.
We call them the little guffs.
Do you have a brain? A little bit baby brain?
I don't have my own brain.
Why not?
Well, I think Harvard frowns on
Okay,
that.
gotcha. You're getting like little mice brain or something, or like little.
Oh, that we can do. That's
Yeah,
easy.
yeah.
But what we do is we take skin cells from people that have gotten Alzheimer's disease or are already old versus normal people who don't get Alzheimer's typically. And we can make mini brains out of those and have a look what happens when we age them to 80 years and then reverse them. And that's what we're doing now, and it's working.
Wow. So what will you be able to do then? Will you be able to take the stem cells and inject that into a person who has Alzheimer's? Is that like, in the future what that would be like, or how is that to help them reverse
Well,
it?
so my philosophy in biology, it's better to fix what you've got because it's already assembled.
Prevent what you have. Yeah.
Well, prevent's the most important. What we talk about today that you do in your life, that's number one.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't take a lot of technology. In fact, that just takes a bit of willpower and a change of lifestyle and habit.
Discipline, yeah.
Yeah, so that's easy to do. But stay alive till these technologies come online over the next 5, 10, 20 years. The important part of it is that we can actually fix what's in place. So in the case of the eye, when we reprogrammed the mouse's eye, we didn't add any new cells. We just woke them up from being old. We rejuvenated them. And then they could see like normal, like a young mouse again.
Mm-hmm.
And that's so much easier than trying to replace the cells, by putting stem cells in the eye. To me, that is just technically challenging.
So you just wake it up.
Yeah. And I think we forget that the body still has the information, the DNA, to be young. It's just not packaged correctly.
It's the methanols, right?
The methyls.
Methyls
get messed up.
That get messed up.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
And put those back on and make those bundles and those loops that say off and on go back to the original pattern. In the same way, it's like polishing a scratch CD, if anyone remembers an old CD. Instead of skipping songs, you polish it, and now it can read the right songs or the right genes at the right time, and that's youth again.
That's interesting.
But how cool is that? And someone who is 100 years old, who looks 100, most of their cells could be young. They have the information in their DNA to be young again, just put the methyls back on.
Could it make them look younger too?
Well, of course.
So if you're 100, you can make you look, what, 70? I mean, how young could you look potentially?
Well, yeah, this is where my colleagues start to get upset. But there's no biological law that says we can't rejuvenate externally and internally. We've done internally, that's easy. Right? The eye looked younger when we looked at it. Its shape, the structures that are complicated went back to being young again. It should be true for the hair and the skin as well.
Really? But we haven't seen it yet.
Well, we've got that experiment in progress. Lisa is being rejuvenated right now.
That's fascinating. Do you have a video of Lisa somewhere on your Instagram? I want to see this.
Yeah, Lisa is on my Instagram.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's a couple of mice. The brother is there.
Oh my gosh, this is fascinating stuff. What are the 3 technologies that are coming in 5, 10, 20 years that will be connected to us or we'll be using to really help reverse aging?
Well, connected to us is important. We're living in an age where we're going to be fused or at least stuck to machines that measure us all the time.
That's happening now with Levels and these other, devices, right?
Yeah, Levels is just the first foray into that. I talk a lot about it in my book, about where we're going from having a big patch that measures one thing to having a patch under the skin that measures thousands of things.
That's crazy.
And in the future, and it's not that far away, we will have on our phones an avatar that tells us how we're doing and what we should eat, where we should go for lunch. We're deficient in that, or if we're going to have a heart attack next week, get to the doctor now.
That's fascinating.
So why couldn't we live another decade on top of what I'm doing, just by predicting diseases, by measuring things constantly? How crazy is it that we go to the doctor once a year for a checkup and they say, oh, how are you feeling? That's not medicine. We should be measured 1,000 times a second. And there are devices that do that. I have one that I put on my chest. If I didn't put it down, I might even have it still in my pocket. Hold on. So this normally goes on my chest.
What is it?
It ran out of batteries, but it lasts for 2 weeks. It's called a bio button.
You stick it on.
Stick it on your chest.
You can leave it there.
Leave it there. You can swim and shower with it, and it's measuring the body at 1,000 times a second.
Really?
Oh, it just flashed. and it communicates with your phone, and it tells your doctor and you if you have any heart issues, but it also measures your body temperature, your movement, your sleep, even can tell if you have a cold or a flu or a COVID.
What's this called?
It's called a bio button.
Bio button.
Yeah, and it's actually FDA approved, which means your hospital or your doctor can send you home with one of these, and you'll be monitored by a nurse or a doctor 24/7 in case something goes wrong.
That's crazy.
And the moment that somebody dies from a heart attack where the doctor didn't give them one of these for $20, there's going to be a lawsuit that says, why didn't you give my dad or mom one of these bio buttons for $20?
That would predict when a heart attack
Could have
is coming.
saved his or her life, and then these will become ubiquitous. Your doctor will probably send you one of these in the mail a week before you come in for a checkup. Eventually, we'll all not want to leave the home without one. We'll sleep with them because, I mean, who wants to die from a heart attack if you can prevent it?
Yeah.
That's what these will do.
That's amazing. There's devices out there like the bio button, like levels, like Oura Ring that are telling us information now.
Yeah, and they're exploding. I get my heart rate and my sleep patterns done by my bed every night, and it's adjusting the temperature.
The bed is doing that for you.
The bed does all of that. Yeah, my bed knows more about my sex life than probably
Which bed
everybody
do you have?
but my partner.
Yeah.
It's called 8 Sleep.
8 Sleep, I know that one. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that tells you, it's what, tracking your body temperature?
Temperature and movement, heart rate.
Really? And it'll what, make it cooler or hotter based on how you're sleeping?
I don't know if it's got that much feedback, but you can adjust it to your preferences.
Gotcha.
And it lowers your body temperature through the night and then warms up when you need to wake up. And there's even a vibration in there that wakes you up in the morning.
But yeah, that's pretty interesting. 8 Sleep. What else is coming? What do you think is good? Like, what are the crazy things that are going to be happening in 5, 10, 20 years in terms of devices or technologies?
Well, so when I wrote Lifespan, this was end of 2019, I predicted a world where we wouldn't need to go to the doctor and we'd have these telemedicine things and they'd send the drugs in the mail. It's pretty funny. It's only 2 years later and that's the world already. So trying to predict the world 10, 20 years from now is really hard. It's going super fast and medicine is going faster than probably any other thing on the planet, with perhaps the exception of NFTs right now.
Right, NFTs and crypto, right? Yeah. The metaverse.
Yeah, all that's going crazy. But medicine is totally different. So as well from, the iPhone isn't changing much these days, but what's the data coming into the iPhone, or I should say any phone, is what's going to change.
How will the metaverse and being in virtual reality affect us in aging or anti-aging? If we're in 5, 10 years, let's say we're all hooked up to devices, staring into a world that we could never imagine in the real world through our devices, or working 8 to 10 hours a day in these devices, playing games, watching movies, hanging out with friends in the virtual world. What do you think would happen to our bodies, our minds, our eyes, and the longevity of our genes by being hooked up on this device?
This is what my next book is about. The world that we built and the pluses and minuses, and how the heck do we get out of this mess we've created over the last million years. And so I've thought about this. There are pluses and minuses to the metaverse. The pluses are the following, that if you have friends or a pet, it's known that that's going to make you live longer. Actually, the strongest effect, there was a study done at Harvard of men who, after it was the First World War, I believe, they tracked their whole lives and then found out what made them live the longest. And some of it was food, some of it was exercise, but the biggest effect was having a reliable partner. So there you go. Or get a pet if you don't have a human partner.
Friends, a healthy partner, and pets.
Yeah.
Will help you live longer.
Right. And the metaverse could help there.
Okay.
You could have lots of friends there.
Okay.
That's the upside. I would imagine you could also be doing meditation and relaxation in there. The downsides, there are a number. So I have a 14-year-old son, Benjamin.
Is he in the metaverse? Is he in?
He's got virtual headset. He's got a couple of virtual reality headsets. And if he's not in virtual reality, he's got
screens.
Screens, yeah. So that's not going to make you live longer. I mean, your brain will stay active. There's some brain benefits, but mostly it's poor sleep from all the blue light coming in at night. And mostly, honestly, it's a lack of exercise.
Right. Well, now they're trying to do, you see all the boxing videos of people wearing like the goggles and then they're like boxing in there.
Yep.
I guess if you're moving and you're doing something where you're moving, that's good, but the light constantly is probably still not good for you, right?
Right. No, there's some I mean, the virtual reality, there's a little bit of movement.
Right.
With, lightsabers and whatever. But for the most part, if I look at my son, for example, he's not getting enough exercise like a normal kid who's outside. You know, I was talking to my brother about this the other day, that we used to, and you're probably the same, we used to get scratched up and we'd always have bruises.
Yeah, of course.
Kids these days, they rarely get a bruise.
Too safe.
Yeah.
They get a bruise hitting their head on something when they're in the virtual reality world.
but grazes and scratches and dirt on their knees?
No, you never see
Rare.
that. They're too clean, right?
Yeah.
They never get scuffed up. So imagine someone's in this, let's say 8 hours a day. Because I think in the future, well, based on what I'm seeing Facebook wants, is people working in the metaverse in the future, is what I saw in his kind of like videos. It's like, once you're in here, you'll be able to work, you do all these things. If someone's out in goggles 8 hours a day, would that make them live longer or less, do you think? Even if they're moving in the goggles and all these other things, do you think they could extend their life?
No. I think the downsides don't outweigh the benefits, unfortunately. I think just moving in the 3D world is extremely beneficial. Interacting with people in 3D, physically moving. I mean, unless you're on a treadmill with your virtual headset, which I don't think people are going to want to do, you're not getting enough exercise.
Right.
Lifting weights is very important. Do yoga if that's not your thing. All that good stuff.
Yeah.
And socializing with meals and whatever. That's real life. These are real benefits to longevity. You know, Mark Zuckerberg, I'm afraid, I'm just telling you my thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, maybe everything in moderation. Maybe you get on there for an hour a day and that's not going to hurt you.
That's true.
But if you're on 8 hours a day, I'm hearing you say that's probably not going to benefit you in living longer and healthier.
I think it's just going to make the obesity epidemic worse.
Because it's just more sugar, more, sodas, more bad food, quick stuff to get calories in while you're in goggle land, I guess.
Well, it's a lot like the ending to WALL-E, the Disney movie, the Pixar movie, yeah. Just sitting around with eating. And I see this with Benjamin, that, I mean, if he has a choice, he'll be on a game all day, eating and drinking. Yeah.
Without moving. Yeah.
Right.
So how do you discipline your kids, and how can parents not discipline, but educate, inspire, and create structure around kids today so that their 25, 45-year-old selves will thank you, the parents, for setting them up, as opposed to them having health challenges in their 20s, 30s, and 40s because of sitting in front of screens all day and eating sugar all day?
Yeah. Well, that's a really important point, is that I think a lot of parents don't think about this, but it's super important to know this, is that the way you raise your kids in terms of not just socially, but what they eat, how much they eat, when they eat. Of course, they need a lot more food than someone my age for their growth and everything, and you need to make sure nutrition is all there. But if you allow your kid to become really obese and not exercise, that's going to affect them 30, 40, 50 years later, because that clock is ticking from conception, right? So you got to look after your kids, and the kind of things that we talked about, the kind of foods that are healthy. Certainly meat is fine for kids, I'm not saying that, but focus on less per meal. If it's a big, fatty, fried meal.
That's not good.
No, I mean, once in a while, you got to live. But most kids will thrive on fresh food, homemade food, if you've got the time and money to do that, for sure. Get them out of the chair. But the one big thing that I've been quite militaristic about with my kids, much to their chagrin, is sugar.
Because they want it all the time.
Well, it feels good. It tastes good. But there are brands of sodas that don't have any unnatural sweeteners.
Yeah.
Or just stevia.
What's the Olipop or something?
Olipop is the one that
I've been drinking that recently. I really like that.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't taste that good when I first had it, but the more you drink it, I'm like, this tastes great.
Even the grape one is great. Yeah, I know. So yeah, that's the kind of thing. Olipop for kids.
Which is what, like way less sugar, and it's like got probiotics or something, or
It does, and the sugar that's in there is low glycemic index, doesn't spike it,
Really?
and it's all natural. Yeah,
Have you tested it with the levels and making sure that it doesn't spike too much for you?
I have.
Yeah, and it seems like it's
Yeah,
not
it
too
didn't
bad.
change it at all. Yeah, I was really impressed.
Interesting.
Yeah, so that's what my kids drink now.
Look at you. I like that. I wanted to ask you. I asked you beforehand about what you think would be make this powerful. And you mentioned what your greatest fears are. So with all the research you've done, all the science you've done, what are the things that bring you the most hope, and also what has caused the most fear or created the most fear inside of you?
Yeah, so as a kid and to this day, I've often looked at humanity from above as though I'm an alien observing us and judging us. And my grandmother taught me to do that. She said that humanity is capable of great things, but very horrible things too. And she lived through World War II and the aftermath in Europe and Hungary. And so I like to look at us as a species that's capable of very horrible things, and we know that from history, but amazing things. I believe any problem is solvable, if we just work on it. The fact that we've built these phones and the internet and all that, I mean, how amazing is that? It's magical.
Incredible.
We don't stop to think of it much. I'm going to fly home.
100 years ago, you'd have been like, it'd have been the craziest thing to see something flying.
Yeah, and now we
been like, this is
expect Wi-Fi.
unbelievable. Right, yeah.
Yeah.
It's like,
So humanity's fantastic, and I do want to stick around to see where we go from here.
yeah, now you can FaceTime someone in seconds, and 20 years ago, we couldn't do that.
Yeah. Where are the video phones? Oh, here they are. Now they're
Crazy,
here.
isn't it?
It is great. But my fear is that that humanity's not going to reach its potential. And then to some extent that I'm not going to reach my potential. So I have a fear of being irrelevant and to have wasted my life.
Really?
It's like I've been given this chance to bend the needle of humanity towards good, not bad. And I have this finite number of years, hopefully not, maybe a little longer than I thought, but it will be finite.
What would make you the most proud of yourself if you reach what potential? If you solve what problem, if you help in what way? Let's say you live to as long as you want to live. You extend life as long as it'll take you while being sharp and functional and healthy, not just suffering and extending the suffering. What would be the thing where you look back and say, man, I did exactly what I felt like my potential was?
So I have 3 great kids. So that for me is one type of immortality.
Yes.
But for myself, what I'd like to leave behind is proof that you can make medicines that slow or reverse the aging process, and that's the best way to address diseases. Because I believe aging itself is a medical condition. We just ignore it because it's so common. But it should be treatable aggressively, and we should be working on it way more than we are right now.
Interesting. So creating technologies and medicines to solve that.
Right. Hopefully saving millions of lives, that would be one thing that I'm hoping to achieve in my lifetime. But what I'm also doing, and the reason that I'm here, and I'm writing books, and I have a podcast, is that I need help. I can't just do this all by myself, and so I'm educating what to do in your life today, and what kind of research we need, and where to spend your research dollars or donations if you want to help, and change the way people think about medicine. So when they go to their doctor, and the doctor says, oh, we don't need to give you that medicine because it's for someone who's sick, they can say, well, why not give it to me before I get sick?
Right.
So there's a drug called metformin, which is for type 2 diabetes, high blood sugar, that looks promising as an anti-aging drug. It protects against cancer and heart disease and frailty and Alzheimer's even. But doctors, most, are reticent to give it to people who are not sick yet because it's approved only to treat a disease. But aging isn't a disease, so doctors can't treat it yet. So if aging becomes a disease, then that's another thing that I'll die happy knowing.
How do you make aging a disease?
Well, the government has to regulate it, and they could do it tomorrow if they wanted to. The World Health Organization, 2 years ago, they have this handbook of diseases, about 400 diseases that we can all suffer from. It's great reading. But they changed it. There was an MG42 code that they put in called old age. And for the first time, The WHO said aging is a medical condition. And I rejoice. That's a first step. FDA needs to step up. Let's do that. Recently, there were protests from some doctors around the world saying old age cannot be a disease. So they changed it back.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's a real setback.
Why are they wanting to change it, or why are they saying that old age is not a disease?
Well, it's very common. And the definition of a disease is something that happens to less than 50% of people.
And this happens to everyone, essentially, right?
If you're lucky, yeah.
Aging. If you don't die before, earlier.
Right, but the symptoms are the same. It causes deterioration, suffering, pain, can cause death.
Yes.
Why is that not a disease?
Right. Because it happens to everyone, I guess, right?
So what?
Right.
Then we should be working on it even more
Yeah.
than other rare diseases.
Why, when you were a kid, did this become such a fascinating thing for you to become, driven to be a top scientist in the world, to be at Harvard, to be, doing this type of research? Why have you been driven your whole life? Or has it not been your whole life? Has it been more in your younger adulthood?
I was quite a precocious little kid. My grandmother raised me, in part. My father was taken away from my grandmother because she was 15 in high school. And so she didn't have a kid to raise. Then I came along, her first grandkid, and she put a lot of energy. And she was a philosopher and an artist, and just instilled in me all of these things that I've been telling you, including make every day count. And so from an early age, not only did I try to make every day count, I was told by my grandmother that I could do it. Right? So if you're a parent, trust me, if you give your kids positive feedback, it'll have a big difference because they can actually believe it. I truly believed I could change the world.
And how was that, what did that belief do for you?
It gave me the courage to attempt it and to believe in myself. And if I look back at my life, it was crazy to think that I'd be here today with you.
Right.
I mean, I was a kid in the suburbs of Sydney who, you wouldn't have looked at me and said, that I was anything special. I was okay at science, but I wasn't a good speaker. I wasn't outgoing. I was pretty shy. And so to get here is quite something. I've had to change my personality. I've had to become smarter and focus and much more resilient, less shy as well. But I think I've done that because I believed that I could do it.
Yeah.
And the fear of failing was way worse than trying it and not succeeding.
Yeah.
So the fear of not attempting it is the problem. Right? I would rather die with
failing,
no regrets and
right.
Having failed. But I'll take on big things. But because they're big things, I do worry that they might fail. Okay, so it's this dichotomy of these overachievers that, wow, I'm going to build a company or I'm going to get a job at Harvard. And then I get a company and I get a job at Harvard. It's like, oh crap, now what?
Now what, yeah.
Yeah, so that's what gets me out of the bed in the morning, but also the knowledge that as I've gone in my career, I have a greater chance of actually making a difference. I'm now, what am I, 52? I'm in a position that I really could only dream of having, of being able to talk to the world and make discoveries that can impact the world and make medicines, hopefully, that can save millions of lives. So that drives me now, is that every moment that's wasted, every day that I don't succeed, another 100,000 people die.
Wow. Because what, is 150 to 180,000 people die every day? Is that the stat in the world?
From old age, yeah.
From 100,000 a day from old age.
Yeah, roughly, yeah.
Because I think it's
a bit more.
It's more, yeah. I think I saw 150,000 on average die every day in the world. I don't know if that's from all causes or what, but that's fascinating. What you talked about your grandmother instilling you the ability or the belief that you can really accomplish what you want to accomplish. What do you think instilling negativity or negative belief or doubt in someone does for their aging? Does it accelerate the aging process when we have negative thoughts or someone puts that in us? Or does that give us any benefit of all of living longer with negative thoughts in our mind?
Yeah. So I don't know of any research on that.
That'd be interesting.
It sure would. The power of the mind is strong. And I'm saying that as a scientist, not just because it's a lot of people say it. It's been shown that parts of the brain control our longevity. there's a particular part of it that hangs down the base of our spine, of our brain, called the hypothalamus, which is secreting a whole bunch of molecules into the bloodstream, some of which control our immune system, but also our age. And so again, we use mice to test this because we can manipulate them better. And if you decrease inflammation in this hypothalamus, the mice will secrete less of a molecule that causes aging, and then the mice live longer.
Okay.
So I think that your mental attitude, being more resilient, don't worry so much, don't have chronic stress, have some confidence, could have remarkable benefits on your long-term health.
Because that's where the part of the brain that connects to this, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's the drip feeder for hormones and chemicals from your brain. So what you think controls your body largely through that. There's some other nerves, like there's a vagus nerve as well. But
so this is science too, that your thoughts impact your immune system or inflammation or certain areas of the body that also make you age.
Yeah, right. And that's true. And there was a study just 2 weeks ago, again in mice, but usually these things are applicable, that they manipulated some nerves in the middle of the brain that are known to be affected by stress. And they started to find more immune cell defenses in the gut of those mice controlled by these nerve cells in the brain.
What does that mean?
Well, if you're under a lot of chronic stress and people say, oh, my immune system is depressed, I used to think, yeah, right, how's that possible? Now we know that it could be possible.
So the more stress you have, potentially the weaker your immune system.
Yeah. Through that, your brain actually reducing the amount of immune cells going around your body.
What do you do to eliminate stress or remove? Because obviously a certain amount of stress is good for the body, right? Not eating all the time, moving your body, tearing the muscles in a healthy way, resistance, like having the courageous conversations to apologize or clear, whatever things are happening in relationships. Like there's a certain amount of stress that's healthy. But how do you manage the unhealthy type of stress?
Well, I was a stressed out kid, so I've had to work at it. Everything worried me.
You had to change your personality, you
I
said.
did.
Yeah.
I did. I had to take the long view of life and not worry so much about what's happening today and think about, is this really going to be a problem a year or 2 or 10 years from now? That helps a lot.
Perspective.
Perspective is good. Breathing. Jim Nestor does a lot of this.
Yeah, he's great.
So there's breathing. And very recently, though I'm enjoying it a lot, some meditation. Yeah, I have a brain tap helmet. Have you seen these? It helps me.
You put the helmet on?
You do, and there's lights that flash at certain frequencies that are known to get your brain into a certain state.
Theta wave or whatever it's called. What's the helmet called?
Oh, it's called Brain Tap. And so I'm not a professional or a long-time meditator, but every night I do a minimum of about 12 minutes, sometimes half an hour, and find I can get by with less sleep as well.
Really? What's the pressure like being, heading up this department at Harvard and putting these research papers out there and writing these books and now a podcast and a YouTube channel, putting your, life's work out there while having Harvard on your, next to your name, arguably one of the most credible institutions in the world. What's the pressure like and how do you manage that pressure?
Yeah, that's really stressful. I used to when I first got this job, I was only 29.
Wow.
I think I was one or the youngest guy there.
So biologically a few years ago.
Yeah, right. I'd become a little wiser, but I used to freak out. I'd pull into my car parking spot and sit in the car and think, David, what are you doing?
Yeah.
The imposter syndrome.
How'd you get
here
here
at
at
29?
belong
here?
Yeah.
And how, not just my age, but I don't know how to run a lab. I'm at this prestigious university. They've just given me $500,000 to work with. Now what? Now that's the fear of failure coming in. I've got what I wanted. Now what?
Yeah.
And so I've been fearful of failing. But at Harvard, what I've done. So I got an overdose of the FU gene.
Yes.
So the FU gene runs through my family. It's typically turned on in teenagers. But I've got a heavy dose of it even as an adult. I don't like being told what to do. You can talk to people around me who know. But what I've liked to do at Harvard is to push the envelope people say that can't be done. And if you say that to me, that's kind of like, okay,
Let's go try
game
it.
on,
Yeah.
let's try that. And I push the envelope, sometimes a little too far. I've got my hand slapped over the years. But in general, I've been slightly ahead of the curve. So 10 years ago, if I had a podcast, even 5, what are you doing? You're selling out, you're a salesperson, this is crazy. Now, you know, it's accepted, and in fact, it's probably liked that the university has a spokesperson. Same with companies. I was starting companies in my early 30s. A lot of people, my elders were saying, my mentors were saying, you can't start companies, that's not what scientists do, you're contaminated with industry, less trustworthy. So I kept doing good science, thankfully, so that trust was maintained. But now at Harvard, probably 1 out of 4 professors has some sort of company affiliation.
Really?
Yeah, it's a pretty normal thing, but you do that 20 years ago.
You were like kicked out or something, yeah.
You're a pariah for sure. And there's a lot of gossip at a place like that.
Sure.
It's very clubby.
Yeah.
And I was the Aussie kid who probably didn't belong there. So I'm still there, thankfully.
Yes.
I have what's known as tenure, which means as long as I don't do something really bad to embarrass
The university.
the university and the universe, I get to keep my job as long as I keep money coming in.
Right.
So one of the other things I'm fearful of, like most scientists, is running out of money. Our labs exist on grants from the government and donors, and the university doesn't give us any. Very little. It's a small amount of our salary, but other than that, I've got a few $1,000,000 every year to raise to keep my experiments going.
Right.
And people who visit my lab, they're shocked because they think that I'm just rolling in money. But I could, 2 years from now, I could be out of money and out of a job.
Right.
And that never ends. It's this treadmill of a scientist.
Constantly, trying to raise money, essentially. Let's just hypothetical scenario. I don't really want anyone to put this out there, but hypothetically, let's say you could only solve one problem. You had 10 years to solve the impossible. And you put all of your energy and focus into solving this one problem that bugs you the most. What would be the problem and what would you solve?
That's what I'm doing. In my lab, we like to say, just ask good questions and then figure out the rest later. So my question is, I think we've figured out largely why we age. It's a lot of things going on I haven't talked about today, but I think we know that. But what I want to know is how do you access the backup copy of youthfulness in the cells that we have? And can that be done with a pill?
One pill, yeah.
It's a simple question, big one.
So that's what you're trying to figure out.
That's it. Yeah, and I've got 20 people in my lab working on it right now.
That's amazing. And so why do we age then? Is that what you're saying?
Why do we age?
Yes.
Well, I believe it's the loss of information that we have as kids, and that those bundles and loops of the DNA get messed up, and you can reset those. But there are lots of other downstream, we call it downstream causes. It's like a pyramid. And so the other causes, there are things like protein misfolding, the mitochondria, the energy packs start to decline, you lose your stem cells, you get zombie cells in the body called senescent cells, which we're learning to fix now in my lab. And DNA damage is another thing that drives the clock forward, we've discovered. So those mice that get older, we actually just cut their chromosomes and then the clock advances. So those are the groups of what we call the hallmarks of aging that we can measure in you and predict how old you are and when you're going to die.
That's crazy.
Including those methyl chemicals that we call the DNA methylation clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do you know when you're going to die based on these markers?
I do.
What's the age that says right now?
So right now my age is tracking at, there's a number of tests, but I'm typically 5 to 10 years younger based on a variety of tests. So that gives me that amount of time at the end.
What is that? So 78, is that the average age right now? So it'd be like 88, 90 or something, or what do you mean?
Yeah, 88.
88 right now.
Yeah, so that's like 2058.
That's nuts to think about, isn't it?
That you have a dead date?
It's crazy.
I think about that date a lot.
Wow.
I actually set the year 2050 as my expiry date when I was a teenager, and have been working ever since to get stuff done.
Right. 2050 as your expiration date.
Yeah.
And what is it now?
What year is it?
No, what is the expiration date now?
It's another 8 to 10 years beyond that. But if we can reverse aging by 1 year every year, then all bets are off, right?
Wow.
And we're learning how to do that.
Wow. That's fascinating. How often do you think about your death?
Many times a day.
Really? What does that do for you when you think about it?
It makes me want to work harder and get stuff done and
Yeah.
call people I love and tell them that I love them.
Yeah.
I think everybody should be aware of their own death. I watched my mother die in front of me. It wasn't pretty.
Yeah.
And I think that's what a lot of us are going to experience. We just are in denial. And until you're probably in your 60s and 70s, you can kind of forget about it. You're healthy, you don't have to worry about it. But I haven't been able to get that thought out of my mind.
Right.
Having an expiry date and a certain amount of time to achieve things.
And when did your mom pass?
Oh, gee, 2014.
Okay. And it was smoking was the main cause. Well, old age is the cause, I guess, of everyone's death, but smoking was what accelerated it?
Yeah, accelerated the clock, and then some cell in her lung lost its identity, went back to age 0, started growing, became a tumor about the size of a grapefruit.
Ooh, in the lungs?
In one of her lungs.
Oh, man.
She was coughing up blood. That was the first she knew about it.
When she coughed up blood?
Yep. They took out one lung. That's vicious surgery. And then suffered through lack of breath for another 20 years.
Oh, man.
And but it was more painful for her, but it was psychologically painful for me because I was so against the smoking that just every day a fight with my mother about don't smoke, you're going to kill yourself, you're going to get cancer. I was hiding her cigarettes, trying to save her life because I like to save lives. That's what I do.
Yeah.
And the fact that I couldn't save my mom's life is still pretty harsh thought, as you can tell
Yeah.
on my face right now.
Yeah. So did she keep smoking after the surgery too?
No.
She stopped?
Right. Having a lung taken out is a pretty good way to stop smoking. But she did stop, right. She was in a lot of pain for many years. It's quite, because they have to cut through your ribs to get the lungs out.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it's not good. But I mean, in the end, the other lung gave out. It was slow, progressive, and she would struggle for air at night when she was asleep, and even with oxygen, couldn't get enough. And suffocating is not pleasant. So she spent many years suffocating slowly.
That's exhausting.
And eventually, that's how she went. Yeah. So if you smoke, please quit. Please, it's not worth it. I know it's hard. The addiction is really hard for a lot of people.
Yeah.
But I've seen what it can do. It's just really, really tragic.
What is the best way to die?
In your sleep.
Peacefully?
I don't think it happens that often, though.
Does it ever happen?
Rarely. Yeah. It's. I was just talking with Tom Billier the other day, and he saw somebody die. Actually, somebody had a stroke at one of his events in his 40s, and there was nothing he could do.
He watched them just right in front of him die.
Yeah. Yeah, and they were trying to revive him.
Oh, they can't do anything.
No, his brain basically had popped.
Oh my gosh.
But you realize, this is a 40-year-old in his prime, that you can die. One of us could die this afternoon. We got to live life like that.
How does a stroke happen like that? If you're healthy, or seeming healthy, is there some underlying condition?
There can be, yeah. There are some weak blood vessels in some people genetically. But being overweight and having high blood pressure
is a
make
big
it
thing.
Make it a problem.
What are 3 things we can do medically every year? Is it just check with the doctor once a year and do some tests? Or what would you say are 3 things, whether it be see a doctor, take this test every year to at least have like a baseline of understanding of the information about our bodies, our blood work, I guess. What are those things we can do that you were like, this is a bare minimum, do these 3 things?
All right. So the best predictor of your long-term longevity that we know of is your blood sugar. And there's a readout called HbA1c. HbA1c.
HbA1c. What is this?
Ask your doctor.
Okay.
It's the amount of glucose that's become fused, attached to your hemoglobin. And when you've got high blood sugar, it attaches to a lot of proteins in your body. You become caramelized. And hemoglobin you can measure in a blood test. And HB stands for hemoglobin, and A1C is the version that's got sugar on it. And doctors measure this routinely for diabetics. but they don't measure it routinely for regular people. But you want to make sure, and the reason you want to measure HbA1c rather than just your fasting blood glucose, which is quite variable, is the HbA1c, it's a snapshot of a month because your hemoglobin gets turned over every few months. So it's like an average of a month. Now you can do it with a monitor from levels if you want, but if you don't have that, then this HbA1c number gives you an idea. So if you're around 5 or lower, you're super young and healthy. If you're in the mid-range up to about 7, you're pre-diabetic, and above that, you're type 2 diabetic.
So having this information every year is important, is what
It
you're
is,
saying.
and not just every year. You can do it more often.
Every month, every week, every
Well, I do it every few months. Inside Trackers, I get it
Yes.
through them, and I'm seeing things go up, and as they go up, I bring them down.
You make adjustments.
I do. Yeah, I mean that's the point of having this data. Otherwise, you get sick and it's too late.
Yeah. So
Often.
so having the information about this is a huge thing you can do a few times a year.
Right. And there's another one that I'd measure for heart disease, which is called HS, little hs, and then capital C, capital R, capital P.
Okay.
High sensitivity CRP. So this C-reactive protein is a good measure of cardiovascular inflammation, and you want that to be low.
How low do you want it to be?
I
What's
forget the
range?
units.
Okay, but you just want it to be low. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's a new type of cholesterol, not new, but new to the mainstream, called LP little a. It's
Okay.
a capital L, little p, and then in parentheses A. And that is the new measure of cholesterol. That genetic variance of that, if you have a lot of it, and it's a little particle, a really small particle, then it'll oxidize. And that's what likely predicts your heart attack of the future. But most doctors either don't know about it and don't measure it routinely. LP little a, talk to your doctor.
And what are the 3 supplements we should be taking on a consistent basis that you
Well, I
take?
don't recommend anything. I'm just a
Gotcha.
PhD.
Okay, what are 3 things that you want to take consistently?
Yeah, if I could only take 3, I would take resveratrol. I take 1 gram with a bit of yogurt. NMN. We haven't talked about NMN. And then metformin.
NMN.
Yep,
It's a supplement.
it is.
Okay.
I don't sell any supplements, by the way.
Gotcha.
I'm not making any money here.
But you would take these. Yes.
I would, because our research has said that that's what works. In animals, at least, in some clinical trials, we've done plenty of studies and others in resveratrol, long-term benefits. I've been on it for 13 years. Activates the genetic pathways we've worked on, controls the epigenome.
Yep. NMN.
NMN also activates the same epigenetic structures.
Okay.
It makes them stay young, we think.
And the third one again?
Metformin. This is the type 2 diabetes drug that controls blood sugar.
That doctors aren't able to give out right now?
They're reticent, but they can if they want to.
Interesting. Interesting.
I believe there's a website online. Check that out.
What's it called?
I don't remember.
Okay, but Google
You
this.
could Google it. You'd see it.
Interesting. But these are the 3 things you would take daily if you could only take these.
Right now, I mean, I've got
Right now.
some other things in the hopper that I'm trying.
Right.
The alpha-ketoglutarate might be promising, the age reversal one, see if that's got merit.
You're trying all these.
Well, I add them one at a time or 2 at a
Yes.
time, and then I measure. It's all scientific.
Interesting.
And so I've optimized myself. You can actually, I've got graphs where you see a 20-year-old's numbers on average, a male, and an 80-year-old's numbers. And where am I? You know, I'm trying to be down here. And
Yeah.
mostly
30. Yeah.
so far so good.
Oh, I've only got a couple minutes left with you. We'll have to have you come back on and do more on this because I have a ton more questions that we didn't get to. But you have an amazing new podcast that Rob finally convinced you to launch, Lifespan. It's also on Spotify, Apple Audio, Lifespan, and also YouTube, which is inspiring that you're on YouTube as well. And you've already blown up on there. So make sure we subscribe to you, David Sinclair. All of our social media, David Sinclair, PhD, Lifespan, the podcast, Lifespan and David Sinclair on YouTube. Make sure you guys subscribe if you want more science, research, and to look at this beautiful man's face in front of you all the time on YouTube. But really, you're breaking down the science and teaching all this stuff in way more in depth. If you want the whiteboard in your face, you'll get that more with the YouTube videos as well. And you're making science more simplified for people like me to understand, where I think it's extremely important for us. So I really acknowledge you, David, for constantly making this your mission, to serve people, to help people live longer, to help people eliminate diseases, things that cause suffering and pain, because we don't have all the information out there yet. And a lot of it is mixed information. People saying all these different things. So for you to be committed to doing the science and now teaching it more and more to the masses, I really acknowledge you and appreciate your energy, your effort in doing this, and look forward to having you back on many, many times in the future. I'll ask you one final question. We've asked you this a couple times before. It's called the 3 truths. So I'm curious to see if this is different than the last time we had you on.
And I don't remember what I said.
Exactly. So imagine it's your last day on Earth, and for whatever reason, you've got to take all of your work with you. All of your content, your work, your books, your videos, podcasts, research. It's got to go with you to the next place. We don't have access to it anymore. Hypothetical. But you get to leave behind 3 lessons to the world, or 3 things you know to be true from all of your life experiences, your work, your relationships, anything at all. What would those 3 truths be?
Number 1 would be find your soulmate and don't rush it. Your partner will determine your happiness more than anything. Second would be make every day count. Act as though it's your last day on Earth. Work hard, make great decisions, and tell those you love that you love them. And then third, look after your future self, because you will be that person one day.
But I think for people that are in their late teens, early 20s and onward, it's really important. If you look at longevity, a lot of the major injuries and early deaths, and not just due to accident, but chronic illness comes from people falling and breaking a hip, just not being strong.
We are all custom designed by God. Yesterday, I heard an interesting interview with Bruce Lipton. He is a scientist and has a fascinating story to tell. He wasn't interested in God, religion, or anything spiritual. His passion was science and biology. He was studying the structure of cells. One day, he discovered that our cells have antennas embedded on the surface of the cells. We have trillions of cells, and each cell had this antenna. He thought to himself, mind you, I'm paraphrasing what he said. He asked himself, what are these antennas for? For what purpose do we have for them? In the real world, he thought of a TV set. You have an antenna which receives signals from a broadcast. You can change the channel and a different TV program will appear on the screen. At this point, it gets extremely interesting. Somehow, he has an epiphany that our awareness and consciousness is being broadcast from God or the quantum field. Each one of us has unique signatures. He realized that the body will die, yet our essence is always the same. We can never die. Our essence is eternal. To his amazement, he discovered that God exists inside of us. The treasures exist inside. We are hardwired to discover the universe within. Imagine all this took place within 5 minutes. From that point on, his goal was to discover his true nature. The clues are there in plain sight. Bruce then, as a scientist, began to use the lab within to discover his true nature. In the interview, Bruce said that some Jesuits said that, give me a child for 7 years, and I will tell you how the child will grow up. The first 7 years, a child will pick up the good, bad and ugly. A child's brain is theta, which everything external gets sucked in from 0 to 7 years old. This goes directly into our subconscious. Now, imagine that we live our lives 98% of the time from our subconscious. Our subconscious drives our life. This means that our lives are being driven from our early childhood. While pursuing ourselves and discovering our true nature, we live most of our lives driven by our subconscious. We react like leaves blowing in the wind. Our body is so entwined with our subconscious that we react automatically without being aware. Imagine our subconscious is like a hard drive. It has tons of data stored from the ages of 0 to 7. When an event occurs, the subconscious will go instantly to the hard drive and it knows how to react. Notice, we are oblivious to what's going on. This is mankind to a T. We have been fighting for so long. The world is on fire. People flame each other on Facebook. We have a president who tweets whatever comes to his mind. Humanity is on the verge of a major breakthrough. The signs that we were built to discover are all around us. We have all the instruments inside of us to discover our true nature. We are about to go from me to we, which is the title of this book. Imagine every single person on earth is hardwired to discover we all came from the same place. We are all family, regardless of race, color, or creed. Our true nature is kindness. Our true nature is love and compassion. We are all a spark of the divine. We are the universe. We just don't know it. These are exciting times. You hold a piece of the puzzle of life inside of you. You can change and discover your true nature. Millions of people are waking up. Recently, science and religion are really talking about the same thing. Discoveries that Bruce saw are major scientific breakthroughs for all of us. Bruce saw in a flash of light that we are being broadcasted from the quantum field. We have our name that God knows and the universe knows. Every human life is special. With our free choice and free will, we can, moment by moment, be on a conscious journey to discover our true essence. Ponder this over. Did Jainism help shape the American Civil Rights Movement? The American Civil Rights Movement during the mid-1950s to early 70s marked one of the most tumultuous periods of social change and unrest in America's history. A wave of political and social conservatism consumed the national attention during the 1950s after the end of World War II, and now with the African-American Civil Rights Movement in full swing, the fires of change swept through American culture. So how could James, who are hardly known outside of academia in the United States at this time, have any influence on social movements in America? As with many events in our life, it isn't the impact that reaches you, but the ripple. Meet our impact point, Srimad Rajchandra. Srimad Rajchandra was a Jain philosopher who lived in India between 1867 and 1901. After watching a funeral prior at a young age, it is said that Srimad Rajchandra suddenly recollected all his past lives, thus gleaning all the knowledge and spiritual wisdom he obtained in those periods. He would go on to spend the rest of his life teaching and writing about spiritual concepts within the Jain framework until he died at the age of 32. His most important literary work, which bears his name, is hardly regarded even today. What is interesting about his story, among other things, is that Srimad Rajchandra made a very special friendship with history's most endearing activist, Mahatma Gandhi. Gandhi himself regarded Srimad Rajchandra as not only a friend, but a spiritual guide. I have drunk to my heart's content the nectar of religion that was offered to me by Sri Ramachandra. Rajchandra hated the spread of irreligion in the name of religion, and he condemned lies, hypocrisy, and such other vices which were getting a free hand in his time. He considered the whole world as his relative, and his sympathy extended to all living beings of all ages. Mahatma Gandhi. Mahatma Gandhi is who as many of us think of regarding civil disobedience and nonviolent resistance. Under the influences of his native Hindu faith, his mentor, Srimad Rajchandra, who practiced ahimsa, long, non-intrigue, and a love for freedom, Gandhi began civil rights and liberation movements in South Africa during his early years as an attorney before moving on to his native India. Gandhi is known for his non-violent resistance against British rule in India, which after years of struggle led to its independence in 1947. He was assassinated in 1948. The science of war leads one to dictatorship, pure and simple. The science of nonviolence alone can lead one to pure democracy. Power based on love is 1,000 times more effective and permanent than power derived from fear of punishment. Mahatma Gandhi. From America's South, its own philosopher and a propagator of nonviolence and change, soon rose Martin Luther King Jr., a Baptist preacher from Georgia, was a tremendous personality, an academic marvel with a flair for leadership and activism. He helped found the SCLC, Southern Christian Leadership Conference, and was a prominent leader in the NAACP. King led the Montgomery bus boycott in 1955, which opposed the Montgomery, Alabama transit segregation policy and played a pivotal role in the 1963 March on Washington, where he delivered his I Have a Dream speech. While King cited many influences for his position on nonviolent activism, he spoke warmly of none other than Mahatma Gandhi. King was greatly impacted by Gandhi's work after visiting India, a trip they may have helped shape the American political and social structure forever. Since being in India, I am more convinced than ever before that the method of nonviolent resistance is the most potent weapon available to oppress people in their struggle for justice and human dignity. In a real sense, Mahatma Gandhi embodied in his life certain universal principles that are inherent in the moral structures of the universe, and these principles are as inescapable as the law of gravitation. Martin Luther King Jr. With the help of King and many others in the struggle for racial equality, America eventually adopted the Civil Rights Act of 1964, the Voting Rights Act of 1965, the Immigration and National Service Act of 1965, and the Fair Housing Act of 1968, among others. For his service to humanity, King was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. He was assassinated in 1968. Ripple's Martin Luther King Jr. was an American Christian. Gandhi was a Hindu. Srimad Rajchandra was a Jain philosopher. Lord Mahavira taught his people 2,500 years ago in northern India. Each ripple reached out inch by inch and eventually covered the world. And the influence of nonviolent activism is still alive today with our current Occupy movement, which has spread globally. So now we see that how Jainism sufficiently influenced social change across centuries and nations without converting a single soul, without coercion, without force, but simply because it makes sense. What sort of ripple will you form today?
Buck the system. My brother and I, from a young age, weren't conformists in society. You could say we bucked the system. Somehow we learned the world around us was a dream, in the sense it kept us from knowing our true nature. It's hard to put into words that understanding. Many people think it's true. Our work is wrong. But I'm not going to disagree with that. Most authors spend a year or more working on a book and then handing it to an editor for a series of editing. I'm quite the opposite. Each day I write and express myself. I put it on Facebook. When I write a book, each chapter can be seen as I write it. I'm trying to get you involved from the get-go. Yes, there will be blemishes in the work. It's not going to be perfect. It's not how you do things. But it will give you the insight daily of what I'm trying to convey. Slowly, I'm going to edit all the 60 books that I wrote along with the 111 poem CDs and edit them once again. In my eyes, my writing skills have improved over the years. When I was in my teens, my writing was horrible. It's still not great, but I'm improving day by day. Remember, the more you focus on something, the better you get. Writing is my calling, or you could say it is my hobby. I love to do it. Probably around 95% of the books that I post on Facebook, I never get a like. I'm not sure if I ever got any feedback. Well, that's okay. Somehow there is a method to this madness. When I received knowledge in India over 50 years ago, my life changed forever. Today, I see the butterfly effect of what happened then affects my life today. All I can say is, ask any artist, are you the creative instrument of your work, or is there a creative force that drives your creation? The more attention you pay to something, the more attention it pays to you. Hopefully, these words can help you capture your own creativity. Hopefully, no matter what circumstances you are in, you are never alone. You are the universe, and you just don't know it. Note, I use Grammarly for my spell checking and grammar. This is the latest report I got from them on my usage. Note, the number of words checked is quite high. It's because I'm in the process of editing all my books. Words checked, 4,893,020. You are more productive than 99% of Grammarly users. That's true. You are more accurate than 98% of Grammarly users. Vocabulary. You use more unique words than 99% of Grammarly users. Words checked with Grammarly. 144 million. Total words checked by Grammarly since May 20th. 4,893,020.
Intro. Jai Janinder is a common greeting used by the Jains. The phrase means honor to the supreme genus. The virtual greeting is a combination of two Sanskrit words, Jai and Janindra. The word Jai is used to praise somebody. In Jai Janindra, it is used to praise the qualities of the genus conquerors. The word Janindra is a compound word derived from the word Jina, referring to a human being who has conquered all inner passions and possesses Kabbalah, Jnana, pure, infinite knowledge, and the word Indra, which means chief or lord. By saying Jai, we are praising the glory of these great souls, and by doing this, we are internalizing and embed their greatness in ourselves. By Janindra, we are saluting and appreciating the seeds of these Jains who also have achieved full control over their senses. I've been researching the Jains for almost a year now. I'm quite fascinated by their spiritual and practical practice of life. During these days of the Corona-19 virus, it is ever so important to be diligent in having a healthy lifestyle. Your life may be dependent upon it. Yet just recently, during the Thanksgiving holiday, over 25 million Americans traveled by plane. The deaths and people getting is overwhelming. Is common sense uncommon? I spent my entire life on a mind, body, and soul connection. I firmly believe to have your feet on the ground and your head in heaven. True wisdom only comes when one is connected to the source within. This is where the fountain of wisdom exists. As the Zen Buddhists say, chop wood, carry water. As I study with the Jains, I see a down-to-earth practical path to fine-tune the guitar of life. Nobody will drive your car for you. You have to drive the car yourself. This should be taught in schools and everyday life. Yet common sense is uncommon. These tools have been around for thousands of years. Humanity has forgotten them. You are the universe. You just don't know it. Intro. Take 2. Jai Janinder. I just woke up. It's 3:33 in the morning. What a glorious day it is. This is the intro. Take 2. Imagine
You have a Lotus car inside of you, yet you don't know it. It lies inside of your garage. The garage door is down. Your car is covered with dust and cobwebs. You have no idea such a precious car lies inside of you. Suppose there were human beings long ago who discovered their inner car. They discovered how to open the inner garage. They discovered how to clean the dust off the car along with the cobwebs. Yet, they still were missing one thing. You might ask what that is. This car was meant to be driven. It took years, yet they discovered almost by accident how to back the car out of the driveway. Then it took some time to learn how to drive the car without getting into an accident. Finally, they learned how to drive on the universal highway of life. Imagine thousands of years ago, a human being named Rishaba was the first Jain to discover that we are the universe. We just don't know. Imagine that the Jains had 24 liberated souls who taught practical tools so you could do the same thing. Note, your inner car is meant to be driven. The last great teacher was Mahavira, born 599 BC, died 527 BC. These great teachers, known as Tirthankar, one who was a master mechanic in life. Note, they can't drive the car for you. You have to drive the car yourself. Nobody can drive the car for you. Yet, these great masters provide a roadmap so you can discover your true nature. Jai Jirendra is a saying to honor those great teachers. They exist inside of you. The Jains use this saying when they first start a conversation and end the conversation. Your mind is a tuning fork. Whatever you focus on, you become. In the West, we say, what's up or what's happening. It might be as simple as good morning. Yet, we are just skimming the surface in life. There is an infinite ocean of love inside of you. Welcome to the path of self-discovery. You are magnificent and glorious. You just have to discover your true nature. True nature. These are universal tools. Jai Jinendra.
Do not injure, abuse, oppress, enslave, insult, torment, torture, or kill any creature or living being. Can you hold a red-hot iron rod in your hand merely because someone wants you to do so? Then will it be right on your part to ask others to do the same thing just to satisfy your desires? If you cannot tolerate infliction of pain on your body or mind by others' words and actions, what right have you to do the same to others through your own words and deeds? Do unto others as you would like to be done by. Injury or violence done by you to any life in any form, animal or human, is as harmful as it would be if it caused to your own self. Kill not, cause no pain. Non-violence is the greatest religion. In happiness and suffering, in joy and grief, we should regard all creatures as we regard our own self. All breathing, existing, living, sentient creatures should not be slain, nor treated with violence, nor abused, nor tormented, nor driven away. A man is seated on top of a tree in the midst of a burning forest. He sees all living beings perish, but he doesn't realize that the same fate is soon to overtake him also. That man is fool.
Joe Dispenza. This YouTube video has been seen by over 2 million people. That's quite a significant number. Yet when I posted it on Facebook, not one person did a like or a comment. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I like the wisdom of Dr. Joe. He combines the wisdom of the wise men of the past and quantum scientists today. You are your own drugstore. Only you have the chemistry set that you can build daily in your life. 95% of your actions come from your subconscious mind. We're walking on a treadmill and going nowhere. We live our lives like leaves scattered in the wind. We think having external things will make us happy. Nothing could be further from the truth. Mind you, there will be temporary happiness. Unfortunately, curveballs will always be thrown your way. Nothing is stable in the universe. I mean nothing. Everything will change and morph into something else. Dr. Joe's talks reveal to you practical steps you can take control of your mind and emotions.
My wife and I love to go to Barnes & Noble. We love to relax in our comfy chairs and look at books and magazines. My wife likes to look at the Sedona Journal. She keeps telling me about Cryon, who's channeled by Lee Carroll. She probably told me around 5 times, and finally I said, okay, I'll take a look. At first I wasn't impressed. He would always start by his standard greeting. Greetings, dear one. I'm Cryon of Magnetic Service. I was thrown a curveball because I really didn't understand this concept. The more I read the channel material, the more I understood this incredible message. Imagine all the past great masters unifying themselves into the magnetic grid of this planet. You might say, so what? Imagine so many great masters said they would be returning back to Earth and help human beings to realize their true nature. The more I heard and listened with an open heart, I realized this was indeed true. Can you imagine that this magnetic grid is built with the love of God? If we didn't have a magnetic grid surrounding the human being, the Earth, human beings would no longer be alive. This is the problem of space travel. They need to simulate the magnetics of the Earth. We have this incredible DNA. Scientists have broken the code and said that 93% of our DNA is junk DNA. Cryon has said it's not junk DNA, but multidimensional DNA. This is a huge difference. Cryon has written a book called The 12 Layers of DNA. I highly suggest that you read this book. Your life will change if you do. Magnetics from our DNA and the magnetics from Gaia, Mother Earth, are in communication with one another. I know this sounds incredible, but it's true. This is a small part of the story. Cryon's main message is that you don't need any teacher or guru to find your way home. All the tools exist inside of you. All of humanity believes in a higher self, yet we go on a merry way without even trying to connect to it. Imagine this higher self is multidimensional. What does that mean? You are the sun, the moon, and the stars. You are the universe. You are God. Because you are linear, you say, I'm George or I'm Barbara. Who are you really? That is the puzzle of life. On the other side is the multidimensional energy or cosmic soup, which contains all. Can you take salt out of a soup? You can't. We have the higher self inside of us, and yet we think we are alone. We are never alone. Because of free choice, we have closed the door and continue to search for God outside of ourselves. This is the incredible game that God set up. We are the ones with our intent that request to open the door to our higher selves and discover who we truly are. Imagine the entire universe is supporting us, but can't say or do anything until we consciously give intent and begin this process of self-discovery. What's beautiful about this process is how peace on earth will happen. By changing yourself and by discovering yourself, you will truly radiate love, tolerance, and compassion to all. You will be a human being. You won't try to convert anyone because life does not need anyone to be converted. A lighthouse just shines. It doesn't know that the ship that sails by. The lighthouse exists in dangerous shores, yet it shines the light so bright that it helps protect the boat to reach the harbor. I could go on and on. The past year has been extremely slow at work, and I had the wonderful opportunity to listen and read this wonderful material. My understanding and practical experience has grown exponentially. Words cannot describe how my relationship to this planet, the universe, and to God has been so personal. This is an incredible time to be alive. Peace will be on this planet. It may not seem like it, but peace will prevail.
Greetings, dear ones. I am Cryon of Magnetic Service. Once again, we come to you in all love, appreciation, joy, for those who would listen to this, for those who care enough, perhaps, about themselves, others around them, what's happening on the planet. And we often give the kinds of channels that perhaps are planetary channels, is what is going on the world and the cycles and all that. But today, it's personal. This is about you. This is about the society you live in, about you. And I'm going to call this particular channel the 2 rooms. I'm going to give 3 scenarios of 2 rooms. The scenario is a metaphor, always, and you'll see that quickly. And the 2-room scenario will given 3 times, as I say. The first one will be what you're taught today about the 2 rooms. The next one is the discovery that many are making about the 2 rooms. And the third scenario, the truth about the 2 rooms. Let's discuss what the rooms are. The metaphor goes like this. Room 1 is you. As you sit there, your name goes here. And it's your reality, how you feel, all of the senses that go into what is going on right now. It's an easy one. Room 2 actually could be next to you or could be within you. Now, we put them side by side because that's the way you're taught they are. The second room is your body. What is going on? Now, the reason we separate them is this, because you really don't know what's going on. You have that which is a way to tell with the senses in room 1. How much does it hurt? What does it sound like? What's going on? But room 2 kind of works by itself, if you noticed. Your heart keeps on beating. All of that which is your organs, they keep on doing whatever they do, whatever their specialist is, they continue doing it. So here is what you're taught between room 1, you, and room 2, your body. The teaching of today is that this is a firm and complete disconnect. You don't know what's going on, therefore, you have those who do. Now, this is not an indictment of those who do. The doctors that you have, very, very important for you to have. Dear ones, they are the ones who have studied that which is you internally, the second room. They know so much about it. But you're taught in your culture that they're the only ones who do. Therefore, they're the ones you go to. And they will then tell you what to do about your room. And this is where the prescriptions are assigned. And this is where the operations occur. In order for you to correct those things which you feel are wrong with your second room. If you understand where I'm going, these 3 scenarios I'm going to give you, this is the first. This is the way you are taught from birth. And there would be many of you, perhaps listening right now, who are not aware of the cryon channeling or even of what I talk about, who would say, well, this is good because we have the wonderful doctors and they can take care of room 2. Now, if you've listened to this program long enough, you know the second scenario. And here's how it goes. Room 1 is still you. It's all your senses. It's how you feel. It's you living there. It's you sitting there listening. Room 2, your body, is now seen as something that you can greatly change and affect. There's so much information that hides, that now is being revealed about how your body has some kind of an intelligence, a smart body, that not only can you tap into to find out how it's doing, but also it can give you information about perhaps things that only would be discovered later when you have a disease. In the first scenario, if you got a disease, you realize you didn't know it. In the first scenario, you could know that if you had a disease and it was racing through your body and that all the alarm bells were going off and white blood corpuscles were racing to scenes and sirens were going off and you're just going to lunch as usual. It's only when something hurts that you go to the doctor. Scenario 2, your body starts to give you information because you now know how to measure it. You also find out that things in your consciousness affect that which is your health. You find out that even the inherited biology from those which your parents and before, perhaps even past lives, can affect that which is number 2, that room number 2. That's where your body is. That's amazing. Amazing. Now you're able to not only sense it, but have control. You might say, in some ways, you can diagnose many things. Now, it doesn't replace the doctor. Because when you're in an auto accident, it doesn't help you to be in touch with your body. That's when you need the doctor. But up until then, dear ones, you're finding out that you can work with your own health. You can ask your body to give you signs and signals of the kinds of food you need in order for it to be at its maximum based upon your inheritance. You'll find out what subconscious programs that you might have. And your body is there. And it's there as a thing to work with you. And finally, you get the idea that you're not isolated. They're not 2 rooms that stand apart. How could it get better than that? Dear ones, this is what all these programs are about that I asked my partner to put together, and he has. and how to take something you didn't believe was even possible, and suddenly it is. There's reasons for these things so that more and more of you will realize it, and there will be books written that are not today about the reality of it, and someday this will be normal. The children will be taught that there is a way to get in touch with room number 2 and live longer. What could be better than that? Let me give you scenario number 3. You sit there, dear ones, as you always have. Box 1 is the same, except that box 1 is now fully and completely aware that it can change box 2. Not simply work with it for better health, but change it. Oh, there's more. Changing it could mean that it can change it so it will never, ever be susceptible to the diseases it might have gotten in scenario 2. The awareness, the ability to change box 2 so that you might live twice as long, that your consciousness is now fine-tuned to change the chemistry of box 2 so you wouldn't even recognize it in scenario 1 or 2. Box 2 is now at the beck and call of box 1. But there's more. You assign something in scenario 2 called a smart body. It's used for many things. Kinesiology, of course, that is the muscle testing. Many kinds of processes where you actually talk to the body and it talks back. This is like having a telephone to box 2. But scenario 3, you find the door to box 2 and you open it up and go inside. And that's what I want to tell you that you don't know yet. In box 2, there isn't just a smart body. There isn't just the intelligence that you would use to muscle test. There's the biological you represented in your DNA that loves you. Box 2 has been begging for you to open the door. Box 2 has had its arms outstretched, saying, "When will you find me? I am part of you. I've always been part of you. Why do you separate the consciousness and your brain from what you think are autonomous systems that work by themselves?" Well, they only work by themselves because they're designed to. But if you had control, if you walked through the door, you could manipulate them. You can tell them they're beautiful. You could love them. And you're going to last a whole lot longer because when you open the door, love will pour in to box 2. I just gave you the future of humanity. That's coming. Dear ones, there's so much that you're going to learn beyond just the fact that you can affect your own health by how you think. When you find out you can open a door and fall in love with yourself, that your body will start changing and things will start repairing themselves simply because you opened the door. What if I told you something absolutely outrageous? Ready? You'll be able to grow back limbs someday. You realize that other animals or amphibians or whatever, they can do it. What's the difference, do you think? Biologically, what is it that keeps this from happening with a human being? Well, you'll find out. That's scenario 3. This is all coming. But the basis of it is this. First, peace on earth. Then you can fall in love with your own body and open the door. I would not tell you these things unless they are in the field for the future, unless I have seen them before in other places, other societies, This is and has always been your legacy, where you will go with it and what will happen. And doctors, instead of the doctors of the kind you see today, there will still be doctors. And what they're going to do is to carefully show you how to open the door and work with the chemistry that's always been yours to work with. Different kind of doctor, but you still need them. Blessed, dear ones, are those physicians of the planet who care so much about the human being that eventually they'll change their training, they'll change what they do and how they do it to better accomplish what they set out for in their lives, to help others. I'm crying in love with humanity. It's coming. And so it is.
Jason Fung. Recently, there have been many media outlets that promote the idea of a plant-based diet, often with the unspoken assumption that such a diet is healthier to humans than a diet based on animals. To me, using the phrase plant-based diet indicates that the user does not truly understand human nutrition. Let me explain. Let's leave aside all ethical and potential environmental differences of eating meat. There are debatable and a completely separate issue from what I'm most concerned about: the effects on human health. A plant-based diet is not automatically a healthy diet. There are healthy plant-based diets, and there are horrible, unhealthy plant-based diets. So the objective plant-based to describe a diet is completely meaningless. It should be just as informative to base a diet on foods that have less than 4 syllables. For example, a complete vegan diet may be composed mainly of white bread, jam, sugar, candy, donuts, and potato chips, but is not healthy in any way. And I don't think anybody will disagree with me about that. So the words plant-based diet has no reference whatsoever with regards to whether a diet is healthy or not. It's like saying I'd heard a computer programmer because he's really tall. Who cares? If I was putting together a basketball team, that would be relevant, but not for computer programming. So if I tell somebody to eat a plant-based diet, does it mean that it's a healthy diet? No. Does it mean that it's unhealthy? No. It simply is irrelevant. And that's how you know that the person who is uttering these nonsensical statements simply does not understand nutrition. Sometimes the term whole foods plant-based diet was considered together. A whole foods diet, which is comprised of eating foods to as close to their natural form as possible, is quite healthy. Whatever they are based on, plants or animals, is just irrelevant. So a whole foods diet is healthy, but the addition of plant-based does not add to the healthiness. Let's look at the response in the American diet. Most of the top 10 foods are recognizing poor choices: grain-based desserts, soda, and alcohol are simply not that slimming or healthy, yet they are certainly 100% plant-based. Fully 6 of the top 7 choices of foods in America are plant-based. Dairy products fall somewhere in the gray zone. They are not plant-based, and neither are they meat-based. Most pizzas are made with flour, tomato sauce, and cheese. Yes, there's often some meat, but pizza is still mostly plant. So can we consider plant-based, although not vegetarian? So here's the thing that is really hard to understand. The standard American diet over the last 40 years has obviously been a very bad one. It has led to an epidemic of obesity and an epidemic of the closely associated type 2 diabetes and much more. Yet it is almost purely plant-based. So if this horrible diet is a plant-based diet, then why should health authorities be endorsing us to follow a plant-based diet? Does our boss yell, "Why did you hire that really short computer guy?" My mind boggles at the utter insanity of the situation. The situation is now pushed on mainstream media by many of the big food companies because of the incredible success of the fake meat companies. In hot pursuit of making a plant-based food easier to follow, we can now buy foods that are plant-based but taste very similar to real meat. How did they perform this bit of chemical wizardry? Let's look at the ingredients. Pea protein isolate, expeller pressed canola oil, yeast extract, modified food starch. Are these ingredients your grandmothers would have recognized? Are they whole foods? What in the blank blank are they extracting from the yeast? And do I really want to know? Peas are whole foods. Pea protein isolates are not. So let's be clear that this is not part of a whole food plant-based diet. I have nothing against veganism or vegetarianism. It is certainly possible to be healthy on such diets. It's also possible to get really sick from such diets, even if one follows it to a T. Recently, I've been caught eating meat. The fear from the community was vicious, but the reasons are always the same. She did it to save her own health. The reasons are fairly simple to understand. We are animals. Eating plants provides some of the essential nutrients, but not all. Therefore, it's necessary to eat a variety of plant types to get all the essential nutrients. Some vitamins, like B12, are kind of tough to get in plants. Eating the flesh of animals provides almost everything our body requires because we are animals.